Hey everybody! Looks like there's a good number of you who've been out there waiting. So thanks for your patience with this one, and welcome to the Narrators uNIGHTed stream. This is going to be a 24-hour stream that we're going to be running, because we're going to also be running a charity along with it. If you take a look in the description of the live stream that's happening right now, you'll be able to find our UCaring link. What we want to go ahead and do is make sure we get as much attention to that link as possible. So you hear us throughout the next 24 hours bringing that up, telling you about the link that's in the description, or also you can use our tiny URL, tinyurl.com/CP uNIGHTed, that's UNIGHTED. But thank you everybody for listening. I'm Mr. Creepypasta, and I'm here with my good friend for the past couple of years, Muji.
Yeah, hello guys. I'm a music guy, and I'm going to, accompany MCP.
Yeah. So this is probably going to be the first time any of you guys, at least from America or the U.S., who's been able to hear Muji be able to play live. He's going to be playing some live background music with me for the next hour. But I want to remind everybody that the stream we're doing is going to be for aiding the victim of the Wisconsin attack. And also it's going to be going to Safe Horizon, safehorizon.org, to aid victims of violent crimes. So I encourage everybody to be able to donate as much as you can, share the video, or share the stream, and also be able to share it under the hashtag we're using, which you can see in the background here, uNIGHTed, hashtag uNIGHTed. So without further ado, you want to go ahead and we can get to some stories, okay, Muji? This is Boxes from 1000 Vultures. For those of you who have read my other stories and asked if there was more and received cryptic answers from me, I want to apologize for being dishonest. I said several times in the comments that nothing really happened after Footsteps, but that wasn't true. The events of the following story weren't locked away in the recesses of my mind. I've always remembered them. It wasn't until I remembered balloons and spoke with my mother about the following events that I realized how intertwined this story was with everything else. But I originally hadn't really planned on sharing this anyway. My desire to withhold this memory was due to mostly the fact that I don't think I showed good judgment in it. I also wanted consent from another person to tell it, so as to not misrepresent what transpired. I didn't expect there to be a lot of interest in my other stories, so I never really thought that I'd get pressed for more details, and I would have been happy to keep this to myself for the rest of my life. I haven't been able to reach the other party, but I would feel disingenuous without, withholding the story from those who wanted more information. Now that I've spoken with my mother and another connecting line has been drawn, what follows is an accurate recollection. I apologize for the length. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low that I could easily grab them without having a boost. And for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside of our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. And before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go to play on the tree, and she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long, I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced, and so I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and so in the end, I would reach my highest branch in about 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon, I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running towards me yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast, and I wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor, and I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture, so as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he couldn't hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder, and I told Mom that he'd do it because he was planning his strategy for the next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. The conditioning came in handy later because towards the end of our time in that house, Boxes got out more and more often and would run under the house into the crawl space, where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside of the hole that Boxes had gone through, and eventually he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excitedly for the sound, and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna fish. It made no sense to Boxes. The last time that he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market, and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched that packing out for a while, though I had already packed up all of my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell that I was really sad about moving, and wanted the transition to be as smooth for me as possible, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in boxes would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out, as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go back for it so that I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and that we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said that it looked like excellent news, but I had thought that we would have more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of the next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing, but my mom said sometimes it was easier to just replace things than to pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh and say goodbye. She said that we would just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desires to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies. They were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days. Well, if the walkie-talkies weren't used, that is. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful, even when she couldn't actually watch me. But I'd gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night, because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me that he was missing, because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weeks later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets would disappear from home for weeks, even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say aloud, "What if Boxes thought of the wrong home?" Josh was confused. "What? He lives with you. He knows where home is." "But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house with a couple neighbors, a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do." "Oh, I get it. Well, that's great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow, and he'll take us over there so we can look." No, he won't, man. My mom said that we couldn't ever go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. "Okay, then we'll go explore there tomorrow and make our way to your old house." And no, if we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board, since we were usually the ones to come up with the ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of the house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those two minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Jack's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused, and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it, because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time that I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight. We were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident, confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so it was a struggle to get the walkie free when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, you want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I knew exactly where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat, and a sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked towards Josh, who was partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked towards him, I stumbled down and nearly fell into a large hole that was sitting in the middle of the small clearing. But I regained my balance and stopped right at the edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there the night before, because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck there, and you were lying there joking with the pool float. I punctuated the sentence with a kick to the exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it, Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't get up in a quick enough motion. Because of the manner that he was getting up, the awkward way that he had been laying on it, each time that he would fall back on the float, screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh up, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined it on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched as the rat ran into the woods, taking the screeching with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, and the smile slowly returned to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace, and made it out of the woods faster than we thought. We would, and I found ourselves back in that old neighborhood. The last time that I had rounded that bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we finally turned the corner, and I'm about to face the full view of my house, remembering the last time how incandescent it was. But this time, all the lights were off. From a distance, I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of casualty backwards, I realized that I wouldn't be back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe at how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when the last time it was mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze. And over all the house, just dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh! Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey man, okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out." "Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it." "Okay, look, I'll game you for it. Unless you're too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. "Fine. But we go on shoot, not on three. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up. And it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under the house for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked. But when she had to do it, she hated it, especially the last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under here despite how hard it was to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. Josh, you there? This is Macho Man Come Back. Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here. What do you mean? It stinks. It smells like something died. Is it boxes? I freely hope not. I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. From the outside, you could see all the way to the back with the right lighting, but you'd have to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized this would make scouting around much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. Jesus Christ! Escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. The skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes? I reached for the walkie. No. It isn't boxes. What the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. And I chuckled. It's a raccoon. I'll keep looking. I'm gonna go into the house to see if he might have gone in there somehow. What? No, Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and he runs out? He can't. I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. Oh, why'd you do that? Don't worry, man. You can move it easily. This makes more sense. If Boxes runs out and I miss him, then he's gone. But if he's down there and you grab him tight, and I'll come and move the board. If he's not, then you can move it yourself while I look in the house. Some of his points were good. And I doubted that he'd be able to get it in anyway. Okay, but be careful, and don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there and see if... Make sure to bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street light that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right above my head and heard old dirt raining down on me. Josh, is that it you? Breaker, this is Macho Man come back from the Big Tango Foxtrot. The Eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking over your stash of magazines. Looks like you got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over. I could hear him laughing without the walkie. And I started laughing too. I heard the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. Man, it is dark in here. Hey, are you sure that you had boxed clothes in here? I don't see any. Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if maybe you put the boxes in the closet before you left. I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the closet door the last time that I had been here. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he'd found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position that I was in, and hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket. All around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy. Most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. Mom must have set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely the boxes would have come down to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes! Oh, cool! Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in the closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. That was impossible. I had packed all my clothes, even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left. I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get out clothes from all the boxes and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them down there. I mean, wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There's hundreds of them. You think, would you hire someone to just... Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I'd switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps, but couldn't tell where exactly Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish the sentence, thinking that his finger just slipped off the button. But he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps. Heavy, dragging footsteps. And then a loud thud. Oh God. Josh. He'd been found, I was sure of it. The person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes. And then I realized, what if Josh told him that I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor. Oh God, man, the bag. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there, frozen. As As I lay, unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight, my breath hitched at what I saw. Animals. Dozens of them, all of them dead. They all lay in piles, all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shocks, as I knew that I had to get out of there, and I scrambled for the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there. I couldn't get my fingers around it, and since the edges were outside, I was trapped. God damn you, Josh, I whispered. I could feel the thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that was full of fear. I continued pushing. I felt the board move, but I knew that it wasn't me who moved it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and I shouted and screamed. It filled the briefest silence between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to defend myself. The board was thrown to the side, and an arm shot in and grabbed a hold of me. "Let's go, man! Now!" It was Josh. Thank God. I scrambled out of the opening, holding a flashlight and the walkie. We got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Josh's walkie fell. We reached for it. I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind me I could hear yelling. There weren't words, just only sounds. As we perhaps foolishly ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker, it was somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought that those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag, if it really moved, and he said that he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep, just sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day. It was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple of days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger that I put myself in. I asked her why she had made all those things up, about bothering the new owners to stop me from going, and why she did the things in the house, why she thought it was so dangerous. She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes onto mine, and whispered, almost as if she was afraid of being overheard. Because I never put any blankets or bowls under the house for boxes. You weren't the only one to find them. I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from underneath the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks earlier. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours. And she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her. But I'm going to finish it here. For you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor, and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened. I'd have boxes anyway. That didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off of his eyes. I cried continuously, and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little bit, thinking that I had just crawled under there, looking for him, and how much better this would have been. His meows were being muffled by his shirt, so I flung it to the side and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, Boxes!" His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes. Boxes never came home. That is Boxes from 1000 Vultures. Music improvised by Muse.
Yeah.
We're about 30 minutes in. There's about 1,000 people watching. And that's incredible. Yeah, we've got about 1,100 people watching at the moment. Thanks everybody for stopping by to listen to the 24-hour live stream. Hopefully we can keep all of you here for the full 24 hours. Quick reminder: you're able to see on screen right now the link over to our charity stream. The grand total at the moment is at $2,942. So that's amazing. We're well over 10% of our goal, because our goal is going to be $20,000. We're going to be raising money to go to the victim, or the family of the victim of the attack in Wisconsin, as well as Safe Horizon, which you can see is safehorizon.org, to aid victims of violent crimes, their recovery from to confidence from crisis. I've got a couple more stories I'm going to be filling in this hour. We've got about another 20 minutes from me and Muji before I'm going to be passing it off. So, Mew, are you ready for the next one here?
Of course. Which one?
Cool. We're going to be doing Gas Station Bathroom, a little bit of a comedy horror piece from Vincent Vinicava.
All right.
The gas station bathroom was one of the filthiest, most disgusting places that Shelley had ever seen. The nauseating smell that permeated the air was wafting into her face as soon as she opened the door, invading her mouth and nose before settling on the back of her tongue. Used toilet paper, bloody tampons, and cigarette butts littered the tiled floor like repulsive landmines, waiting for some unsuspecting sap to step on them. One of the fluorescent lights above her flickered randomly, with little rhyme or reason, as if it had a mind of its own. Shelley thought of holding it until she could find another gas station with a cleaner bathroom, but remembered the sign that she read on the interstate earlier that night before she took the rest stop exit. Next gas station, 60 miles. Besides, the nature had been urgently calling for a while, and it wasn't dialing number one. Carefully, Shelley stepped around the nasty obstacles strewn along the ground and made her way towards the bathroom stall. Another hot wave of noxious odor smacked her across the face when she opened the door to the first toilet. She could feel vomit beginning to creep into her way into the back of her throat. The sight of the mountain of feces staring back at her. The second stall was far less repulsive, and aside from the syringe that had sunk to the bottom of the toilet bowl, it seemed usable. Shelley decided that it would have to do, and that she might be pushing herself if she wanted to check what was behind door number 3. She pulled down her pants and squatted over the seat, making sure not to touch her skin to the vile porcelain throne. Before Shelley even had a chance to finish, the bathroom erupted with a series of loud crashes and almost caused her to fall into the water out of shock. Someone had burst through the door and knocked over the metal waste bin that stood next to the sink. Shelley remained silent, hoping that she wouldn't be noticed. Loud groans were now emanating from the other side of the door. It was a woman's voice, which only slightly relieved Shelley about the situation that she had found herself in. From under the door, she could see some of the woman wailing louder than ever. As she stumbled towards the stalls and exploded through door number 3, the moans turned to screams, and suddenly the discomfort that Shelley had been feeling melted away, only to be replaced by fear as the woman, just one stall over from her, howled at the top of her lungs. She wanted to say something, but the noises coming from the other side of the flimsy metal barricade between them paralyzed her. The woman began choking now, but her screaming briefly interrupted by the sounds of gargling. Her shadow, cast by one good fluorescent light on the bathroom, jerked violently on the grimy floor beneath the stall. Shelley covered her ears in hopes that she could drown out the horrific noises taking place behind door number 3. But they had gotten so loud that she could barely muffle the cries. Shelley had no idea how long she had been squatting on that disgusting gas station bathroom on the side of the highway. People tend to lose track of time when they're terrified. She could no longer stand hearing the sound of the woman suffering just when she thought about making a break for the door to get help. The yelling ceased. With a splash and a grunt, the yelling ceased. And once again, the filthy room was silent. Shelley held her breath, too afraid to even exhale. The shadow on the ground started slowly shifting again. Shelley prepared for a scream, but instead, the woman on the stall next to her fell to the ground. Her head was now underneath the wall that had separated her and Shelley, cheek flush against the urine-stained floor and eyes looking up to the frightened girl. Shelley could see blood trickling out of the woman's mouth and nose. Tiny grunts were forced their way out from between her lips. She was trying to speak. You have to get out of here. With those final words, her eyes rolled back, and the last bits of life escaped her body. Shelley stared at her face, too horrified to move. Something began splashing around in the toilet inside of the woman's stall. A cocktail of confusion, anxiety, shock, and panic swirled around inside of Shelley's head. However, she would get the opportunity to put most of the pieces of what happened together very quickly. The rusty hinges fastened to the door squeaked as something slowly opened it from the inside. And that is Gas Station Bathroom. Quick little comedy piece, very disgusting. From Vincent Vinicava. Mew, thank you so much for playing music live, because I think that this is some of the best sounding stuff I have ever heard come from you. And this is
God.
No, I'm being honest. Like you're an incredibly talented musician, and I think everybody here would agree with me there. I want to go ahead and say this one before I move on to my last story from my block. We're just broke the $3,000 mark, so we're at $3,010. It hasn't quite updated yet on the visual stream for everybody, but should be able to see it in just a second. That we're at $3,010. But let's go ahead and move on to the very last one that I've got prepared for everybody. And that is a wonderful story from Aaron Shotwell called Final Memories. I stand here now, before the glowing embers of a dying garbage can fire, and I see in them a memory, the flames of judgment. I huddle for warmth alongside others like me, the wayward strangers all silent in mourning memory. For in a world with no future, what is there to do but remember? And so we recall each day the hour of our reckoning. We remember judgment and the beginning of the end. Our leaders had betrayed us. Their greed and arrogance withdrew them behind the walls of ivory towers and manors, havens from which they decided our fates and hoard our wealth. When the cost of living surpassed the average income, when the lawmakers held themselves above their mandates and illusion fell away, placated adolescence gave way to a storm of rage, and so it began. On the first day of unrest did the sky part, and all heard the voices of angels and the heralding sound of golden trumpets. And he rode through in a yawning inferno for all to see, a great and dark champion astride a steed of flames and ash. He held at his side a shield of golden, graven, and with the holy word. And he held aloft a burning sword of gilded silver, and in a voice like the battle cries of the ages, this he declared unto the world of man: I am the first of four. By his decree do I bring the blight of strife and sunder the union of man. The thrones of all kings shall fall, crowns shall be cast before the Father, and so will every man and woman be stripped of title and honor. All shall be equal in battle, and the earth shall wash in blood and tears till naught remains of a single village. So it shall be, for I am called War. For all the anger already in our hearts, the writer's call stirred something primal deep within our very nature. It came first as protest at the doors of the corporate estates, then at the homes of their government authorities. Soon it dissolved into chaos and violence without direction, and the common man cast their stories upon the houses of the rich and their torches to the strongholds of the powerful. Our world fell into an era of chaos and malcontent. Honest work abandoned, riots and looting for survival. The yen, the euro, the dollar, all burned. And with them fell the economy that tied us all together. Martial law cracked at the seams when the pyramids of power fell, when their wealth became hollow and meaningless, and the guns of officers and soldiers turned on their masters. We burned the flags of our former allegiance. The common citizens abandoned society in favor of personal interest. Those who never fought a war in their lives took up arms and dismantled the forums of political influence, untied only beneath a black banner of sovereignty. And so the legacy of man, civilization, dissolved in a hail of gunfire and the wrath of war, leaving behind nothing but irradiated wreckage and ash. And when the smoke cleared, the few of us left crawled from our shelters to the surface. We found there a shell of the world that we once knew. On the hour that the last of us emerged, we turned our eyes skyward, and the sky opened, and judgment came once more. From the rift again sounded the voices of angels and golden trumpets, and from the void came a harrowing swarm of flies. Amidst the swarm came a frail and black steed, writhed in its bones and shallow in its breath. And upon it rode a gaunt man with a mane of white. On his one slender hand he held a divine fruit rotten to the core, and from it wafted the airs of starvation. In his other he held a set of golden scales. to weigh the thinning, and in the finest wisp of breath, this he declared unto the world of man. I am the second of 4. By his decree do I bring the blight of hunger. From the loom shall no crop be raised. For your toil of hatred hath salted the earth. Not from the stalks of flesh shall you sustain, from their grass, diet, and ruin. From what grain, sow, shall you never reap? For the gold harvest turn to dust on the wind of war, and shall the fare of your tamed lands and winds be denied unto you? So it shall be, for I am called Famine. With the second coming did the people despair, and we foraged for a little food. We have weathered the war. All of nature had suffered the devastation of cannon fire, fallout, and debris, for we had been merciless to one another. Only in farthest reaches from the blast zones, the lesser touched lands along the warpath, did we find the last left to sustain us. The great masses had found shelter too far where the bombs first struck. Most did not survive the trek through the ground zeros. Most succumbed to noxious radiation, and they did, whereupon they fell. Some succumbed to the burden, to their warning, needful and dying, and some took their own lives in their terror. How few remained found their prize at the cost of their health and living years, and for so little. We found only the few cans and canisters left behind in raids, and the scarce remaining scraps from broken wards of the dead, and from the dying too weak to defend their keep. A scant find to seldom upon miles of empty road, and we took in secret, and we hoarded with lies to ration. We let others starve that we might eat. When the old dwelling ran dry, we took of carrion and small, diseased and wilting things, but our stomachs turned and rejected sour poisons, and yet more fell to their failing bodies. And we grew weak. We grew ill. And so we ushered in another era of the end. Upon a fateful hour did the sky open once more, and again our judgment rode forth. Again sounded the voices of angels, and golden trumpets, and from the void exhumed the ash of the burning dead, and the foul stench of decay. From the cloud rode a white horse, patched in reds and greens of dying flesh, its eyes clouded in ailment, and its teeth blackened with rot, and upon it rode an infirmed cadaver, stricken with boils and lesions of disease. In his hands he held the flame of cleansing pyre, and in a wisping rasp this he declared upon the world of man: I am the third of 4. By his decree do I bring forth the blight of illness. The filth of your careless abandon shall be upon you. The last moving things of the earth shall bring your poisons unto you from the burrows, and they shall be as a venom of the blood. And the tainted airs wrought in battle shall pierce the flesh and make the fast upon your bones. The breath of life shall be the dust of the plague, and all shall fester with sickness till the end of days. So it shall be, for I am called Pestilence. That hour marked our descent into the profound and all-encompassing plague. There were no troves of food left to us, and none had the strength left to search. We had settled for nearby rats and insects, and Only those our constitution could withstand. When even those grew too few, more and more resorted to cannibalism. Not a bite without disease, but longed to settle the twisting pain in our stomachs. When the sickness came for us, it was our children and elders who went first. Some were lost to the desperation of hunger, but most were taken by the fever. Though it wasn't long before we knifed them for the deaths, we switched merciful compared to the agony yet to come. Soon, it was we who ate who suffered the most. Again did the sky open to the void, and again came the sound of singing angels and golden trumpets. From the void stormed the dark legions of hell and fallen angels, and they did scream and wail their sorrows, and ahead of them rode a pale horse, skinless in face and naked of teeth, and its breath was the white mist of the ether. Upon it sat the Reaper himself, veiled in black robes, and charred feather molted his broken wings. I am the last of four. By his decree do I bring the blight of your final passing. So shall the consequence of your transgressions be cast upon you in your final years. Every womb shall be barren, every seed hollow of its essence. The meager shall vanish to their last, and lordship over all the earth shall be taken forever. And from each of the fallen shall the souls be given unto Azrael. And in his hands shall each be delivered to its final rites. So it shall be, for I am called Death. And so, as the three horsemen before him, he was true to his words. For not a single child has been born to even the healthiest of us in over 30 years. We have all since grown old and feeble, and another of us falls each day, whisked away to the hereafter by the archangel of death. Among the sickness and our tainted meals, I can only assume that we've survived so long that we might reflect on our sins. I can only assume that we've been left to learn some divine lesson. I huddle now beside others like me, near the warmth of the garbage can fire. There are fewer here today than yesterday, fewer still than a week ago. And I believe that this last chapter may be nearing its end. As I see friends and family pass on, I feel myself losing feeling for my loss. I move ever closer to acceptance. And I feel it in my heart now. My time nears too. Perhaps tomorrow, some other in my place may recant this story so often told. Perhaps next week, some other may tell our final tale to the sullen faces around the fire. And the rest shall remember to the end of their days. For in a world without future, what else is there to do but remember? That's my hour, and I'm Mr. Creepypasta, and accompanying me to music has been Muji. Muji will be back again. He's going to take a short musical break, and as you can see on the on your screen here on deck, is going to be Litterbot. Litterbot, my good robotic buddy, is going to be coming up next. I'm just going to go ahead and bring him into the stream here. Muji, thanks so much for playing.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for watching, all of you out there.
Thank you, Muji. Let me go ahead and check on the total while we're waiting for Litterbot to get ready and hop in. And everybody, thanks for joining us again. You can be able to see this the charity is showing up on screen for you right there. The you carrying link also can be found in the description. Litterbot, there you are. Or there he is. Oh, here we go. Litterbot, there you are. I'm going to go ahead and leave this to you. I'm just going to go ahead and update the numbers real quick from the you carry. Looks like our current total is we're still at $3,010.
Cool.
Leaving this one over to you, sir. I'll send you the rest of your info.
Okay. Hello there. I am Litterbot, the robot narrator of the Creepypasta community. Now, whether you're a fan of Creepypasta or simply here to do your part, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. If you need to be brought up to speed, a tragedy occurred in Waukesha, Wisconsin, involving 3 little girls who harmed each other in the name of one of our more well-known creations, Slenderman. We put together this fundraising charity to pool our efforts in raising money for the family of the victim, as well as Safe Horizon, to aid victims of violent crimes. We are currently at $3,010 in donations, and we are constantly seeking more. Every little bit helps. You can donate funds at the Narrators United fundraising site. That's ucaring.com/narrators-united. You can also find additional information at our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/narratorsunited. And you can follow our Twitter page, twitter.com/caringpasta, for further updates regarding the charity event. And if you would like to support the cause through social media, our hashtag is #United. The link to donate can also be found within the description of the stream. Now, you're probably wondering who I am. You probably recognize the person who went before me as the famous Mr. Creepypasta. Now, I may not be as famous as he, but I will do my part to provide entertainment for this portion of the stream. For those of you who don't know, I go by the username Litterbot. My YouTube is Litterbot Tales, and I usually do my performances as a series of robotic characters. But I'll be doing this live read in my regular, unaltered voice. The story I will be reading is Hunting with My Father by Lupus Creepus on YouTube. After the story, if time permits, I will have a brief Q&A to round off the hour. Here is my rendition of Hunting with My Father. Please enjoy. Relax, son. Close one eye and keep focused on your target. My father spoke calmly from behind me. I tried to do as he said, letting my muscles relax. One eye closed, ending the double vision. That's good, he continued. Now, when you're ready, hold your breath. Don't hold it for too long, or you're gonna start shaking. Just enough. Then, slowly squeeze the trigger down, like you're milking a cow. I had to chuckle at that. Dad, I've never milked a cow before, I spoke as I glanced up to him. He furrowed a brow and adjusted the baseball cap on his head. Well, that's how Dad described it to me. You know what I mean? I smiled a bit and shook my head. It wasn't the first time my dad described how to shoot a rifle, or the second, or even the third. He tended to repeat himself sometimes. I didn't mind, though. I looked back to the target, through the sight, and I concentrated. I still took everything he said in. Relaxed, letting muscles loosen enough. I shut one eye, focusing on that bullseye down at the end of the barrel. My breath held in my throat, and slowly, I squeezed the trigger down. The rifle jumped in my hands, jerking heavily as it bounced back. My head jerked backward a bit, uneasy of the weapon as it leapt up. I was still a bit nervous, since the last time I went to the range, and the scope smacked me in the eye, bruising and cutting the brow. I couldn't see from where we stood at the shooting range station, but I felt good about the shot. My dad leaned in on the spotting scope and we had set up, and looked through it. A small nod, and I saw a smile curl up on his lips. Not bad. Take a look. I rose up and shifted, pulled through the scope myself. It took a bit of a moment to focus through it before I could see the small black hole in the target down at the other end of the range. It wasn't a bullseye, being just a bit high to the left of the center. My dad nodded and placed a hand on my shoulder. If that was a deer, it'd be a clean hit. I smiled at his words and turned back to him. You think I actually have a shot at hitting something this weekend? He shrugged, and then let out a breath. It's possible, he said. We'll sure as hell try. Now, if you see, you can actually hit the bullseye this time. I chuckled and shook my head, and back to the station I went. I lifted the rifle up and focused again, maybe with a bit of a luck. I might come back with something on this hunting trip. That'd be a change. I haven't shot since that day at the rifle range. I wasn't too worried, though. Apparently, I was a pretty decent shot. No bullseyes, but hey, close enough, really. And I was getting used to the .30 short mag Browning rifles my dad got for us to use. They packed a hell of a kick, but with padded stocks and firm grips, you could keep them under control. My dad had been planning this trip for a while, and got the 2 Brownings specifically for it. The plan was that my dad, my Uncle John, and I would head up out of the middle of nowhere place where my dad used to deer hunt with his father, and do the same for the weekend. To be honest, I wasn't really big on the whole outdoors thing. It meant being too hot in the day and too cold at night. Bugs everywhere, and a constant, overwhelming feeling of needing a shower. However, I wanted to do it for my dad. My father, Fred, wasn't doing all that hot. Recently, he had cancer and a severe case of vasculitis. It really knocked him down a few notches. A couple years ago, I remembered a strong and fearless man who could make someone back down with a hard stare. Now, he was immensely different. A lot skinnier, and he had the look of a man who had stared real death in the face. It rattled him, and made me realize that I may not have as much time as I thought with this man. Probably what my uncle was thinking as well. John wasn't my dad's brother, but my mom's. He was a bit more of a city type, like me. He taught at one of the local high schools and delved into a number of random hobbies. Lately, it has been photography. Even as we drove up, I could see that he had a fancy new Nikon DSLR camera set around his neck with a strap. We brought 3 guns with us, the 2 Brownings and my dad's old .30-30 rifle. But we didn't expect John to shoot anything unless it was with his camera. I figured the only real reason my dad brought along his .30-30 was because of the nostalgia, rather than for us to shoot with it. It was the gun he used with his father, and he kept it like it was brand new. Even with the proper care and maintenance, it was still old, and the new Brownings were much more solid. He even got them set up with brand new scopes and shoulder straps. The works. If a deer came across our path, we'd have the gear to take it down. We arrived at our hunting ground in the afternoon. It was a few hours from where we lived, and then another hour driving along a dirt and gravel road. That was the most boring. The car couldn't go more than 50 miles per hour on the road, and with all the bumps and dips. Finally, we reached our spot, which turned out to be a bit of a clearing in the middle of a large group of trees. I don't remember the exact location, just that it took quite a ways to get there. We set our camp up, just a large single tent for the 3 of us, and unpacked some of our gear. John had made sure to grab some of that nice camping cook gear, and my dad had pre-cooked some ribs and chicken that we just have to warm up. The first thing we did after setting up was eat. "So, Fred," John began as we munched on some ribs, "what are the odds of getting a deer out here?" "As good as anyone else's," my dad shrugged. There's a bit of a pause before John spoke again. "Let's say we get a deer. Then what do we do then?" John quirked a brow as he focused on my dad. It seemed an innocent question, but I knew where he was going. The question meant, if we got a deer, how did we plan on taking care of that heavy thing in the middle of the brush? Or, more specifically, how did my dad plan on taking care of it? John's a good guy, but he might have been overly concerned for my father. My dad lost a lot of his strength in the hospital, but he wasn't feeble yet. And Dad hated it when people thought he was. "We'll lug it up and carry it back here," he spoke shortly, a bit of annoyance slipping into his voice. "David can handle it. Right, son?" He asked me with a bit of a smile. I returned it with my own and nodded. "Yeah, I can take care of it. I'm stronger than I look." My dad's smile grew and John shrugged his shoulders. We finished soon after the sun was starting to show the first signs of beginning to sink down toward the horizon. "You know, we'll have a couple of hours before it gets dark," Dad said as he gazed up at the sky. "You want to take a bit of a walk and see if we get lucky?" "Sure," I replied quickly. "Why not?" John nodded in agreement, and soon the three of us were trudging off into the trees. Only Dad and I carried our guns, both of us wielding brand new Brownings. John was content with having his camera. Dad moved on through the thin path, leading the way as he seemed to recall memories of himself and his father. I trudged along behind him, my rifle slung about my shoulder. John had the rear, his hands lingering near his camera. Every once in a while I'd hear a soft click as he'd shoot a picture of some sort of eye-catching scenery while we walked. We didn't find much. No deer, and hell, we didn't even see any animals, except random birds and hordes of bugs. I started to get tired. My legs began to hurt. It had been a long day, and I wanted nothing more than to go sit down and relax before conking out. The cold started to set in as the sun sunk lower, nipping at me even through my jacket. Dad pushed on before he stopped and bent down. "Find something?" I asked. As John and I both came up and looked down at the ground, my dad pointed out something in the soft dirt. A set of cloven tracks pressed on through the dirt, running along the path for a bit. "Deer tracks." He smiled a bit and rose, carefully moving to follow them along the path. "They'd go along here and then..." He trailed off as he furrowed a brow and crouched back down to the ground. "Then?" I asked, as John and I approached. Dad once again pointed to the ground. We could see what he was looking at. The print suddenly shifted and seemed to move toward the forest, off the path. That's not what was unusual. There were two more footprints in the dirt, next to the deer's, pointed in the direction the deer ran off in. "That a bear?" John asked my dad, while he focused on those 2 points in the earth. I thought they might be from a bear myself, but they looked odd. My dad noticed it too. Bear prints have a distinct shape where the paw lands in the dirt, and the 5 toes, though you might miss the little one depending on how the bear was moving. These prints only had 3 toes, and an elongated print where the base of the paw felt. And the claw marks above those 3 toes dug deep into the ground. It almost seemed like if you gave a person 3 toes instead of 5 and threw on some thick, deadly claws, that he'd make this footprint. And the size of them didn't make me feel all that comfortable looking at them. "Not the right shape," Dad finally spoke as he stood, "and it's not a mountain lion either." "Bigfoot?" I asked with a bit of a nervous chuckle. I tried to lighten the darkening mood. "Well, they say that he could be out here," Dad remarked with a bit of a grin, though I could tell he was only joking back, to raise the mood as well. All 3 of us could hear it. Or we could feel it. An uneasiness that was starting to set in. A chill ran through me as I stared at those prints. Maybe we should call it a day before it gets too dark, John suggested. Nobody argued. We turned and began to move back down the path. I kept a hand up on the shoulder strap of the rifle and ready to slip it off if needed. I noticed Dad was doing the same. We didn't say much when we got back. John started a fire before it got too dark, and the three of us sat around it for a while. As night fell, it actually seemed rather peaceful. I could hear a light chirp of crickets in the woods, and even the flutter of some nighttime bird flying by. Light chat began to start up again, and we found ourselves forgetting about those weird prints. John and my dad spoke about random things like the TV shows that they had watched, or memories my dad had of this area. I sat back and just relaxed. Even though I was a city boy, it was nice to get out of town with the family. I could tell my dad was enjoying himself. He seemed fuller, much more alive. Maybe the memories of good times were helping him recover. I hoped that making some more helped him too. We went to bed not long after that. John put out the fire and the dark night fell over the camp, only the stars and moon shedding enough light for us to get comfortable in the tent. As I drifted off to sleep in my sleeping bag, I noticed one thing though. Maybe I was just too tired to really care for my mind, or my mind forced me to ignore it. But it seemed strange when the sounds of the forest seemed to stop. The crickets ended their song and the shifting of hidden nocturnal animals ended. I could feel a familiar uneasiness building back up in my stomach, and sleep claimed me. The same feeling I had when we all gazed upon those strangely shaped tracks, with claws that seemed to sink deep into the earth below. I woke up from a dreamless sleep to a smell that flew and hit me right in my core. Bacon! I rose from my sleeping bag, slipped onto a new set of clothes, and moved outside the tent. John stood at the camping fire. He got it, frying up a fresh batch of bacon while my dad double-checked the guns, making sure they were ready for today's trek. "Morning, David." John spoke with a grin as he held up the pan. "Almost done here. Got some eggs, too." Bacon and eggs in the woods. I wasn't complaining. We ate breakfast happily, joking around a bit, fantasizing about all the different ways we were going to cook the deer when we nabbed it on this trip. Last night's weirdness was completely forgotten. After breakfast, we cleaned up and Dad handed me one of the Brownings. "You ready for this, son?" He asked me with a bit of a smile. I nodded and took the rifle before slinging it over my shoulder. "Oh yeah. Be good to get an early start this time, too." Both father and son readied their weapons as John made sure that his camera was fully set for the day. He even snapped a photo of the two of us, grinning at the camera. I felt good. It had been a while since my father and I had gotten a chance to really do something together. The time in the hospital had been long and stressful. I still remember walking into his room, seeing him hooked up to all those machines with the look that screamed, "Help me." But I couldn't do a damn thing. And before that, we've had a bit of a rough patch. Just stupid years of me being a dumb teenager, leading up to being a dumb young adult. Now, I felt closer to him than ever. I felt like we were building up the family again, and I'll never forget that feeling. Then, we strode off into the wild, Dad on point and John taking up the rear. We moved along the path again, our eyes peeled for anything moving in the woods, and ears listening for just the slightest sound. Overall, it was a quiet morning that led into a quiet afternoon. We walked and moved, climbing over fallen trees that obscured the path or slipping through overgrown areas where the plants worked to reclaim areas that man and animal trudged through. I admit, I was starting to get bored and a little tired. You can only walk so long and not see anything before you get a bit dispirited. Dad didn't show any signs of exhaustion, though. Even after getting out of the hospital, he moved like he had a purpose. We figured we'd eventually come across a tree, and a tree a bit too large, or an overgrown patch a bit too thick. But he moved on, without a word of complaint. It turned out to be worth it. We stopped as my dad held up a hand. Both John and I halted in awkward poses as we immediately put our feet down mid-walk. In the distance, it took me a moment to see what we were looking at. It was hard to make out through the brush and trees, but I could see a light brown form of a deer. It stood off in the distance, through some trees, lightly grazing on something on the ground, and with our luck, it was a buck. 2 sets of large antlers rose from its head, tall and proud, before they broke off into 2 branches apiece, a forked horn, my dad would call it. It didn't seem to see us yet. My dad looked at me and gave me a grin as a hand motioned to the rifle on my shoulder. "You want to take the shot, son?" he whispered to me. My hand lingered on the rifle before I slipped off. The gun felt heavy in my hands then, much heavier than at the range. The shot seemed so far, and the brush was all over. "No," I said as I shook my head, a bit of embarrassment flooding over me. "You do it, Dad. I don't know if I can hit it from that far away." He hesitated and nodded as he turned back, unslinging his own rifle and raising it up. I was hoping he wouldn't have been disappointed that I couldn't take the shot. I just didn't want to ruin this moment by missing. We finally come across a deer, and I screw it up by failing at my shot. Dad would get it, though. I knew he would. He looked about, and I could almost see him silently cursing to himself. He was looking for a place to balance his rifle on. Right now, there wasn't anywhere very convenient. You always want to make sure you steady your rifle. He drilled that fact into me. Shooting, standing up with no rest, was the worst way to do it. You only do it if you have to. And if you have to, at least remember everything else. You'll need every advantage to hit something without any kind of rest. My dad ended up moving to sit down on his rear in the dirt, his knees raising up. That way wasn't as good as finding the rest of your gun. But you can use your knees to steady both your back, elbow, and your front as you aimed. The deer's head rose and began to look about. Our welcome was thinning with it. Dad aimed down the sight, and I heard him take a short breath, not daring to let it out. His fingers slowly fell upon the trigger. Bang. The shot rang out, and I saw the buck jerk and stumble in the distance. It staggered for a moment and then burst off in a sprint through the trees, away from us. My dad rose and lifted his head, looking after it. John and I finally made our moves and stepped up to him. "You get it, Fred?" John asked as he looked off in the distance. "I don't think you got it." "Oh, I got it," Dad said with a confident smirk on his face. "I got him." He looked at me and I smiled back. The deer seemed like it was hit, but I couldn't tell. I'd rather think my dad got him than missed. "Should we go after it?" I spoke as I looked off to the spot where the deer had been. "Oh yeah," Dad replied as he began to push on, rifle slung back over his shoulder. "It can't have gone far." And so, through the brush we went, the 3 of us searching for the wounded deer. When we came across the spot it had lingered in, the result was clear. A fresh patch of blood had covered a nearby tree and splashed the dirt on the ground. My dad grinned and sent an "I told you so" look over to my uncle before we took a few steps. Sure enough, in the direction the deer ran off in, another splash of blood had stained another tree. "Got him," my dad said with a triumphant pump of a fist. "Now let's get him back. He's not going to get too far, I bet." The blood trail led on for a good distance. At times, there were sections where I lost the trail completely. I couldn't tell if we took a wrong turn or if the deer had maybe stopped bleeding. My dad kept right on it, though. And sure enough, we'd find a new splash of brownish red that mixed in with the dirt. The trail led straight to a large overgrown set of brush that appeared and trampled and squished like something hard had fell upon it. A large pool of blood lay splattered over those plants and sunk into the earth below them. It seemed like the clear idea was that the deer had staggered here and then collapsed into the brush. But no deer. Only the blood and torn up plants indicated that something heavy and bleeding had fallen there. My dad once again adjusted the ball cap on his head and moved up to investigate. "That's weird," Looked like he should be right here, he commented as he ran a hand along the bloody leaves of the plant. I don't think he could have gotten up after falling with a hit like that. John and I stepped forward to look as well. It did seem like something had fallen there. It had to have been the deer. What else was recently wounded and bleeding? John was the first to notice something strange. He had moved around the back of the brush and found an area behind it, trampled to the ground. Blood streaked along the leaves and the ground below before moving off into the woods, like something was being dragged. John waved my dad over, who took a look with a thoughtful gaze. You think something took off with it? John questioned. Maybe, but this quick? Doesn't seem possible. My dad sighed and shook his head. I stood back, both curious and nervous, the memory of a certain set of footprints coming back into my head. Let's take a look, John suggested after a moment. It shouldn't be too far. Curiosity must have gotten the best of us, and we began to walk in the direction of the blood streaks. These were very different from the splotches we saw on that day, or saw on the way here. Instead of the more circular splatters, each bit of the blood trail rolled along the earth in a curving line before it stopped, only to resume again a few feet onward. I didn't notice the chirping of birds and animals stop, or the cease of the buzzing of insects. I didn't notice the faint sound of something squishy being torn, and my dad must have heard it too, and he slipped the rifle off his shoulder as we all hunkered down and moved as silently as we could. I was the first to see it, and dear God, I was thankful for the brush, otherwise I might have seen all of its body at once in the daylight. In the distance, through the trees, appeared to be a creature crouched down over something. It was hard to make out through the brush in the distance, but I could distinctly see brownish black fur or skin and a muzzle. All three of us stopped and watched it in awe and silence. As I looked closer, I thought I could see that the fur only seemed to be in patches on it, and there looked to be blood starting to coat areas of it. It leaned over a bit and down into something on the ground, which was the deer. I could see a bit of those forked antlers sticking up. I also saw what I thought was a hand raise up, large sides of claws gleaming on the three-fingered hand before it lowered to dig down and tear more into the meat. I felt sick, like I was going to throw up. This thing made those tracks earlier. I knew it. Dad was looking off in quiet shock while John seemed to finger his camera, debating whether or not to take a picture. It was then that the creature snapped its head up, and I caught my first look at gleaming, bloodshot red eyes. It was staring directly at us. A screech then emitted from it, high-pitched and grating, like the vibration of the sound was causing part of its inner throat to tear apart. It then launched itself in our direction, still screeching that ghastly sound. My dad rose to his feet and angled the gun, standing as he yelled something to John and me. I assumed it was run because John took off. I rose and held my ground as Dad fired off a shot that I knew would miss. Through those trees and with a moving target, he'd be lucky to hit with a rest, but standing? No chance. The shot did miss, because the shot did cause the thing to veer off and into the trees toward our right side. That's when my dad turned and began to run himself. I bolted off with him, my heart jumping into my throat as I ran. I could hear the trees crashing on our right side, then our left. Could it really switch that quickly? That screech emitted once again, and this time I felt like that terrified deer running through the woods as impending death loomed over me. I don't know how long Dad and I ran for, but I felt my legs start to cramp up and my breath to wheeze. Dad wasn't looking too hot either. He stumbled and gulped in ragged gasps of air. His recent issues must have finally been catching up. Still, he pushed on, and I did with him. I never left his side, even as he slowed. Like hell I was going to leave him. while that thing was chasing us. I could tell he wanted me to push forward, to leave him and escape on my own. My mind went to a joke my dad used to tell of two campers, the one bringing running shoes. The other asks why he brought running shoes and if he expected to outrun a bear. His friend answers, "No, I just have to outrun you." Well, this wasn't a joke. I don't know how we managed it, but soon the two of us burst into the campsite, gasping and wheezing for air. Dad coughed and moved over to the car, leaning against it with an arm up. He coughed and spat as I bent over and gasped. I looked up to see him still coughing and lurching, and I felt my stomach twist. He wasn't doing well. Slowly, I came over and put a hand on his shoulder. "Dad?" I asked quietly. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," he spoke in a ragged voice in between coughs. I'm okay. Are you okay?" Still worried about me, when he was the one that looked like he would cough up a lung. "I'm all right," I reassured him before I lifted my head. That's when I realized something as I looked out at our solitary campsite. John was nowhere in sight. I stepped away from Dad, my eyes looking around the camp. It looked untouched, just the way we left it this morning, but John wasn't there. I looked back to Dad, who seemed to finally recover and push himself away from the car. "John's not here," I told him. As I looked around, my dad cursed and his gaze wandered back towards the woods, where that creature had been. My eyes followed him and I swallowed down some of the bacon and eggs that tried to come back up. "You think he's out there? You think that thing?" "We'll find him." My dad cut me off as we drew in a breath. "Get some fresh water ready for us, and some food. Make sure you got ammo," he commanded. I didn't question him. I moved and refilled our canteens with water and stuffed some of the quick snack foods we brought with us into small bags. I double-checked my ammunition and found my clip still full. I hadn't fired a single shot. Dad moved to the car and pulled out a box of .30 short mag rounds before setting up on the hood. The clip in his rifle came out and he replaced the 2 shots he fired swiftly before, oddly hesitating as he went to slip the clip back in. Instead, he turned to me and extended the clip out. "Here, son. That'll give you an extra one," he said firmly as I gave him an odd look. "Dad, what about you?" I asked as I lifted my hand to take the clip from him. He turned back toward the car and reached in again, soon slipping out his old .30 rifle. Without a second thought, he began to load it with ammo from an old and beat-up .30 box he had brought with him. I shook my head and came up next to him. "No, Dad, that gun's old. We're going to need power if we come across that thing. We have short magnum, Dad. The .30 is my gun," he replied quickly and curtly. "It's reliable. I used this gun for 30 years, and it still shoots like it's brand new. I know it, and there'll be plenty. Besides, you got the short mag." After loading the rounds, he turned and put a hand on my shoulder. "We can take care of it. Now, are you ready?" I looked away from him and to those trees. Those same trees, those same woods, which before this moment did not seem so dark or ominous. Even in the daylight, the trees seemed to suck up the light like a vampire, leaving shadows where a sickening, patchy-furred monster might be waiting to creep up on us and tear us apart. "We're going after John?" I asked as I kept my gaze focused on the forest, trying to pierce the darkness and hoping I didn't find 2 bloodshot eyes staring back at me. "We're going to get him back." A deep breath and I nodded before slipping the extra clip into my pocket. My hands went to unsling the rifle from my shoulder and I finally looked back to my father. "Okay," I spoke, my voice coming out much quieter than it meant to be. "Let's go." Our search began in late afternoon while the sun seemed like it was in a losing battle at staying high in the sky, journeying back into those woods while that thing was still out there, terrified me like hell. I had already witnessed it tearing apart that deer, and now John was missing. I secretly hoped he just got lost on the way back and we'd find him trying to get back to the path. I hated to think I was hoping that he was just lost, but the alternative meant that monster. I forced those thoughts out of my head and gripped my rifle tightly. My eyes wandered over to my dad as we moved. He stepped swiftly and carefully, eyes looking about him. Every once in a while he stopped and would just listen before moving on. I was glad that he had that hunting experience. It would really help us now. Still, I could tell he was nervous. The hands that gripped his trusty gun were gripping too tightly and shaking just a bit. Oh, Dad. I had that same fear in me, too. The sky grew darker, and still we searched. Thankfully, the most I heard and saw were bugs and small animals scurrying around. No creature yet. That didn't mean it wasn't still out there, watching and waiting. Suddenly, I saw Dad stop and bend down near a large tree. I moved after him carefully and as quietly as I could. He reached down and picked up what looked like a mangled remains of a DSLR camera. It looked crushed, the body smashed in and the lens broken off. Worst thing was, I could see the smears of blood that coated the camera and the neck hanger. I couldn't hold back anymore. I turned and retched. My body fell over as I let loose what remained of bacon and eggs in my stomach all over the forest ground. My dad didn't say anything. He just looked down and sighed. He knew. We both knew. As I knelt on the ground, trying to recover, I saw my dad rise to his feet and step off through the trees. A few long breaths and I pulled myself up after composing myself before sprinting after him. He walked for a ways, every once in a while glancing down toward the ground and then looking up. I didn't dare look. I knew what he was following. I didn't want to believe it. It wasn't long before the smell hit me. The coppery scent of fresh blood stung at my nostrils. I held my breath. No, this wasn't it. We're going to find a deer, a bear, anything. Not this, though. Not this. I tried to calm myself down. I lied to myself. We soon found John. My dad tracked the blood smears I refused to look at to a large one splattered against a big tree. He was slumped over the branches, hanging down as drops of blood fell down to the base of the tree, mixing with wood and dirt. I could only look for a moment before I had to turn away, but it was enough to see the gouge marks running along his arm that hung limply over the branch, swaying in the light wind, and the bits of flesh and intestine that threatened to spill out with just the slightest movement. My dad grimaced and curled his lip. He just stared up, and I could see moisture building in his eyes. He looked from the tree and over to me, and I knew what he was thinking. I knew what was going through his head. John's dead. My uncle and his brother-in-law is dead. And the two of us were still stuck here with the killer. I was in danger. I knew what he was seeing in his head. Dad saw me, hung in that tree, blood dripping along a lifeless body. He turned away quickly and reached a hand to grab my shoulder. "We're leaving," he said so quickly and quietly, it took me a moment to understand. Already, he began to drag me through the trees back toward camp. I moved along listlessly, in a daze at the recent events. It was getting to be too much. One of us was already dead, and we could very well join him soon. I bit back tears and moved forward. I wanted out. I wanted home. I wanted away from this thing. Darkness swiftly poured in. I didn't realize how long we were searching and how quickly night fell upon the area. As the darkness fell, our pace increased. Soon it almost felt like we were running back again to the camp. My thoughts wandered back to this afternoon. I nearly choked as the fresh memory of that creature screeching and barreling after us rose up in my head. I could almost hear it out there, running along with us through the trees, ready to pounce and rip us to shreds. I let out a sigh of relief when my dad and I slipped back into the camp clearing. He didn't hesitate. He took one last look around for John, and then moved for the car. "What about our stuff?" I asked as I came up behind him, motioning to our gear. We still had our tent, the cooking supplies, the food, and everything else we just had lying around. "We don't need it," Dad said as he threw open the car door. "It's all replace..." That screech. That screech cut him off. From the side of the car, I saw it. It burst out and reared up. I only saw it up close for a second, but it felt like more. It seemed to have enough time to see every detail. The reason why its brownish-black fur looked to be in patches seemed to be because there were parts of its black skin that looked diseased and rotted. It was tall and scrawny, overly scrawny, with bones that jut out in all different ways that made it seem like they'd tear through its skin at any moment. It had a canine-like muzzle with jaws that opened into thick and sharply yellowed fangs. It was reared up on thin back legs that ended in elongated three-toed feet equipped with 3 long claws that dug into the earth where it stood. A 3-clawed hand rose and smacked my dad in the chin, causing him to be flung back to the ground. The .30-30 rifle fell away from his grasp and landed in the soft dirt, a few feet away from him. The creature then turned to me, those blood-red eyes focusing on mine. As I looked up into its gaze, my mouth hung open in shock as it snarled down to me, sickly black-colored drool oozing from its jaws. I at least remembered my rifle and brought it up to point the barrel at it. The creature's arm shot out, hand grasping the end of the barrel end, which strength I didn't think the scrawny thing could have, wrenched it out of my grasp and chucked it away. I backed up and was about to turn and run when it leapt. I felt a heavy form crush over me, sending my back down to the dirt. I could smell it as it tackled and held me down, a stench of rotting flesh and dried blood assaulting my nostrils. I'm going to die. God, I'm dead. That's all I could think, as I saw it raise a claw hand up. A loud sound echoed suddenly, the sound of something hard smacked into the flesh of the creature. As it stumbled off of me, I took that moment to turn and crawl away, panting heavily before I risked looking back. I saw my dad standing there, both hands clutched together in front of him, after he apparently sent a hard haymaker into the back of the creature. I didn't know he had that strength left in him. The monster already recovered and rose back up, this time hissing and screeching at my father. My dad glanced at me, and my breath caught in my throat. He wasn't hoping to beat it. He just wanted to distract it, to get it away from me. My dad was going to let it kill him, to save me. The creature rose and struck out with those claws at Dad. It struck him in the arms, leaving 3 gashes as my father fell backwards to the ground. I needed to move. I needed to get up. I needed to run. He was going to sacrifice himself for me, and all I could do was sit there and stare as it happened. I pushed myself up with my arms, eyes locked on the scene before me. My hand brushed against something metal. I looked down to see my father's .30-30 lying next to me. The creature stepped forward and fell over my father, looming over him and pinning him to the ground. I yanked up the gun and readied it in my arms. If you can help it, son, always find something to balance your gun on. Don't ever shoot it just holding it, unless you have to. I adjusted my position, sitting down and raising my knees to rest the gun on them, like my dad did when shooting that deer. Dad yelled something at me. I thought it was run, but I couldn't hear it, over the sound of the creature hissing. Relax, son. Close one eye and keep focused on your target. I rolled my shoulders, forcing my muscles to relax, and closed an eye, letting the sight focus on the drooling head of that monster. The monster opened its mouth and screeched in my dad's face, drool oozing out and over my father as my dad shut his eyes and turned away. Now, when you're ready, hold your breath. Don't hold it for too long, or you're going to start shaking. Just enough. I held in a breath, the gun steadying in my hands as I halted my breathing for a moment. The creature's arm rose, claws lift, and readied to flay into my father. This was it. I'd have one chance. If I missed, my dad would die. And then, slowly, I squeezed the trigger down. like I was milking a cow. My finger slowly squeezed down on the trigger. As I tried my best to imagine what milking a cow must be like, the creature's claw hand fell downward, and bam! The shot rang out, and I could hear a sick crunching noise, mixed with that of a splatter. The creature howled and lurched off of my dad, its oversized hands grasping its head in pain. I could see what I thought was blood pouring out of the side of its deformed skull. It jerked around, stumbling on its feet before it turned and snarled at me. Then it turned and took off, running back into the woods. I sat there in silence, panting as sweat poured down my face, and soon my eyes moved back to my dad, who was lying there, not moving. Swiftly I arose and slid down next to him. "Dad!" I cried out to him. "Dad, come on!" He blinked and stared up at me before his arms rose and wrapped around me with a tight hug. I hugged him back and closed my eyes. We were okay. Both of us were okay. Soon, my father let go and pushed himself up to his feet. He glanced back toward the woods as a hand rose to wipe some of the foul-smelling drool away from his face. I... He began with a slight stammer before he lifted a hand and placed it on my shoulder. I taught you good, he spoke, and I couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. We didn't waste any time. The two of us got into the car and drove. Neither of us said anything until the car pulled out of that winding, bumpy road and onto something solid, the highway, nearly an hour later. I was the first to speak. "What do you think it was?" I asked quietly as my head turned toward him. "I don't know," was the only reply I got. "What are we going to say about John?" "The truth. He was attacked by an animal. We shot at it, but I think it got away." He sighed and hung his head. I knew he felt responsible for John. It wasn't his fault. It was that thing's fault. And nobody would believe it if we said it was a monster. So, an animal. It had to be an animal. We were silent for a bit longer before I spoke in a quiet, nervous tone. "What if that thing comes back?" I asked as my eyes focused on my father. "What if it follows us? What if it comes after us again?" My dad did something surprising. He smirked. And he shook his head. "I'm not scared if it does." That surprised me. I gave him an odd look, like he had finally gone crazy. "Dad, that thing took a bullet to the face, and you're not scared of it?" "Son," he began as he glanced to me, a confident look on his face. "You shot that thing in the head, and it howled and ran away. That means it was hurt. Means it was scared of getting more hurt. And if it's scared of getting hurt more," and that grin on his face grew wider, "that means we can kill it." And that is Hunting with My Father by Lupus Creepus of YouTube. Hope you guys enjoyed that little bit.
It's a nice there, bud.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. So it appears we still have a few minutes left in this hour, so...
Did you want to open up the Q&A app? I'm kind of dreading it at the moment because I'm not sure what everyone's going to have to say.
Well, let's give it a shot. We got some time to kill, so let's open up that Q&A and see what we have here.
Okay. I want to go ahead and go over this one while you're doing that.
Okay.
Current standings on the charity, we've gone up a little bit. We're gone to $3,169 at the moment. You might not be able to see that on the actual video just yet. It takes it a couple minutes for the video to update. But our grand total right now is $3,169. Guys, I went ahead and made a comment. If you want to refresh your pages there with an active hyperlink. Doesn't look like the hyperlink worked so well in the description, but there's an active hyperlink to the uCaring fundraising site that we're using. If you guys want to be able to donate, in the description, the link is still there. You might just have to copy paste it, but Yeah, we still appreciate, even if you can't donate, sharing around the live stream, getting as much attention for it as you can, and using that hashtag you see, hashtag uNIGHTed with the NIGHT. Take it away, Littlebot.
Roger that. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the Q&A questions we have here. I'm just going to scroll through them and just handpick a few of them here. Well, let's see. Will Mr. Creepypasta show his face? I don't know. Probably not. And I probably won't either. So there's your answer there. Who's going last? I don't have the list on me. I'm sure Mr. Creepypasta would be able to come up with that answer.
Going last, I think the very last person we have scheduled is actually for 11 a.m. tomorrow is Creepy Raven.
After that, so Creepy Raven is going last, so look forward to that. Are we reading new stories, or are they just rebooting their old ones? Well, I mean, so far, the stories we've read, we've either done or are already written and on one of the various websites. There may be some original pieces somewhere down the line, I'm not entirely sure. But we'll see. Quick, read meaningless. No, there's hardly enough time. And of course, that's definitely better to be read in a robot voice, which I do on my channel. So you can check that out there. Can we donate cash? Well, you can donate online, unless you mean can you mail your cash in via envelope. I'm not sure about that process. I'm sure MCB can come up with an answer there, possibly, but
No, the only real ways that we have right now for you to be able to donate is going to be through the U-Caring site. It's going to be the main one. I'm not sure if we have the U.S. bank account set up, but let me go ahead and find out that one.
Okay. I'm so freaking happy. It's great. That's not a question, but I'm glad you're happy. Let's see. Oh, it's updating constantly. Can't wait for Madame Macabre later. Yep, definitely. She's one of the best, I feel. Let's see. How do you all get into Creepypasta? Well, since I'm on board right now, I guess I'll answer this with a personal answer. I was nothing more than a fan about 2 years ago, and well, the whole robot voice thing came into the picture, and I saw that nobody else was really doing robot pastas or robot stories in a robot voice. I mean, there'd be one-offs where they'd sound like a Dalek or you know, a robot from like an 80s film. But I decided to give my specific kind of robotic voice a try, and that's how I ended up doing that. So that's my origin in a nutshell, I suppose. Let's see here. Hello, yep, hello. This is an awesome creepypasta. It really is. It was a little daunting at first because, I mean, if you're familiar with my channel, I tend to stay away from long stories because, I mean, it's just when I edit, it's a long process, and I know that the big guys, they do long stories too, and, you know, after doing this, you know, upon further reflection, it's actually not that bad, and I might do more longer stories. Who knows? I feel like I definitely will. But yeah, this was a great story. I really liked it, and yeah, you guys definitely check it out on your own again soon. Stand for creativity, not reality. That is correct. That is our slogan. Hello again. I'm happy that the girl is alive. What is everyone doing? Is great. Yeah, she's doing fine, and that's fantastic. She's going to make a full physical recovery, and that's splendid. And this fundraiser is going towards the hospital bills, as well as that Horizon thing that donates money towards people who are victims of violent crimes. So, there's that. I'm so glad that you are all enjoying the stream thus far. And if you're annoyed with me, then don't worry. Only 6 minutes left. Let's see. Hashtag United is our hashtag. So tweet that, Facebook it, however you like. Get that out there. I'm listening on my phone, but I can't get it to quit buffering so much on here. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Creepypasta, will this stream be uploaded at a later time?
Actually, as soon as because the way that we're doing this over YouTube, it can only be for so many hours. Then we're starting up a new one. Every time we start up a new stream, it will actually become available for anybody who wants to watch the previous stream again. So they'll be saved to the channel. So if anybody happens to miss it, they're still welcome to check it out. And the U-carrying will be available for up to a week after the stream has been completed. So if anybody missed out or isn't able to be here for the next 24 hours, then if they see the video later and they feel the urge to donate, they're welcome to do so.
Absolutely. Let's see here. How's it like being a narrator? It's like being a regular human, except that you record stories part of the time. Unless that's what you do as your profession, in which case you do it all of the time. There's nothing really much to it. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I want to personally thank all of you for joining us right now. If you look at all the narrator subscriber counts, if each one of them were to donate $1, we can make a world of difference. And that is true. From $1 to $10 to however much you like. Just because it's low doesn't mean it's not worth anything. Every bit counts. And no, MCP probably won't show his face, so please refrain from asking anymore. Let's see. What's a good story for a first-time creepypasta YouTuber? I'm so terrible at giving narrator advice, to be honest. I don't know. Probably something short, I'd wager. Because, I mean, the longer it gets, the longer you have to either stay in character, and then obviously editing is a big portion of it. So if you're new to that, I'd say stick to something short and manageable as opposed to long and drawn out. Let's see. I'm so spooked. True, yeah, we aim to please. Okay, let's see. I'll just run through the protocols real quick. Okay. Now, remember, you can always donate more funds at the Narrators United fundraising site. That's ucarrying.com/narrators-united. And, as always, you can access additional information at the Narrators United Facebook page. That's www.facebook.com/narratorsunited. And feel free to follow us at the Narrators United Twitter page, twitter.com/caringpasta, for further updates regarding the charity event. If you would like to support the cause through social media, our hashtag is #United. Now, my time here is running short, so I'll try to answer any last-second questions here. While we get our next friend in here, queued up and ready for their segment.
Surprisingly, he's actually here.
Ha! Good, very good. Let's see here. Quick, guys, we gotta kill a minute. Let's see, any more dwindling questions I'd like to see here? A lot of people are in school right now or just getting out, so the videos will be posted at a later time to be viewed and watched. And so don't worry about not tuning in right on time. The videos will be there to watch later. So let's see. I'm sad now. Yay! I'm glad you guys are very excited about this event here. How many people do we have currently watching the stream?
About 1,300.
Very good. The number is good. Hopefully we can get a few more. Yeah, definitely one up. And so that's good. I was afraid I would scare a few people away, but
Isn't that like kind of the point? You're supposed to scare people about.
True. I'm supposed to, yeah. All right. So it looks like my time here is up. But the festivities are far from over, guys. So you're doing a great thing by being here. And again, we thank you. I'll take my leave now, I suppose. Goodbye, friends. And remember, believe in creativity, not reality.
Okay, hi guys. I am Creepypasta Jr. For those of you who don't know me or my channel, you can go to youtube.com/Creepypasta Jr. and check me out. I am joined by the incredible musician Muji. He will be playing
Hell,
live
Junior.
for me. I'm really honored to be a part of such an inspiring and open-hearted. My thoughts are with the victim of the Wisconsin stabbing, and I wish for her to have a speedy recovery. Let's see here. The current total is at $3,184, so we're getting there. All the proceeds that are collected and donated are going to the victim of the Wisconsin attack and to Safe Horizon to aid victims of violent crimes. Those of you who would like to donate to the cause, please visit ucaring.com/narrators-united for more information. Every little bit helps, guys. And I just want to thank everyone for coming out and watching this and enjoying. I really hope you guys enjoy the show. Okay. I do have quite a few short horror stories. They're all roughly about 5 to 10 minutes apiece. Without further ado, I am going to start. Are you ready, Muji?
Anytime.
Alright. This first story is called Stay Away from the Darkness. Have you ever been alone in your home when you hear noises that make you curious? I have. Have you ever explored your home when you heard these noises? No? I have. Do you ever think there was something watching you? Did you turn around? I have. And this is my story to warn you. Never submit to your curiosity. It was a new house. My wife and I had recently bought it at an auction at a pretty low price for a newly built house. About 2 months ago, after we bought it, we had almost finished decorating all the rooms aside from the guest bedroom. My wife was out of town at the time this happened. I was just sitting in the living room in the dark, the gloom of my TV lighting the room ever so slightly. I never pay attention to the TV much anyways. I usually just sit there texting my friends or playing the crappy games on my phone. One night, I was doing this when I heard creaking noises coming from upstairs. I thought nothing of it. It's a new house, I said to myself. It's just the foundation settling, I said. The creaking kept getting slightly louder every minute or so, until it wasn't just freaking me out a little, but until I was getting bangs from the neighbors, thinking it was me making all the noise. So, I decided to investigate. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and stared into the darkness for a few seconds. Hello? The creaking stopped suddenly. I went back into the living room wondering what it was. I shook it off and got back to what I was doing. About a half an hour later, it started again. I was annoyed now, but still a little unnerved. I stood at the bottom of the stairs again, and again I said, "Hello?" A voice whispered from the top of the stairs, "Stay away from the darkness." "What?" I said, my voice shaking and my eyes widening. "You'll see." At this point, I was shaking violently. A cold sweat. I was never the tough guy or the hero, but something about this just made me curious to see what exactly was up there. Slowly, I started walking up the stairs, and when my foot touched the first step, a door slammed shut, loud enough to make me jump and cover my ears. After a few seconds, the curiosity grabbed me again, and I continued up the stairs. When then the voice whispered as if it was right next to my ear, "Stay away from the darkness." I kept going. I got to the top of the stairs, when I saw the light coming from under the guest. I got to the top of the stairs when I saw the light coming from the guest room door. I wandered over slowly, trying not to make any noise, and I reached for the doorknob. It resisted as if someone was holding it on the other side. Someone who was very strong. I kept trying to open the door until eventually it gave way. Ever so slowly, I walked in. And I found nothing. Nothing at all. The wallpaper rolls in the corner and the flat pack shelves in the other. I laughed to myself and giggled at how stupid I was to believe this. As I turned around, the door slammed shut. I ran over to the door and tried to open it in a blind panic, when all of a sudden, the light bulb above me exploded. Sparks and glass flew across the room until the room was completely black. Then the voice returned like it was next to me again. I told you to stay away. Okay. How'd you guys like that one? I liked it. All right.
I loved it.
Moving on to the next one. This next story I actually wrote myself, and it's titled Waterlogged. It had been decided that my friends and I would be spending our spring break out on the lake. We had been preparing for this for a few months now, and finally, the time has arrived. We loaded up our trucks and spent the few-hour drive pranking one another and generally carrying on like guys do. When we arrived at the lake house we'd be renting, the owner, a fragile-looking older man, handed me the keys. He also provided a warning. Don't use the lake after dark. As he took his leave, my friends mocked and mimicked the man, but I took the warning as a precaution due to the others having been injured or killed by swimming at night. The tension was quickly severed as beers were tossed about and food was being prepared. A couple of us immediately rushed to the lake, diving into its murky waters. Another was manning the grill, leaving myself and one more to load our stuff into the lake house. The rustic feel of the house was a welcome sight. Wooden furniture adorned with hand-knitted cushions, and decorative wildlife sculptures lined the room. After unloading our stuff, we headed back out to the lake. The two who already had entered were dunking each other repetitively. It wasn't long before our grill-side food was ready and drinks were passed out once again. Growing more intoxicated by the can, a few of us decided a fire would be the perfect way to kick off this night. The last bit of light from the sun ignited the sky in a brilliant fire-like color. This was truly the only way to relax. As the night finally fell upon us, I couldn't help but think back to the old man that warned us about the lake. Looking out into the rippling waves of the dark abyss that has become the lake, I couldn't help but stare off into the distance, overseeing its entirety. Just as I was about to turn away from the lake, I heard frantic splashing in the distance. Startled, I turned back. In the middle of the lake, although difficult to see, I could make out a person flailing. As if my body were engulfed in one huge reflex, I called out to the others and pointed to the person in trouble. Not taking any chances, I rushed along the dock and dove into the lake. The instant rush of cold water chilled my bones. It was a definite shock, but I managed to persevere. As I swam closer and closer to the apparent victim, he submerged. The thought crossed my mind that he had lost his strength. Taking a deep breath, I dove after him. The cloudy water provided no aid in my search. I reached out my hand as far as I could and waved it around in hopes of locating the person. Suddenly, something grabbed my arm. Relief filled me as I pulled them closer. But as they came into my view, I screamed, losing a chunk of oxygen. The creature was a ghostly white, smooth from head to toe. Its face only consisted of a blackened mouth that opened larger than its head should have allowed. The thing struggled against me, trying to drag me down to the bottom of the lake. I kicked and swung at it, trying to break free from its tightening grasp on my arm. With every attempt to swim to the surface, the creature pulled me further and further down. Feeling my last bits of strength flee from my body, I resigned myself to drowning. It was only when 2 hands grabbed onto my free arm that I realized what exactly was happening. My friends had jumped in to save me. They pulled me to the surface and dragged me to the dock as I coughed up water along the way. I was bombarded by questions about what happened and what that thing was. I simply looked at my friend, handed him the keys to the cabin, and told him, "Don't use the lake after dark." I spent the rest of the night in the truck. Okay. I really like that story. Lake stories, water stories are really good. Oh. Once again, don't forget to donate. Oh no. Something happened to the live stream?
Seems fine to me.
Yeah,
Mr.
it looks okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, on to the next one. This is the story of the thing that watches. Nobody knows what it really looks like, though some have speculated. Most people would go as far to say it doesn't even have a body. I've even heard a rumor that it doesn't even have eyes. You just feel this unnerving sensation when you're all alone. They say it's the type of feeling you receive after doing something wrong, breaking something in the house, getting caught in a lie, and knowing that something is looking for you. Well, the first time that I heard of the thing that watches, I was kind of intrigued. Some ominous creature that had a legend was truly fascinating. What captivated me the most about this retelling was that the person who told me had actually seen it. I figured that it was just some talk to sound cool or perhaps to intensify the story. It would actually help if a story was told in person. He told me that this creature only shows itself at night. I smirked at the ironic statement. He said that if you do fall into its line of sight, that this impossible feeling of hopelessness will rest on your shoulders. Not unlike a spider patiently waiting in its web, the creature will find a spot in your room and shift from one angle to another. The cracked closet door to the furthest corner in your room from your bed, to the window just slightly obscured from the curtains. It's the perfect hunter. I was told it takes this creature quite a while to find you, but if you are patient and you sit in utter darkness waiting for it, the thing will find you. You know, I wasn't sure what to believe. I knew it was just a myth, but something in my head just wondered at the 1 in 1 billionth possibility that it was true. I guess I was just overthinking it, but my friend who was telling me this had a shaken look about it when he told me. Either he was a very good actor or he really did have something messed up happen. After telling me the story, I found him looking over my shoulder at something off in the distance, before telling me he had to go. I looked back, and nothing was there, of course. It's been a week since I last heard about this shadowy predator, and being a slight insomniac, I progressively stopped using lights in my room. The TV was off. The lamps, even the curtains were drawn. The only light was my computer. I would sit night after night, my headphones blocking out any noise. Occasionally, I would catch that random need to glance around, not because I was scared, but because I just wanted to see what was there. There was no creature, no ominous feeling, just my dark TV, my desk, my closet wide open because I really didn't care. Just no creature. I began to suspect my friend of just making the entire story up. He has been known to mess with people and stretch the truth a bit, though I just couldn't shake the emergency in his voice when he told me about the thing that watches. Eyes so black you can't see them in the shadows. Skin so charred and dark, almost like that coat on the wall. How it never attacks, it just waits. This predator watches you like a sniper hiding in a nearby building, watching you for days. It's only when you realize that it sees you is when you gain the feeling. A feeling of disgust. A feeling causing a faint shiver run up your spine. One that makes you look at your darkened room again and again after you shut off the light. When is it going to attack? No one knows. Like I said, most of it was just speculation, but oh my God. Something just moved from inside my closet, and I don't know if I can make it to my door. What if it attacks? And that is the story of the thing that watches. Once again, I would like to note that we are at $3,233 thus far. You guys are doing an amazing job. Even if you aren't donating and you are just watching, please at least share this to your friends or share it around on social media so people can get an opportunity to watch this. We will be doing this for 24 hours, so there's plenty of time. Alright, I'm gonna just jump right in to the next story. This story is called Faulty Wiring. It wasn't long ago I noticed a strange noise coming from the air conditioning unit in the wall of my living room. At first, it was almost imperceptible from the other noises such a device would typically make. It started out as a slight clanking sound, only when it was first turned on. I had just accredited it to the age of the apartments and the appliances within. Realistically, they weren't all that old in the grand scheme of things, but without constant upkeep, things tend to break down and fall apart relatively fast. Everything in the place made at least some kind of noise. The washing machine shook, the dishwasher sounded like a jet taking off, and the fridge would kick on every few minutes and hum so loudly I'd have to turn the television up to hear anything over it. So you can see how it wasn't such a big deal for the air conditioner to rattle a little. So I put it to the back of my mind as just something that comes up with age. That was until it started making more and more noises more often. I first noticed it when I turned it on and the rattling didn't just go away after a second or two. I had better tell the landlord so maintenance can come fix this, I thought. After about a minute or two, it once again stopped, and the thought faded into memory. A few weeks passed, and I began to notice other strange occurrences. Scratching in the walls, the electricity flickering in and out, the occasional thump in the night. Again, things that all could happen due to the age of the wiring. Maybe a mouse had gotten into the walls, yeah, or perhaps a noisy new neighbor had moved in. All pretty explainable, I thought. Besides, I worked a lot and really didn't have a lot of free time to do much, so it didn't really bother me. But when things started to go missing in my tiny one-bedroom apartment, I started to worry. I hadn't been home in what felt like a couple weeks. Between work and friends, I was barely there at all besides to sleep and bathe. I figured I should just do a thorough search of the place and see where my things could have gone. The TV remote, a calculator, several pairs of socks, and one shoe were apparently misplaced. So I went through room to room, which was only 4 rooms really, and I searched high and low to find my things. And as I did this, I noticed more and more small, ineffectual things were also missing. That is so strange, I thought. Where could these things have gone? I hit the power button on my TV and sat down in my once familiar armchair, now a stranger in my own forgotten home, and noticed something. The TV wasn't on. I flipped the light switch up and down, but nothing. Oh, for God's sakes. This is getting a little ridiculous. I got up and twisted the knob on the stereo. Nothing. I went around and tested all the appliances to see if they were all still functioning. To no avail, as not a thing in the place was still working, except, strangely enough, the increasingly loud air conditioner. It came on with a loud rattle and ran that way for several minutes until it sparked. I heard a loud pop, and then it too died. Maybe the power's out and it'll be fine in the morning. Yeah, I thought half-heartedly. I had a hard time sleeping that night. The neighbors were especially loud, and the being without power made me a bit nervous. I woke up the next morning to find out that the power was still out. I took a shower, got dressed, and went over to my neighbors to ask if they were having similar problems. I knocked loudly several times, but no one answered. I decided enough was enough and went to the maintenance office to complain and hopefully resolve this issue. When I opened the door, the smell of stale smoke swept into my nostrils. The place was a mess. Papers and ashes all about the desk, peeling paint, smudges on the window, and a TV, displaying only static, was bolted to the wall. Sitting behind the desk was a thin, graying man who looked as if he hadn't bathed in a week. I told him about how everything suddenly stopped working but the AC unit, until it finally died. He gave me a sarcastic look, and with a gruff, he grabbed his toolbox and followed me back to my apartment. You see, man, I would have called, but for some reason, nothing seems to be working, and I don't think the electricity is out because the air conditioner was running and suddenly died. Well, we'll take a look at it, he said. He went over to it and unscrewed the faceplate and peered inside. He clicked his flashlight on and went to work unscrewing and checking different things when he stopped suddenly and pulled out a tiny device attached to a cord that looked like it didn't belong. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow. This yours? I couldn't even identify what he was holding. I don't believe so. What is it? It's one of those little spy cameras. You haven't been having girls over, secretly taping them, have you? He gave a sly grin. No? What the heck was that doing in my house? I was getting scared, and a little irate. He shrugged. Well, let's see where this wire goes, huh? He followed the wire with his hand and stopped to look inside. There's a little hole in here. It goes into the wall. He pulled out his hammer and got to work taking chunks out of the drywall and following the cord. I was freaking out. Who put that there? Was this dirty old man watching me? Are there more of those? All these things went through my head as I watched him work. Oh, well, that explains a lot, he said under his breath. What? What is it? I exclaimed. Looks like somebody rewired your outlets over here. He backed away to show me what he was seeing. But why? My guess? Stealing your power. You sure you didn't notice anything? His calmness put me on edge. I thought back to the odd noises in my walls, the thumping, the flickering lights. What had once seemed like such a normal thing had my heart racing. I noticed a few things here and there, but I haven't been here a lot lately. I thought it was just the old place. He gave me a skeptical look and continued following the ever-expanding bunch of wires and cables throughout the place. Some wires would branch off to more tiny cameras, hidden in vents and just in the shadows. One was even wired into the eye of one of my pictures. How have I not noticed these? My heart had started beating faster and faster as he discovered more. He kept going, and one by one, found all of the wires had been rewired into one central bunch that led into the bedroom. My heart stopped. How long have these been here? Not long, I'd say. We check all the appliances and outlets before we rent the places out. Well, where does it all lead? He kept knocking holes with his hammer and following the dreaded cables until he finally stopped and looked into the most recent hole he made with a flashlight. The space between the walls gets a lot bigger here. I think I can fit in and... Wait. I see something glowing just around the corner. He smashed a hole big enough for him to squeeze through and disappeared into my bedroom wall. He appeared a few seconds later with a grim look on his face, and his skin had gone pale. He was no longer the calm, apparently fearless man he was before. You aren't gonna want to hear this, but there's a little room back there. Bunch of monitors set up all over and all sorts of crap just scattered around. Like somebody was living in there, but no signs of them now. He swallowed hard. This place is starting to freak me the hell out. If I were you, I'd move. I packed my things and left for my mom's that day, not wanting to spend another second in that place. Over the next few days, the police came and investigated the whole scene. They found 20 different monitors, all linked up to VHS players in that little room in the walls. Surprisingly, though, no tapes were ever recovered, and neither was the thing that had been watching me all those nights. A few weeks had passed, and a box arrived on my mother's doorstep. It was unlabeled, but inside was all the little things that had gone missing in my apartment. I also found a dirty, ripped piece of paper with a barely legible message scrawled on it. I like your new place much better. Okay, that was faulty wiring. For the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna take a little break and answer some questions. Yeah, let's do a Q&A, short Q&A, so I can rest my voice, and so Muji, the amazing musician, can rest his hands, since he's been playing non-stop for half hour.
Alright, call me back.
Okay. Okay, let's see if I can pop open the Q&A thing and answer a few questions that some of you might have for me, or about the live stream, or about whatever you have. Let's see here. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for stopping by and showing your support and viewing this. You guys are so amazing. You guys are truly the reason we even do what we do, whether it be narrating, drawing, creating music. It's for the fans, and you guys are so awesome. Okay, let's see. Some of these questions are a tad bit personal. Okay, here's a good one. What got you interested in reading creepypastas? Well, this goes back 2 years. Actually, I was told a legend from word of mouth from a friend of mine. It was about a creature. I'm not going to say what, but it got me thinking, and I started looking around, and I kind of dropped it for a little while. And then one day on Facebook, I saw a post with the creature, a picture of him. So I clicked on it, and it led me to Mr. Creepypasta. And then I listened to I listened to a narration of his, and at first I was like, what the heck is this? What is this guy doing? And then I listened to it again, and I was like, wow, this is something I can do. And as long as, well, not as long as I can remember, but ever since I went through puberty, a lot of people have told me I should do radio and stuff like that, and I'm a big fan of the horror genre, so I figured that it would be a great outlet for my voice. So I jumped right in, head first, and it brings me here. Let's see. What is your best creepypasta? Oh wow. I don't like saying what my best is, because me as a narrator, I am constantly getting better and better with each and every narration that I do. And so to choose which one was the best, it's very difficult in my opinion. How do I choose which creepypastas I choose to read? I read them, and if I personally like them, if I mean, I know I'm not a huge writer, or my opinions aren't that largely affecting anything, but I like to think I have a good idea of what makes a decent story, and I choose accordingly. And I mean, not every story is someone's cup of tea, but you know, I'm sure there's a story out there for you. I don't think MCP is going to show his face. Maybe in the future when he's like 1,000. But okay, let's see. Moving along. All-time favorite creepypasta. That's a great question. It would have to be a tie between Psychosis and Ben Drowns. I love Legend of Zelda. Favorite thing. Favorite game growing up. And when I first heard Mr. Creepypasta narrate the Ben posts, I was truly blown away, and it is one of my personal favorites. And also Psychosis, which, if you haven't listened to it, I highly suggest you do. An amazing series. It really lets you take a look at the inner workings of the human mind and how easily things can affect it. It's just, I just really like that one. Let's see here. What story creeped me out the most? I'll admit, when I first started, a couple of these stories did make me look around in the dark a few times. The one that sticks out the most would have to be Mr. White. Breaking Bad? No. Mr. White, his story is... It's such a good story with an awesome twist at the end, and you really don't see it coming. It's it's personally one of my favorites. Let's see here. We are at $3,292 for the donations. Thank you all so much who have donated. Truly inspiring, and I hope we can really help the victims out and all the people who are affected by this tragedy. I just really hope we can, work together to help in a way. Okay, moving on, next question. I'm not sure if these questions are even for me. They're just questions posted in the Google Q&A thing, so I'm just gonna choose them at random. How long did it take me to gain such an audience? 2 years, and I'm constantly working at it every day, trying to get better, upgrading my equipment, finding better stories, which is difficult to do when you're competing with such great narrators like Mr. Creepypasta, and a bunch of others, you know, like Litterbot. He's a great narrator, and his robotic personas are just chilling, really. Any advice for an aspiring narrator? Just do it. If you want to be a narrator or you want to do anything within the law, go out and do it. And learn from your own experience. Make mistakes. Learn from them. Learn from your feedback if you're going into the entertainment, especially on YouTube. I know some of the comments are filled with, you know, just random trolls and hate and whatnot, but some people actually do give pretty good advice on, you know, whether your sounds are decent, if you need to upgrade your mic, whatever it is, people will let you know. And don't take it as a personal attack. They are actually trying to help you, which, I mean, I've always taken criticism. As long as it's fair and justified, I will listen to it. If you think my mic sounds choppy or whatever it is, I will do my best to fix it. Let's see here. If I was okay, I'm only gonna do a couple more questions, and then I'll get back to the last couple stories I have lined up. If I was launched into a creepypasta, what would I do? I'd run if I was launched into a creepypasta. Is my name based off of Mr. Creepypasta, or did you just pick a random one? It is. Admittedly, it is. I figured, if there's a Mr. Creepypasta, what happens when he stops narrating? Well, if he had a son, wink wink, then there wouldn't be an issue. And I typed in the name, and it was free, so I grabbed it, and I started doing it. Who's going to read next? I'm pretty sure Mr. Creepypasta will come back on after me and talk a little bit about, he may do another story.
That would be Creepypasta Kid is coming on deck.
Yes, but I do believe there has been some issues on his end. Not sure what's truly going on with that. Thanks, Dimension Bucket.
No problem.
Sorry about that. Let's see here. Okay, I guess it's been covered, all taken care of. Did I ever laugh at a pasta? The supermarket ghost. Funny. What inspires me? Okay, last question. What inspires me the most? Really, it's you guys. All the fans out there, all people who love being scared at night and love creepypasta, you guys are truly the inspiration behind what I do. I strive to bring more scary stories to you guys all the time, and I'm just so thankful to have each and every one of you who do follow me, and if you don't follow me, just being a part of the community is so amazing, and I just wanted to say that. Alright, and I'm going to jump back into my stories. I have one short one and one long one, relatively long. Alright, Muji, are you ready?
Can you hear me? Oh, there's a problem. Okay. Wait. It's okay. You can hear me?
Yeah, you sound a little scratchy, but
Now better?
yeah. Try
All right.
playing.
Yeah.
This story is Count the People. In 1979, my dad was 16 years old. He grew up in southern Arkansas near Spavnaw Creek, deep in the country. He knew that land better than he knew anything, but my grandmother was still hesitant when he asked to go camping at the creek for a weekend with his friends from the other farms around the area. After much deliberation, my grandmother finally agreed. That weekend, he and his friends packed up and headed to the creek. The group was made up of 9 teenage boys ages 13 to 17. When they got there, they spent the day fishing and playing games. It started to get dark, so they started a fire. As the sun went down, it got so dark that my dad could no longer really see the faces of those around him. He looked around the fire and began trying to identify his friends. He could hardly see. He figured out who most of them were, but he was confused by the number of people around the fire. He counted to himself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He counted again and again, trying to determine whether he had accidentally counted someone twice. After counting over and over, he began to panic. Who is this extra person sitting with us around the fire, he thought. He didn't know how to tell his friends. He was afraid that whoever or whatever was with them around the fire would be set off by him telling the group and hurt them. "Count the people," he said to his friends. They all muttered, "What? What are you talking about?" confused by him disrupting the conversation to say this random sentence. "Count the people," he insisted loudly. They sat there in silence for a few seconds. They realized what he was saying. They all jumped up and sprinted away from the fire. After about 15 minutes, they all made their way back to the fire. They all came back safe. None of them ever found out who or what was around the fire with them, but to this day, when my family goes camping with my dad's childhood friends, I can see them all looking around the fire and counting the people. Okay, that was Count the People. Alright, this last story, personal favorite of mine, and I guess I am kind of biased because I wrote the story. This story is called Buddy. I used to own a clockwork puppet. He was the best toy a kid my age could ask for. I called him Buddy. He did everything. He had a neat little suit, an expertly carved face, as well as a small area on his back for a clockwork key. His animatronics that followed the winding of the key were very simplistic, though, being a child, I found him very entertaining. Once you wind him up, the gears would click, almost as if they were resetting each time. His left eye would blink, his neck would click, causing his head to turn to the right, and his right eye would blink. I thought it was incredible that this toy seemed to be waking up from a long slumber. His torso would then twist from left to right, while his arms extended. You know, the best thing about this toy was that if you sat directly in front of him after performing his startup ritual, he will tilt his head to look directly at you. His mouth will open, and then would raise his hands as if to say, "Hello." Buddy was my best friend for as long as I could remember. My mother got it for me when I was very young, from a flea market. Apparently, the merchant there said that the toy was one of a kind, that the craftsman died shortly after creating him. The craftsman was well into his 80s, or so the merchant said, and fell ill immediately upon completing. The merchant also told my mother that he had an interesting backstory about Buddy. He said that the craftsman had never fallen in love, which was sad. What was even sadder was that he longed for a son. So, the craftsman pulled a Pinocchio and crafted this alluring puppet. Me, I was kind of a shy child, as my mother could see, so she picked it up right away. And on my birthday, I received Buddy as a gift. I remember that day so vividly. I received a few clothes and a board game, but nothing I received really shocked and awed me. Don't get me wrong, I was very content with my gifts, but that was when I took my presents to my room. My mother had snuck Buddy into my room when I wasn't in there, and she placed him on my bed. I'll admit, when I first walked in, the sight of someone sitting on top of my bed caused me to jump, but my mother was right beside me to tell me it was safe. From that moment on, every day after school I would rush home in hopes of seeing Buddy. Every night I would talk to him about my day. It was all of the best parts of having an imaginary friend without him being imaginary. However, one night, things got slightly unnerving. Remember how I said that he was a clockwork puppet that required a wind-up key? Well, one night, I awoke to the sound of gears turning and rhythmic clicking. It sounded like Buddy's startup ritual. I refused to move from my head. I had no idea what that noise was, nor was I dumb enough to go check. The sound abruptly stopped, and I took a deep breath. And I quickly rushed back to sleep. The next morning, I got out of bed rubbing the sleep from my eyes. As I was making my way to the bathroom, which was directly outside my door, I greeted Buddy with a good morning. That's when I froze in mid-step. You see, I have a small chair in my room, which was Buddy's chair, meaning I always kept him there when I wasn't playing with him. But the reason I froze, Buddy was sitting on the floor next to the door with his back to the wall. I paused and looked at him. His expression was still as plain as ever. Looking back to my dresser, I noticed his wind-up key sitting untouched atop of it. I picked him up and placed him back in his chair. So I got cleaned up, dressed, and decided that since it was the weekend, I would inspect Buddy a bit further. Setting him down on the floor, I winded him up and watched him very carefully. His startup was normal, aside from one small thing. He wouldn't blink anymore. His head would just twitch to the left and turn to the right without blinking. I figured it was a faulty spring or maybe a loose gear. I was sitting directly in front of him, waiting for the final part of the wind-up phase. Once his torso finished twisting, he just stopped and stared directly into my eyes. I continued to wait for him to move his hand or open his mouth, but nothing. He just sat there. What was odd about him just sitting there was that I could still hear the gears turning, like he was thinking. I grabbed the key from his back and made my way to the dresser when I heard a very distinct click sound. I turned back and his eyes were angled towards me. This toy was actually staring at me from his place on the floor. I dropped the key and ran from my room in search of my mother. She was sitting in the living room reading a book. I told her what had happened, and she said it must have been something wrong with the wiring or the gears like I thought. She told me to just put him in the closet and not to think about him for a while. Though, how could I not? He had been my only friend for as long as I could remember. How could I not think about him? Returning to my room, his gaze was straight, and the sound of gears had stopped. But I wasn't going to be fooled so easily, though. I quickly picked him up and shoved him into the closet. That night, I lost my best friend. That night, I met My worst nightmare. The day passed, and the night was slowly dragging into view. I refused to blink while looking at the closet. I knew he was just sitting in there, enjoying the fact that my fear was beginning to unravel my mind. Though as hard as I tried to fight it, the fatigue was growing. I felt my eyes become drowsy, my eyelids heavy. As soon as my eyes closed, I could have sworn I heard a click. Immediately, I opened them, to find nothing out of the ordinary. Not taking chances, I got up from the bed and turned on the light. I slowly approached the closet. All I wanted was to make sure he was still in there. Grabbing the handle, I paused to think of myself. I paused to think that there was no way that he could be that fast. Letting go of the handle, I sighed to myself. That's when I heard a noise. A noise would stop my heart and cause me to freeze in place. It was that clicking that I've grown to despise. Now, I expected to hear this noise throughout the night, but the noise didn't sound from inside the closet. It sounded from right behind me. I felt my palms become sweaty, my throat tighten. This newfound fear that I was no longer safe in my own room quaked throughout my entire body. Mustering some courage, I spun around, expecting to see those cold eyes directly in front of mine. Nothing. Buddy wasn't there. I began to ask myself if my mind was truly breaking, if I had completely lost it. It was then that I had to be sure he was still in the closet. Turning around, I opened the door. He wasn't there. I slowly walked backwards and sat on my bed, just staring at the closet with a pale face. Buddy wasn't there. The whole night, I simply rocked in place, checking the doors in every corner of my room. To this day, I still don't know where Buddy went to, and I don't know his intentions. But one year, when I was 16, I found his wind-up key in a box of old stuff. I was instantly rushed into a wave of nostalgia of my youth. I felt a smile creep onto my face. But that quickly faded as my jaw dropped as I remembered that terrible night, that terrible clicking noise. I placed the key on my desk and went out to hang out with some friends to get my mind off things. When I returned that night, as I sat down on my bed and my gaze dropped to my desk, the key was gone. And that was Buddy. Okay, got a few more minutes here. Once again, thank you all so much for listening. I truly hope you all enjoyed the stories I've narrated for you tonight, and I'd also like to thank Muji for playing his incredible music live for me. You are awesome, sir.
Thank you for being part of this great live stream and, yeah, all this great thing. Thank
Muji you have your own hour later.
Yeah, 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, where he will be playing his a full hour of compositions that he has created.
And
also,
a few covers.
I'd like to make a small announcement. Muji, you're releasing your album, right?
Oh, it's released today. Thank you.
Muji released his album today. I'm sure you can contact one of us to find out, or check his channel. I'm sure he has links posted to where you can purchase it or find it. Yeah.
Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Junior.
No problem. Once again, my heart and thoughts are with the victim of the Wisconsin stabbing, and I hope she gets better soon. don't forget to check out our Facebook, the uNIGHTed Facebook, for more information pertaining to the events. Those of you who still have yet to donate it and would like to, please visit the ucaring.com/ narrators-united and donate if you'd like to. It also does contain, the donation website does also contain information about the live stream, about the events, and what you can do to show your support. Every little bit helps, guys, and once again I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to come out and watch this live stream. I really think we're going to do some good with it. I have 5 more minutes here.
Please spread the word and use our hashtag.
Yes. Even if you aren't going to donate, showing your support simply by sharing it on all social media, Facebook, Tumblr, Twitter, whatever you use. Use our hashtag uNIGHTed, and get the word out there that we are hosting this charity event. Let's see here. We are currently at $3,385. It is slowly but surely rising. It's so awesome to see you guys giving to such a great cause, and I'm truly honored to have you guys as fans. You guys are really, really amazing. Let's see.
Just want to pop in real quick and say that last story you did, absolutely fantastic.
Oh.
Some of the other guys were hanging out talking about this, and I noticed behind the scenes we were talking that we were astounded at the way that you guys put together Buddy at the end there. The music and the story both meshed together really well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's all Muji. I mean...
You too.
But yeah, you wrote that story, man. Don't be so...
yeah, but, I mean...
Every time I was thinking about the Dead Silence puppet.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Somehow.
That's usually what I, kind of what I based him off of.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can see that now, because that was the name of the puppet, wasn't it?
No, it was Billy, I think it was.
Is it Billy?
Yeah,
Oh.
Billy.
It works out really well.
And I changed it to... Well, I didn't change it. I just created my own story off of it. It just came to me one day, and I just started writing. Yeah, that's one of my personal favorite stories.
Since you got like 2 minutes left, do you want to say, how do you normally write your stories?
Nightmares.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have nightmares of puppets?
Usually, if I have a nightmare and I wake up in like a cold sweat and the nightmare was really good, and if I still remember it, well, I have to write down right away all the key points, or else I'll forget it at the end of the day. Usually that I have been known to, especially during my during the spring break spooktacular stuff, I have been known to just sit there, open up the Word document, and just start typing, and a story forms. Like I did with Waterlogged. I pulled Waterlogged out of nowhere, and I thought it came out all right enough.
It came out really good.
But yeah, usually just nightmares. I've used up all my own personal experiences and other stories that I've done. So I'm all out of personal experiences. It's
That's
just
pretty, you
usually
have a
what
scary
creeps into
life.
my mind.
You have a scary life in that case.
Yeah.
What about, I want to know this one, since Miu, you're gonna have your own hour and a little bit later too, and I don't mean to cut into your stuff, Junior, but Miu, how do you normally write your music, by the way? Do you have any kind of like major inspirations when you do your music, or you're just like, that sounds nice?
It's both actually. It's half life experiences, like not nightmares, but experience of life. Sorry, I'm German. I try my best, and sometimes I just sit on the piano or listen to music and let inspire me.
That's pretty cool, guys. Okay.
Did we figure out who's coming up next?
Yeah, I've got a hold of Creepypasta Kid.
Okay.
So as you can see on deck, it's just switched over. Creepypasta
Yes.
Kid is going to be live, so let me go ahead and get him in here.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Once again, thank you all for showing me your support and watching me and taking the time to view my narrations. I am Creepypasta Jr. For those of you who still don't know me, you can look me up at Creepypasta Jr. On YouTube and find my channel. And I'm going to sign off now. Thank you once again. Thanks, Muji, for
Thank you too.
playing live. And I'm going to sign out. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye, Junior. I'm going be back at 5 a.m. tomorrow, and yeah, wish you a great time. Bye.
Bye, Mew.
Bye, Mew. Oh, for those of you who haven't noticed this one, while we're waiting for Creepypasta Kid to hop in here, you notice the DB down there next to me. That's Dimension Bucket. He's a good buddy. He's done some narrations on his own. He also has the Dimension Bucket podcast that he runs, and he's been helping out with some of the pre-recorded music when Muji isn't running live. So he's pretty awesome, and thank you for sticking around because you've been here for a couple hours now.
No problem.
Longer than everyone.
Yeah. I plan to stay here for 24 hours. We'll see how that goes.
Well, if you're not around for the full 24 hours, I'll pick it up. I'll just play off my iPhone to holding it to the mic.
Oh, okay.
That'll sound professional.
I will. That's
So
how
wait,
we
now-
roll.
Creepypasta Kid, I think he's probably just getting his Google Hangout ready. Looks like that creepy reading, because I know he's just hopped in here. He's going to be around helping out with a collaboration piece with Kid, so that should be pretty interesting. This can be the first collaboration we have for the 24-hour stream. Well, not besides the musical accompaniment, the collaboration we have with Mew. Let's see. I know Junior just read off the title that we've had. But like you said, thank you to everybody who's been donating, because I really, really appreciate that. Everybody's giving out as much as they can. Even if it's, just $1, we appreciate every bit of donation that's come out. And even since Junior's had his little speech when he stepped out, we've actually gone up. We're at 3,395 now. Go ahead and update the board. And it looks like we might have Creepypasta Kid here. He's muted at the moment.
He is, but he's here.
He's here. That's the important bit.
Yeah.
He hasn't said anything yet.
Hey guys!
There you are. Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. Take it away, Kid. I'm gonna go ahead and send you your stuff here.
Okay, and just to clarify, for your part in this little snapperoo we're doing...
I got it.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, whenever you're ready to start that little thingy.
Oh, you want to go ahead and get started then? Okay. Well,
wait. I forgot. I forgot about the little... Yeah, I spaced out for a second there. Okay. Well, for all you people who may or may not know me, my name is Creepypasta Kid. I have a Creepypasta channel where I do Creepypasta readings and try to keep it to that. And accompanying me will be my... he'll be my partner reading. He will be reading, obviously, with me, and his name is Creepy Reading. You want to kind of go ahead and introduce yourself?
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am That Creepy Reading. I do a channel called That Creepy Reading, and I read creepy things.
Okay, cool.
They call me Reading.
And then I guess we could do a quick, little 4 or 5 minute Q&A, yeah? Yes? Okay, alright, okay, so if anyone has any questions, then within 5 minutes, then please go ahead and post them in the comments. And yeah, that would be really cool.
For this stream, we have the Q&A application. The Q&A app is open. So everybody who's watching actually has a little link on their video they can click on, and they can submit questions. And you can use that little Q&A app.
Yeah, and thank you so much, everyone, for your guys' support. It really means a lot. We're so glad that you are out here today supporting us in this event. And we have the website. If you guys would like to go to that, it's www.uCaring.com/narrators-united-1866764. So if you guys
Or you can just look on the
It's in
screen.
it's in the description, and also it's showing up on your screen there.
yes, it is. Cool.
We raised
Alright.
$3,000 so far, so I mean, like, that's a positive there. That's more money than I've ever seen.
I don't know if these are recent questions, but we got how old are the narrators? And I want to personally thank you for joining us right now. If you look at all the narrator subscribers counts, each one done. Okay, cool. How old are the narrators? Well, I am 16 and reading. How old are you?
17?
Okay, cool. This is the first live stream I've been to. Okay. How old are you, Creepypasta Kid? I am 16. Are you actually a kid? Yes. Technically.
We can pretend.
Well, actually, I have a question. What will you do? What will you do when you're no longer a kid? Are you still gonna be Creepypasta Kid, or
I'm going to graduate and become Creepypasta Man.
Or he can pretend to be a kid online, like all the cool kids.
Yeah, sure. That would be creepy. Alright, you want to get the story started?
Sure thing. You want to get going?
Yeah, sure. Let me just pull it up real quickly. Okay, take it away.
Maestro, if you please. Oh, DB, you're gonna...
Yep, that's what happens when you press the mute mic button. Sorry about that.
On lonely roads and old highways, the blue man walks and jaunts and sways. A cold, black heart and ivory smile. He'll walk you down that long, last mile.
Franklin always liked to remind folks not to call him Franklin. No, sir. That's what his parents called him. Just call him Frankie. He'd lean in real close while he was saying this, letting you get a noseful of whatever he'd been drinking that last night. Big Johnny Walker Haywell ran the bar and you could always tell that he wanted to throw Frankie out on an ear. Frankie was always coming and drinking the cheap stuff and never leaving tips. And the man talked. Dear God in heaven, the man just never knew when to shut up. From 9 to 12, Frankie would just dominate his little corner of the bar with that non-stop talking. Sports, politics, religion, it didn't matter. His mouth would flap from sun up to sundown. Now, you see, that's just what I've been trying to see. You see? Frankie tapped the bar with his finger a few times, a sound that would grate on Johnny by night's end. Frankie's victim for the night was Joe Gamble, the only man unfortunate enough to be sitting near Frankie. Joe looked from side to side, hoping that someone might save him. Johnny wasn't about to end up listening to Frankie all night. Frankie would weave along the bar, following Johnny, holding his drink aloft. Frankie threw back the last of his drink, giving Joe the break he needed to get out of there. Joe darted off and set the restroom door swinging. Frankie looked around after he had finished his drink. Turning back to the bar, he motioned to Big Johnny. Johnny stalked over and stared Frankie down.
Frankie, I'm cutting you off for the night. Get out.
Frankie straightened up and assumed a look of righteous, drunken indignation, but it wasn't exactly a new turn of events. Okay, fine. I was just on my way home anyways. His hand flapped into his pocket and Johnny heard the jingle of keys.
Frankie, call a cab. There is no way you're driving home like that.
Frankie spun on his heel and fell against the bar. Well, you should have thought of that before you told me to leave. He stomped out of the bar, slamming the door shut behind him. Johnny sighed and went back to work. Not his problem. Frankie managed to get the car started and pulled out of the parking lot, doing so with great care, but still nearly backing into another car. He spun the wheel sharply to the right and managed to avoid it, and was on his way down the road. Headed down the highway, which thankfully was more or less a deserted area at this hour, Frankie leaned over his steering wheel and peered hard through the windshield, keeping his eyes locked onto the road with razor precision. His eyes locked onto the black pavement, and he slowly moved out of the lane into the emergency stop lane, and then the shoulder off completely. Frankie jumped as the car shook, the two right wheels kicking up gravel. The headlights caught a quick flash of something blue right in front of him, and Frankie slammed his foot on the brakes and felt a thump. The car now stopped, headlights beaming absently into the darkness. Frankie sat in shock and still in his seat, and sat still in his seat. A trickle of fear penetrating his alcohol-induced stupor. A man lay in the grass about 10 feet from his bumper. Frankie's heart started thudding into his chest. Did he hit the guy? Should he go check on him? Frankie managed to get the car door open after a few tries and left the car running to check on the denim-clad man in the road. But when Frankie got there, the man was already up and walking away from him. Headlights lighting up the back, Frankie felt relief through him. There wasn't even grass stains on the man's jacket. Hey guy! Hey, you okay, guy? I didn't hit you, did I? No response. Frankie ran up behind him. Hey, guy! Did I hit you? 'Cause I didn't mean to. I had a couple beers, I didn't mean to hit you if I did. Are you okay? You need to go to a hospital? Frankie grabbed the man by the shoulders with both hands and spun the blue man around. Black eyes. Frankie let go of the blue man and stared at his hands. He screamed. He backed away and fell over, kicking and scrambling away from the blue man who just watched Frankie, smiling, his teeth glinting in the headlights. Frankie managed to get back to his feet and ran, leaving his car by the side of the road, the light still illuminating the blue man. Frankie tucked his hands into his armpits and kept running and didn't stop until he reached his house. He kicked down his own door and burst inside. He panned and looked around the house, sweat pouring from his face, and his heart was a jackhammer. He ignored it all. He needed to get clean. Had to wash his hands to get clean. He needed hot water. He had to clean those hands, sterilize them, clean them. He went into the kitchen and ducked down, rooted through all the cabinets, pulled out a pot, and he quickly filled it with water and threw it on the stove, turning the burner on full. He watched the metal coil start to glow red hot, and the water bubbled and turned. He waited until the water had reached a boiling point and then thrust his hands in. They had turned red and blistered immediately under the water, but Frankie said nothing. He just grinned an empty grin and boiled his hands. The grin faded and turned to a snarl. He wasn't clean. He had to get clean. He threw the water off the stove and grabbed the burner directly. Steam rose from his hands, and he heard them pop and sizzle. He began to smile again, but that too faded. He removed his hands, and they were charred, smoking areas on the hot burner were in the shape of his hands. He stared at his ruined hands, the flesh still popping and smoldering. It wasn't enough, still dirty. He needed to get clean. He held his hands out from his body, as if they were dead animals, and tried to think. He brightened and went out to the garage. He kicked things over, threw things aside, worked himself into a rage until he found it. The gas can for the lawnmower. It was difficult, but he managed to get it open and pour a liberal amount of gasoline on each hand. He stood there with his dripping hands, and then realized he had no way to light them. He began to pound his fist against the wall, and stopped as a smile lit up his face. He ran around the back to the grill and found a small stick lighter. He scrabbled for it, got a grip on it, and began to click it. It was pointed at his left hand. There was a gout of flame, and suddenly both of his hands were burning brightly. Frankie smiled. That was much better. His hands were clean now. A year later, Frankie sat at the end of the bar, not talking to anyone. He used one of his hooks to pull a glass near him, and then drank the whiskey with a straw. That's how he drank his alcohol now. Johnny stared at Frankie and wondered what did happen to him the night after he left the bar. He had asked Frankie, but Frankie didn't talk anymore. Not one word. If he wanted a drink, he pointed. No more politics, religion, or weather. Just silence. No one knew why he had burned his hands off. It just happened out of the blue. Johnny shrugged.
I guess that's just the way things are sometimes.
Madness and death are his only friends, and with them he doles out grisly ends. For the one who stops and talks, from the blue man who forever walks.
Mick was always trouble, always in search of it, and always finding it. Deke and Hugh knew this, and they had been paling around with him since middle school. They'd gotten into some scraps over the years, boosting cars and selling them for parts, maybe stealing smokes from stores. Nothing big time. but it was enough to get them sent to juvie more than once. But then, Mick got sent up the river for a 2-year stretch. A cop had gotten him with more than 2 pounds of pot. That's more than enough to send him away with possession with intent to sell. Deke and Hugh weren't with him when he got busted and avoided doing time. And Mick obviously kept his mouth shut, because neither of them received a visit from the boys in blue. When Mick got back, he was different. Before, he had always drawn a line and never crossed it. Now he was mean. Rattlesnake mean. Always close to going over the edge. I mean, Christ, he nearly killed Charlie during that fight. And he was always going for bigger and bigger crimes. It wasn't just about having fun anymore, trying to relieve small-town boredom. Deke didn't know what happened to him on the inside, but it twisted Mick up inside somehow. The 3 of them were in Mick's car, heading down the highway, well above the speed limit. Mick was driving, and he had been silent since he had picked Deke and Hugh up. He didn't say much. He just sat like a lump in the back seat, hoping that someone would tell him what was going on. Deke sat next to Mick and kept looking at him from the corner of his eye. He wasn't paying attention to anyone but the road, and ignored all of Deke's attempts to start a conversation. He wouldn't even say where they were going, what they were going to do. Their nights lately just ended up with them driving all over the place, but never actually doing anything. Just an aimless wandering with no point. Deke sighed and settled back into his seat, but about to see if he could get some sleep.
What's that?
Deke sat up, straight. Mick had actually spoken, and he was slowing the car down. Wow, 2 exciting events in one night. Deke could hardly believe it. Mick pointed out a man walking on the side of the road. Big fellow, dressed all in blue. Blue jeans. Blue jacket. Hell, he looked like he was wearing blue shoes.
Let's roll him,
Mick said. Deke shrugged his shoulders. Anything was better than just driving around all night, looking for something that Mick could never seem to find. Mick stopped the car a few yards behind the walking man, and the 3 got out of the car and made their way toward him. He didn't turn around. He just kept booking it along the side of the road. Deke got a bad feeling from the guy, like he was spooky or something. Who didn't turn around to see who was following them? He didn't run, and he didn't walk faster. He didn't do anything. He just kept doing his own thing. People who acted like that had nothing to be worried about. Mick had no misgivings and shoved the blue man in the back.
Hey man, give us your wallet or we'll mess you up.
The blue man stopped walking. And turned around. Deke and Hugh couldn't see his face. Mick was blocking the view. Mick stared deep into those black eyes. The blue man smiled at Mick, and Mick smiled back at him. Then Mick began to laugh. Deke jumped. It was a bad sound, a sound that made your skin crawl. It was just so wild. Mick kept laughing, and then turned from the blue man, who stood stock still and said not a word. He just kept grinning. Mick pushed past Deke and Hugh and went back into the car. Hugh looked at Deke, and Deke just shrugged his shoulders. They both ran after him and got into the car. Neither one of them got a look at the blue man, and as Mick made a sharp U-turn in the middle of the road, Deke turned to see the blue man walking down the road. The next morning, Mick walked into the First National Bank in Hickory with a small sawed-off shotgun and a semi-automatic handgun tucked into the waistband of his jeans. Mick fired off one barrel into the air.
Everyone get down on the ground right now!
The security guard on duty woke up from his nap as Mick started yelling and reached for his service revolver. But Mick turned around and shot him point blank with the shotgun. The guard flew backwards and dropped to the ground. Mick threw the shotgun onto the floor. He pulled out the handgun and held it steadily on the teller as they dropped to the floor behind the counter. But one of the tellers moved too slowly for Mick's taste, and he shot her where she stood. One of the other tellers managed to hit the silent alarm as she knelt to the floor. Mick came around the counter and slammed his gun into the locks of the cash drawers. The tellers kept their eyes pointed on the floor, but one looked up and stared right into Mick's eyes and saw the pools of ink. Mick grinned at the teller with his white teeth shone, and they shone bright. 5 police cars pulled up, minutes later. Tires squealing and sirens blaring. Mick laughed as he saw them. He grabbed his shotgun and reloaded it. Mick stepped Mick stepped out of the door, firing both barrels into one of the windshields. He dropped the shotgun and pulled out the handgun from his blue jeans. 10 cops opened fire on him. He laughed as the bullets hit him and leveled the gun to the nearest officer. The officer leveled her own gun and fired as he did, hitting him once in the black eye. His head snapped back and his shot went wild, and Mick dropped to the ground. That night, Deacon Hughes sat in a bar while folks talked about that sumbitch Mick who went crazy and shot up the bank, and just laughed when the police shot him. One old man just leaned back and said,
That's just the way things are sometimes.
but Deke knew better.
And that's the Blue Man.
And that was the Blue Man. Hope you guys enjoyed it. So do you want me to go directly into the next story?
Let me go ahead and say this one real quick. The amount, since we started the story, actually has gone up. We're at $3,474 donated to the fundraiser, which is amazing.
Awesome.
Thank you, everybody who's showing support. If you guys are wondering how you can be able to donate or show support, there is a link. I went ahead and commented, so there's a hyperlink if you just want to click it directly, or you can copy and paste the link from the description if you check out the description of the live stream that's going on right now. And you've got other stories to do, yeah, kid?
Yes, I have The Blue Man by Michael Whitehouse. I mean, not The Blue Man, what am I saying?
We just
The
did The Blue Man.
Bedtime. Bedtime by Michael Whitehouse.
It's
yeah.
different, Blue Man.
I thought there was some deja vu going on.
I have The Blue Man number 2. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a sequel.
Yeah.
Bluer.
Let's go ahead and take it nice and slow. And DB, if you want to go ahead and hit the music. Kid, spotlight's all yours.
All right, thank you. Let me get this pulled up here. Bedtime is supposed to be a happy event for a tired child. For me, it was terrifying. While some children might complain about being put to bed before they have finished watching a film or playing their favorite video game, when I was a child, nighttime was truly something to fear. Somewhere in the back of my mind, it still is. As someone who is trained in science, I cannot prove that what happened to me was objectively real, but I can swear that what I experienced was genuine horror. A fear which in my life, I'm glad to say, has never been equaled. I will relate it to you as best I can. Make of it what you will, but I'll just be glad to get it off my chest. I can't remember exactly when it started, but my apprehension towards falling asleep seemed to correspond with my being moved into a room of my own. I was 8 years old at the time, and until then I had quite happily shared a room with my older brother, as is perfectly understandable for a boy 5 years my senior. My brother eventually wished for a room of his own, and as a result, I was given the room in the back of the house. It was small, narrow, yet oddly elongated room, large enough for a bed and a couple of chests of drawers, but not much else. I mean, I couldn't really complain, because even at that age, I understood that we did not have a large house, and I had no real cause to be disappointed, as my family was both loving and caring. It was a happy childhood during the day. A solitary window looked out into the back of our garden. Nothing out of the ordinary, but even during the day, the light which crept into the room seemed almost hesitant. As my brother was given a new bed, I was given the bunk beds which we used to share. While I was upset about sleeping on my own, I was excited at the thought of being able to sleep on the top bunk, which seemed far more adventurous to me. From the very first night, I remember a strange feeling of unease creeping slowly from the back of my mind. I lay on the top bunk, staring down at my action figures and cars strewn across the green-blue carpet, as imaginary battles and adventures took place between the toys on the floor. I couldn't help but feel that my eyes were beginning to slowly draw towards the bottom bunk, as if something was moving in the corner of my eye, something which did not want to be seen. The bunk was empty, impeccably made with dark blue blankets tucked in neatly, particularly covering two rather bland white pillows. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I mean, I was a child, and a noise slipping under my bed from my parents' television bathed me in the warmth sense of well-being. I fell asleep. When you awake from a deep sleep to something moving or stirring, it can take a few moments for you to truly understand what is happening. The fog of sleep hangs over your eyes and your ears when lucid. Something was moving, and there was no doubt about that. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. Everything was dark, almost pitch black, and there was enough light creeping from the outside to outline that narrowly suffocating room. Two thoughts appeared in my mind almost simultaneously. The first was that my parents were in bed because the rest of the house lay both in darkness and silence, and the second thought turned into a noise which had obviously awoken me. As the last cobwebs of sleep withered from my mind, the noise took a more familiar form. Sometimes the simplest of sounds can be the most unnerving. A cold wind rustling through a tree outside, a neighbor's footsteps uncomfortably close, or in this case, the simple sounds of bedsheets rustling in the dark. That was it, bedsheets rustling in the dark, as if some disturbed sleeper was attempting to get all too comfortable in the bottom bunk. I lay there in disbelief, thinking that the noise was either my imagination or perhaps just my pet cat finding somewhere comfortable to spend the night. It was just then that I noticed my door shut as it had been as I had fallen asleep. Perhaps my mom had checked on me and the cat had sneaked into my room then. Yes, that must have been it. I turned to face the wall, closing my eyes in the vain hope that I could fall back asleep. As I moved, the rustling noise came from under. As I moved, the rustling noise from underneath me ceased. I thought that I might have disturbed my cat, but I quickly realized that the visitor in the bottom bunk was much less mundane than my pet trying to sleep, and much more sinister. As if alerted to and disgruntled by my presence, the disturbed sleeper began to toss and turn violently, like a child having a tantrum in their bed. I could hear the sheets twisting and turning and increasing with ferocity. Fear then gripped me, not like the subtle sense of unease that I'd experienced earlier, but now potent and terrifying. I had raced as my eyes panicked, scanning almost the impenetrable darkness. I let out a cry, as most young boys do. I instinctively shouted for my mother. I could hear something stir on the other side of the house, but as I began to breathe a sigh of relief, that my parents were coming to save me, the bunk bed suddenly started to shake violently as if gripped by an earthquake, scraping against the wall. I could hear the sheets below me thrashing around as if tormented by malice. I did not want to jump down to safety, as I feared the thing at the bottom of the bunk would reach out and grab me, pulling me into the darkness. So I stayed there, white knuckles clenching my own blanket like a shroud of protection. The wait seemed like an eternity. The door finally, thankfully, burst open, and I lay bathed in light while the bottom bunk, the resting place of my unwanted visitor, lay empty and peaceful. I cried, and my mother consoled me. Tears of fear followed by relief streamed down my face, yet through all the horror and relief, I did not tell my mother why I was so upset. I mean, I cannot explain it. But it was as though whatever had been in the bunk would return if I was even to speak of it, or uttered a single syllable of its existence. Whether it was the truth, I did not know, but I was a child, and I felt the unseen menace remained close and listening. My mother lay in the empty bunk, promising me to stay there until morning. Eventually, my anxiety diminished, and tiredness pushed me back towards the sleep, but I remained restless, waking several times momentarily to the sound of rustling bedsheets. I remember the next day wanting to go anywhere, be anywhere, but in that narrow, suffocating room. It was Saturday, and I played outside quite happily with my friends. Although our houses were not large, we were lucky to have a long sloping garden in the back. We played there often, as much of it was overgrown, and we could hide in the bushes, climb in the huge sycamore tree which towered above all else. Or climb the huge sycamore tree which towered above everything else, and easily imagine ourselves the thrones of the grand adventure in some untamed exotic land. As fun as it was, occasionally my eye would turn to that small window, ordinary, slight, and innocuous. But for me, the thin boundary was a looking glass into the strange, a cold pocket of dread. Outside, the lush green surroundings of our garden, filled with the smiling faces of my friends, that could not extinguish the creeping feeling crawling up my spine. Each hair standing on end, the feeling of something in that room watching me play, waiting for the night when I would be alone, eagerly filled with hate. It may sound strange to you, but by the time my parents ushered me back into that room for the night, I said nothing. I didn't protest. I didn't even make an excuse as to why I couldn't sleep there. I simply, sullenly walked into the room, climbed the few steps into the top bunk, and waited. As an adult, I would be telling everyone about my experience, but even at that age, I felt almost silly to be talking about something which I really had no evidence for. I would be lying, however, if I said this was my primary reason. I still felt that this thing would be enraged if I so as much spoke of it. It's funny how certain words can remain hidden from your mind, no matter how blatant or obvious they are. One word came to me that second night, lying there in the darkness alone, frightened, aware of a rotten change in the atmosphere, a thickening of the air as if something had displaced it. As I heard the first casual twist of the bedsheets below, the first anxious increase of my heartbeat and realization that something was once again in the bottom bunk. That word, a word which had been sent into exile, filtered up through my consciousness, breaking free all repression and gasping for air, screaming, etching, and carving itself into my mind. Ghost. As this thought came to me, I noticed that my unwelcome visitor had ceased moving. The bedsheets lay calm and dormant, but they had been replaced by something far more hideous. A slow, rhythmic, rasping breath heaved and escaped from the thing below. I could imagine its chest rising and falling with each sordid, wheezing, and garbled breath. I shuddered and hoped that beyond all hope that it would just leave without occurrence. The house lay, as it had the previous night, in a thick blanket of darkness. Silence prevailed, all but for the perverted breath as my yet unseen bunkmate lay there terrified. I just wanted this thing to go and leave me alone. What did it want? Then, something unmistakably chilling transpired. It moved. It moved in a way different from before. When it threw itself around the bunk, it seemed unrestrained, without purpose, almost animalistic. This movement, however, was driven by awareness, with purpose, with a goal in mind. For that thing lying there in the darkness, that thing which seemed to be intent on terrorizing a young boy, calmly and nonchalantly sat up. Its labored breathing had become louder, as now only a mattress and a few flimsy wood slats separated my body from the unearthly breath below. I lay there, my eyes filled with tears. A fear which mere words cannot relate to you or anyone else coursed through my veins. I would not have believed that this fear could be heightened, but I was so wrong. I imagined what this thing would look like, sitting there, listening from below my mattress, hoping to catch the slightest hint that I was awake. Imagination then turned to an unnerving reality. It began to touch the wooden slats which my mattress sat on. It seemed to caress them carefully, running what I imagined to be fingers and hands across the surface of the wood. Then, with great force, it prodded angered between the two slats into the mattress. Even through the padding, it felt as though someone had viciously stuck their fingers into my side. I let out an almighty cry, and the wheezing, shaking, and moving thing in the bunk below replied in a kind by violently vibrating bunk as it had done the night before. The small flakes of paint powdered onto my blanket from the wall, and the frame of the bed scraped along it, backwards and forwards. Once again, it was bathed in light, and there stood my mother, loving, caring as she always was, and it was comforting, with a comforting hug and calming words which eventually subdued my hysteria. Of course, she asked me what was wrong, but I could not say. I dared not to say. I simply said one word over and over again. Nightmare. Nightmare. The pattern of events continued for weeks, if not months. Night after night, I would awake to the sound of rustling sheets. Each time, I would scream so as not to provide the abomination with time to prod and feel me. With each cry, the bed woke and shook violently, stopping with the arrival of my mother, who would spend the rest of the night on the bottom bunk, seamlessly unaware of the sinister force torturing her son nightly. Along the way, I managed to feign illness a few times and come up with other less than truthful reasons for sleeping in my parents' bed, but more often than that, I would be alone for the first few hours of each night in that place. The room where the light from outside did not sit right. Alone with that thing. With time, you can become... With time, you can become more desensitized to almost anything, no matter how horrific. I had come to realize that for whatever reason, this thing could not harm me when my mother was present. Now, I'm sure the same would have been said for my father, but as loving as he was, waking him up from his sleep was almost impossible. After a few months, I had grown accustomed by my nightly visitor. Do not mistake this for some unearthly friendship. I detested the thing. I still feared it as greatly as I could, almost since its desires and personality, if you could call it that. One filled with a perverted and twisted hatred, yet longing for me. Perhaps all things. My greatest fears were realized in the winter. The days grew short, and the longer nights merely provided this wretch with more opportunities. It was a difficult time for my family. My grandmother, a wonderfully kind and gentle woman, had deteriorated greatly since the death of my grandfather. My mother was trying her best to keep her community as long as possible. However, dementia is a cruel and degenerative illness, robbing a person of their memories one day at a time. Soon she recognized none of us, and it became clear that she would need to be moved from her house to a nursing home. But before she could be moved, my grandmother had a particularly difficult few nights, and my mother decided that she would stay with her. As much as I loved my grandmother and felt nothing but anguish for her illness, to this day I feel guilty that my first thoughts were not of her, but what my nightly visitor may or should do if it became aware of my mother's absence, her presence being the one thing that I was sure was protecting me from the full horrors of that thing's reach. I rushed home from school that day and immediately wrenched the bedsheets, a mattress from the lower bunk, removing all the slats and placing an old desk and chair of drawers and some chairs which we kept in a cupboard. Where the bottom bunk used to be. I told my father I was making an office, which he found adorable, but I would be damned if I'd give that thing a place to sleep for the night. As darkness approached, I lay there, knowing my mother was not in the house. I did not know what to do. My only impulse was to sneak into her jewelry box and take a small family crucifix, which I had seen there before. While my family was not very religious at that age, I still believed in God and hoped that somehow this would protect me. Although fearful and anxious, while gripping the crucifix under my pillow tightly in one hand, sleep eventually came as I drifted off to dream. I hoped that I would be awakened in the morning without incidents. Unfortunately, that night was the most terrifying of all. I woke gradually. The room was once again dark, and as my eyes adjusted, I could gradually make out the window and the door and the walls, some toys on a shelf, and even to this day, I shudder to think of it. There was no noise, no rustling sheets, no movement at all. The room felt lifeless, yet not empty. The nightly visitor, that unwelcome, wheezing, hate-filled thing that had terrorized me night after night, was not in the bottom bunk. It was on my bed. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Utter terror had shaken the very sound from my voice. I lay motionless. If I could not scream, I did not want to let it know I was awake. I had not yet seen it. I could only feel it. It was obscured under my blanket. I could see its outline, and I could feel its presence, but I dared not to look. The weight of it pressed down on top of me, a sensation I will never forget. When I say that hours passed, I do not exaggerate. Laying there motionless in the darkness, I was every bit scared and frightened I was every bit scared and a frightened young boy. If it had been during the summer months, it would have been light by then. But the grasp of winter is long and unrelenting, and I knew it would be hours before sunrise, a sunrise which I yearned for. I was a timid child by nature, but I reached a breaking point, a moment where I could wait no more, where I could survive under this intimately deviant abomination no longer. Fear can sometimes wear you out, make you a shell of nerves leaving only the slightest trace of you behind. I had to get out of that bed. Then I remembered the crucifix. My hand still lay underneath the pillow, but it was empty. I slowly moved my wrist around to find it, menacing as best as I could the sound and vibrations caused. But it could not be found. I had either knocked it off the top of my bunk, or it had, I couldn't even bear to think about it, being taken from my hand. Without the crucifix, I lost any sense of hope. Even at a young age, you can barely acute aware of what death is, and I was intensely frightened of it. I knew I was going to die in that bed if I lay there, dormant, passive, and doing nothing. I had to leave that room behind, but how? How should I leap from that bed and hope that I make it to the door? What if it's faster than me? Or should I slowly slip from the top bunk, hoping to not disturb my uncanny bedfellow? Realizing that it had not stirred when I moved, trying to find the crucifix, I began to have the strangest of thoughts. What if it was asleep? It hadn't so much as breathed since I had woken up. Perhaps it was resting, believing that it had finally gotten me, that I was finally in its grasp. Or perhaps it was toying with me. After all, it had been doing this for countless nights, and now, with it under me, pinned against my mattress with no mother to protect me, maybe holding off, surveying its victory until the last possible moment, like a wild animal savoring its prey. I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible, and mustering every ounce of courage I could, I reached over slowly with my right hand and began to peel the blanket off of me, what I found under those covers almost stopped my heart. I did not see it, but as my hand moved, the blanket, it brushed against something smooth and cold, something which felt unmistakably like a gaunt hand. I held my breath in terror, as I was sure it must now have known that I was awake. Nothing. It did not stir. It felt dead. After a few moments, I placed my hand carefully further down the blanket and felt a thin, poorly formed forearm. My confidence and almost twisted sense of curiosity grew as I moved down further, desperately larger bicep muscle. The arm was outstretched, lying across its chest, with the hand resting on my left shoulder as if it had grabbed me in my sleep. I realized that I would have to move this cadaverous appendage if I was even so much to happen to escape its grasp. For some reason, the feeling of torn, ragged clothing on the shoulder of this nighttime endeavor stopped me in my tracks. Fear once again swelled in my stomach and in my chest as I recoiled my hand in disgust at the touch of the straggled, oily hair. I could not bring myself to touch its face, although I wonder to this very day what it would have felt like. Dear God, it moved. It was subtle, but its grip on my shoulder and across my body strengthened. No tears came, but God, how I wanted to cry. And as my hand and arm slowly coiled around me, my right leg brushed against the cool wall which my bed lay against. All of that happened to me in that room, and this was the strangest. I realized that this clutching, rancid thing that drew delight from violating a young boy's bed was not entirely on top of me. It was sticking out from the wall, like a spider striking from its lair. Suddenly, its grip moved from a slow tightening to a sudden squeeze. It pulled and clawed at my clothes as if frightened that the opportunity would soon pass. I fought against it, but its emaciated arm was too strong for me. Its head rose up, withering and contorting under the blanket. I now realized where it was talking to me into the wall. I now realized where it was taking me, into the wall. I fought for my dear life. I cried, and suddenly my voice returned to me, yelling and screaming, but no one came. Then I realized I was so eager to suddenly strike. Why this thing had to have me now? Through my window, that window which seemed to represent so much malice from the outside, streaked hope. For the first rays of sunshine, I shrugged further, knowing that if I could just hold on, it would be gone soon. As I fought for my life, the unearthly parasite shifted, slowly pulling itself up to my chest. I heard now poking out its head now poking out from under the blanket, wheezing, coughing, and rasping. I do not remember its features. I simply remember its breath against my face, foul and as cold as ice. As the sun broke over the horizon, that dark place, that suffocating room of contempt was washed and bathed in sunlight. I passed out as its scrawny fingers encircled my neck, squeezing the very life from me. I awoke with my father offering to make me some breakfast. A wonderful sight indeed. I had survived the most horrible experience of my life until then, and now I moved the bed away from the wall, leaving behind the furniture I had believed would stop the thing from taking a bed. Little did I think that it would try to take mine and me. Weeks passed without incident. Yet on one cold, frostbitten night, I awoke to the sound of the furniture where the bunk's beds used to be vibrating violently. In a moment, it passed. I lay there, sure I could hear a distant wheezing coming deep within the wall. It finally faded into the distance. I have never told anyone this story before. To this day, I still break out in cold sweat at the sound of bedsheets rustling at night, or a wheeze brought on by a common kid, and I certainly never sleep with my bed against the wall. Call it superstition, if you will, but as I said, I cannot discount the controversial... I cannot discount the conventional explanations such as sleep paralysis, hallucination, or that of an overactive imagination, but what I can say is this. The following year, I was given a larger room on the other side of the house, and my parents took that strangely suffocating, elongated place as their bedroom. They said that they didn't need a large room, just one big enough for a bed and a few things. They lasted 10 days, and we moved on the 11th. And that was Michael Whitehouse's Bedtime.
Nice.
Man, I'm not having bedtime tonight.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a quick drink of something, and then I'll start my next one.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and catch everybody up with what's going on then on the stream. So right now, we are at $3,504. Everybody's still going through and donating, which I really appreciate. Thank you so much, guys, who are still sticking around and listening to stories and watching the stream and such. In case you missed it, or you didn't see there on your screen, I'm here with Creepypasta Kid, and also that creepy reading is in here also for some collaboration voices. I'm, of course, Mr. Creepypasta. You probably know that since you're already on the video. But this is the charity stream that we're going to be running for the victim of the Wisconsin attack, the stabbing that took place a week ago here. And so all the funds we're raising are going to be going to the family of the victim, or going to the victim technically, and also going to be going over to Safe Horizon, safehorizon.org, and they're an organization that's dedicated to aiding victims, aiding the recovery of victims of violent crimes.
Out of curiosity, what is our goal?
Our goal is 20,000. If you take a look at the link in the description or one of the comments that I've thrown in there, it's a hyperlink to the ucaring.com/narrator /nonprofits/narrators -u-united. You can see the same link that we've got here on the video. You can be able to see where we are at, as well as the goal that we have, and our goal is $20,000. So we're well on our way there. We're 15% of our goal, or over 15% of our goal. So any amount of support that anybody's able to give, even if it's $1, is greatly appreciated. And I mean, if you're not able to donate, that's fine too. Sharing this video, sharing the stream, the charity website, and using that hashtag that we've got showing up there, hashtag uNIGHTed, NIGHT, is really appreciated. Oh, Kid, were you back yet? You get your drink?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
What did you have lined up? Since we got about 15, well, we got about 12 minutes left in your slot here. Do you have a short
I was
story,
gonna
or you wanna
do
go
Last time Deepwood?
the last time Deepwood, but I believe that's about 20 minutes, right? So I'm just gonna.
38 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's gonna be a little bit long there.
So let me just pull up a quick story. I'll do one that I've done on my channel before. That way I know it's okay. Is the couch should be okay, right? There's nothing too bad on that one. So
The couch might not be quite what we're going for. Did you want to try using one of the shorter ones? I got a nice troll pasta if you want to do one of those.
Oh, yes,
Ooh.
please.
Oh, hey.
Give
Those are
me
fine.
just a sec. Yeah, and then we're gonna move on to, because I see you're already ready and raring to go, aren't you, Giggles? So
Seriously, I'm like, she just got her microphone like in her mouth.
no, she's good.
Oh,
Give me just a second. Let me go ahead and get the story ready for you.
I was
Okay.
like, there's a microphone in my mouth?
You're
There's
good.
one in my
Hang
mouth
on.
too.
Troll.
It's called her voice.
Well,
I think you mean it's very
Let me
close.
get you one of these.
Recording with the power of the imagination.
This is
Is
a
it
good
very
5-minute
close?
one, and I'm just gonna go ahead and send it over to you, kid.
okay, yeah. While he's sending the link, is my volume okay? Just checking.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay,
Yeah,
it sounds great.
fantastic. It's working.
Okay.
We rock this dimension, kid.
Go right
Everybody.
ahead there, kid. I went ahead and sent you a link.
All right, is it over Skype?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kid, you want some Panera Bread music?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay.
We want elevator music.
Yes, elevator music.
Okay,
Actually, you
elevator
know what?
music?
Wait, this is a troll pasta, so let's do the Panera Bread music.
Panera Bread music? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get
Oh,
out.
this is a haunting most Mario. Goodness gracious.
A haunting most Mario. You got about 10 minutes, so let's go ahead and get this one going. Then we can get morals and virtues, or as we call her, Giggles, started on her hour as well. So
Try not to bleed hyper realistically.
All right,
Go for
I'll
it. Have
start
fun,
this
kid.
whenever the music starts. Thank you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Once, I wanted to play Mario, but I didn't have a Nintendo for it. Okay, look, I was at the flea market. This old man I saw had Mario and NES, but the label was not there. The man said it was owned by a dead kid named Jim. I said, whatever, because, like, I was so eager to play Mario on my new NES. I plugged it in and everything seemed normal. I played World 1-1 and did it. Then, I tried the old warp pipe trick, and when I got into the pipes, instead of the usual text that said, "Welcome to Warp Zone," it said, "Welcome to Scary Hell Place." I thought it was weird. I said whatever, and I used the farthest pipe into the screen that showed the world's Death World 666. The graphics seemed to be off a little bit, and it sounded like screams happening from the game. It was super scary, but I wasn't scared. I kept on playing. After a while, I hit a place that was impossible to pass because of spikes. So I had to die. Oh man. I kept trying until my lives were at 0. I thought the game was over, but Mario came back. And this time, it looked like his face was bloody. As I started playing the level, it turned into a hidden cloud level and looked like Mario had angel wings. A super spooky digital voice came out of the Nintendo that sounded like it said, "No hope." As I was about to grab a mushroom, the screen went black. I reset the NES and came up. This time, the title screen was different, and Mario's face was bloody. I was scared. It scared me so much that I reset it again. As it came on the digital voice, it said, "You can't run from the funk." The screen was so hyper-realistic, and it showed Mario again, only this time, his face was me, and my family's faces, we were all skeletons. It was so hyper-realistic, I couldn't believe it. I was compelled to try the game again. This time, I started it. As the first Goomba walked towards Mario, Mario turned towards the screen and started screaming, "No mas! No mas!" It sounded like a high-quality CD audio. Also, blast processing. I screamed and turned the game off. I put it away. Later that week, I noticed my family acting distantly. I decided to research Mario games and found out that Mario was in a secret game that was only released in 2 arcades on Friday the 13th on June 6, 1997. It seemed so weird. I started playing video games again. I decided to put in the Mario game again. I loaded it up and saw my save file. I clicked it, and Mario said, "Stop playing my game." I didn't take his warning, and I played anyways. I got up to the Bowser level, and I won. But when I got to Peach, there was Toad there instead, and he said, Peach is dead. Then a ghost face came up, and it had a lady's face, and Princess Peach is a lady. I reset the game for the last time. I opened up my save file, and I changed it from my name. It said, Jim died, bro. Ah! Then, my mom walked in, and she screamed. I was dead the whole time. Guess what? My name was Jem. So anyways, I know if any of you guys have experienced anything like that, it might have just been a bad dream. And anyway, Mom sold the cartridge at a yard sale, so I don't have it anymore. But you should believe me. But you should believe me because it's true. I'm like, yeah, that was
Channeling Jeff Goldblum there, man.
Jeff Goldblum. We're like,
Oh, I love it.
More like Christopher Walken.
what are you
And
talking
Princess
about?
Peach is a lady. That was funny.
You were like, but I don't know. Just there's a part where I could not help but think Jeff Goldblum was hilarious. I like how you use that accent too.
What accent?
Jim
I've never
died,
heard that
bro.
one before. Oh yeah,
Oh,
you did
man.
do that.
That was
Creepypasta
comedy
man
gold
be
right
dead,
there.
yo.
Especially the way that kid like read it, because you should totally believe me, bro, dude. That was so funny.
Exactly.
I never heard that one before. That was it's called A Haunting with
Didn't
Mario.
you read that? MCP?
He hopped out for a second. I'm sure he'll be back in a
Okay.
bit though. You have any? Anybody here have any last minute questions?
We could pretend.
You can pretend.
We could pretend to ask
Giggles, you got a question for Kid?
Why did you name yourself Kid? Oh.
Because I'm a kid and
Yeah, you
stop
are.
teasing me.
He's really creative.
Haha.
Yeah, I am really
Creative.
creative.
So what's
I
your
think he's a
favorite
really
color?
good. I think he's a really creepy kid, which is why I think he called him
Oh.
Creepypasta Kitten.
Yeah.
We should start a club.
The
should start a club.
Creepypasta Kitten clubs.
Wait a
I
minute.
already
wait
started a
minute.
club with a few other narrators. It's called the Club Club.
The club.
It's a
You
club
should
about having
join.
clubs.
Yes, it's
Yeah?
a club for either carrying clubs or joining a club while carrying clubs. While being
Exactly.
named club.
Clubbers.
Clubbers.
And your favorite card suit is always clubs.
And here's Mr. Creepypasta.
We actually had to
surprised.
remove some people. They didn't like the clubs, on the cards, and we had to remove them for that.
Yeah, as a casino dealer, I'm a heart spade person myself.
Man,
Wait a
can't
minute.
have you in the clubs.
Kid, you said that you were creative?
Creative.
Creative?
I think
guess,
you're creative.
So tell me, kid, what's your least favorite color?
Yeah. My least favorite color is... I don't know.
And it's orange. Creeps me out, man.
I do not know. I don't. How do you even choose a least favorite? How do you...
He has so many favorites.
Magenta.
Magenta.
That's what I hate.
That's not the
Magenta's
right
like
color.
trying to... It's trying too hard to be like pink.
MCP, you there?
Magenta's just a pink imposter?
It's just a poser.
Yes, I am. Sorry about
It's a
that. Brief internet
cozy
hiccups on my
poser.
end.
No
But,
problem.
We're back here. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and let's see. Let's go ahead and switch over because it shows right here that we've got Creepypasta Kid is still gonna be on deck. Is still live at the moment, but we've got Morals and Virtues, or like I said earlier, as we call her, Giggles, is currently set up for us the next 2 minutes. Kid, or
Yeah?
that creepy reading. Did you guys have anything you wanted to say real quick before we switch over to Giggles?
I would like to thank anyone who's donated any money to this charity. It's a really great thing that we're doing today, and it's really great that we actually managed to get everyone in this one thing, able to generate all this art, all the stories, and all this attention for this great cause that we're doing. I'd like to thank everyone for that.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you so much for having me be a part of this. I really liked it, and I want to thank Reading for reading some lines with me, and yeah, I mean, I also want to thank everybody who's donated, and it's definitely a great cause. And I guess we'll wrap it up by saying we'll see you guys next year.
Don't
All
forget
right,
to
guys.
sit back,
Thanks for
relax, and prepare to be scared.
yep. Thanks for hopping in, guys.
Thank you.
And we're gonna go ahead and hand this one off to Morals and Virtues.
All right.
All
Hi,
right.
friends.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Have a
nice
good
day.
mythical morning.
Bye. Have a beautiful
I'm
day.
Trademark.
Bye, guys.
All right.
So go
Hi,
ahead
friends.
and take it away, Gigs.
Yeah, my name is like what Mr. Creepypasta said. I call him Mr. Pasta. My name is Giggles. Although my YouTube channel username is Morals and Virtues. I just want to thank everybody for listening to the live stream and showing their support. I think currently we have how much money? 3,504.
Current
Just
grand
such an
total
awkward.
is 3,504. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. That's fantastic. I'm like, that makes me happy. Alright, so the funds are going to the victim of the Wisconsin attack and also to Safe Horizon to aid the victims of violent crimes, and this means so much to us, and I encourage all of you guys to donate and, excuse the pun, but spread the word of the link and stuff with the donation link and also the stream under hashtag uNIGHTed. Night is like, when it gets dark and it's no longer morning. Also, the link to the charities in the description of this video. It's under the You Caring link. And yeah, also I wanted to share a favorite Bible verse of mine, if that's alright. It's 1 John 4:19, which says, we love because he first loved us. And I can't speak for all of the other narrators what they think about Bible verses, but personally, I can't speak for everybody saying that this is like a big act of love because we don't even know this girl. I've been praying for her nonstop. Like, believe me, I'm like, oh dear God, please be with this little girl. And I just love how this community can pull together and show that we really do love this person, that we want to show them that we care, and also that, standing for creativity is a lot better than forcing yourself into thinking about, that being reality and whatnot. Also, because my username is Morals and Virtues, one moral that I would like to share with you guys quickly is love is like a season as in like spices, and that we should season everything with love like salt with meat. That's what I gotta say. So what I'm going to do for you lovely people today who are watching is I'm going to narrate 3 short creepypastas. The first one is not written by me. I never found out who it was written by, and the last 2 are narrated by me and written by me. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then afterwards I got some songs to play for you guys, all according to the theme. And after that, I'm going to have a very short Q&A, and then I'll hand it off to the next narrator. So, yeah. Alright. So right now I'm going to read Cabinets. Mr. Pasta, should I wait for the music?
If you want to go ahead and do stories, DB?
I'm gonna go ahead and kick off the music. Here we go.
Okay,
You
okay.
want any specific mood?
No, it's okay.
Okay,
It's just,
anything? All right.
they're just eerie. They're not
Here we
that
go.
bad.
Go right ahead, Giggles.
Every family in every town on every continent has one. It's a cabinet. Not particularly odd or out of place. The paint was peeling on the corners, and the knob was a bit loose. The inside smelled like dust, and the paint wasn't the same as the kitchen walls. You hid in there once during a game of hide and seek. No one told you it doesn't open back into your reality. Don't worry, you can't tell once, but everybody misses you. That was the first one. They're all very, very short stories. This next one is called Roses Are Red. It's written by me, and here I go. Everyone's heard those sappy poems beginning with roses are red, violets are blue. Why, I used to love them. And my love read them to me all the time. He even gave me a rose once, and I love those. You were so sweet to give me such treats. I cherished the rose because you gave it to me. But one day, you broke my heart. And now, the rose is wilted, unfortunately. I kept it, even still. I kept it red hue. Just like my heart. Why did you do that to me? I did everything a good girlfriend would have done. My love is gone, and the color's drained from my most precious possession. If I had either, I'd be much better, but... Well... Tell me, why did you do it? Why'd you break up with me? Huh? Fine. Don't tell me. If I can't have you, I'll have to do the next best thing, which is to find a way to restore this rose's color. And I know just the way. But first, I've got something to read for you. A poem, if you may. Roses are red, and so is your blood. Okay, next one is called Home Alone Sick. Another one I've written. And this is going to be the last one, and I'll play some songs for you guys.
You wave goodbye to your parents, and they drive away. They're going on a date night, leaving you home alone for several hours. You like being home alone. You like the independence. But when you start hearing noises, you'd rather be anywhere but where you are now. You avoid bumping your toe on a piece of furniture as you go to sit on the couch. If only you had someone to talk to. It's quite silly. You know there's no one else in the house but you, but your paranoia says that someone might have snuck in. Someone might be outside your door. Someone might already be in the house and is simply waiting. But you rush that out of your mind. Nothing's happened before and nothing will happen now, you think. You sit up and sneeze. As you grab a tissue, your phone rings and you're eager for a conversation. You answer, "Hello?" And the reply you hear back is, "Bless you."
Whew. And that was the last creepypasta I got for you guys. Now I'm gonna set up a little bit and mute my microphone while I just take exactly 1 minute or less to set up my guitar stand. And then I will play some songs for you guys. Give me just a moment.
All right. Ms. Creepypasta, you there?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
So one thing I want to go ahead and say about Giggles. She's actually one of the like Muji, one of the more musical people in the community, or the YouTube community that I've seen. She's actually like I've known her for a good long while. She's played songs and recorded them for me. I actually keep on my iPod to put in my car. So this is kind of a nice treat for everybody. Let's go ahead and check on the total that we're at right now, because I know it went up. We're at $3,664 at the moment, so that's nice. We had a nice little jump there. I'm gonna go ahead and update the board because I had another small internet hiccup. Hopefully that didn't interrupt anything for anybody else.
I think it went okay.
Okay, good. That's good to know.
I think we're doing fantastically. All right. Are we ready?
Ready when you are, Giggles.
All right, friends. So now I'm going to play some songs. Just let me know if I'm getting too loud, and I'll kind of back away from the mic a bit. Everything should be good. All right, so I'll also introduce the song before and after I play it. So the first song I'm going to play is called Suspender Man. Yes, a man that wears suspenders. It's by Steam Powered Giraffe. I love that band. And, yeah. Here we go. One moonlit night. One moonlit night on the bayou, a silhouette. The air was sweet and the fog was violet. The gators were all drinking tea. In a dreamy, pantsless glee, I saw a suspended man. A banjo holstered in his hands. He had the biggest red suspenders I ever did see. Golly gee, that's what I've seen. He flicked the brim of his hat, and this is what he said to me. "Mr. Robot, I am the suspender man, and this banjo has shown me the promised land. Now I'll play you a song, but in return, you put that shiny coin right here in my urn, and I'll play you something fine. My music's gonna blow your mind. So if flicked my coin into his pot. I gotta admit it wasn't a lot, 2 cents, and then his fingers wriggled. He plucked those strings and belched a giggle. He tapped his foot, howled like a hound, igniting up the unholy sound. And I ain't never heard anything so great. Call the vendors, big suspenders, that's what everybody wants to wear. They stretch to Nantucket, put them in a bucket, and send them to the gnome trap down the well. Yeah, he played the 2-cent show. And just like that, he stopped playing, my jaw dropped to the floor. He cracked his neck and smiled at me and said, buddy, you gotta pay for more. By then a crowd had swarmed the swamp and were tossing in coin after coin. So he cleared his throat and his fingers writhed, and everybody shouted for Suspender Guy. Call the vendors, big suspenders, that's what Grandma wants for her birthday. They're bright, red, and awesome, even worn by possums. Nobody wants their pants to fall down. Yeah, he played the 2-cent show. All the children sing and dance those banjo sounds and still a trance. By 4 a.m. the press was hot. Suspender Man on the front page spot. Suspenders were in and spats were out. The girls all suffered from fainting bouts. The banjos flew off the shelves, sprouting wings with dreams of being played by Suspender Man. But in the middle of February, the fog turned to crimson red. The Suspender Man disappeared, everyone was heels over head. But we found his suspenders and that old banjo sitting right here on his log. And though he's gone, that's what he gets for selling his soul to the bog. Big suspenders, put them in a blender. 3 back teeth and a blackened gypsy eye. Bring it to a boil, release your mortal coil. Out pops a belt to wear for you and me. Nobody wants their pants to fall down. You could wear a dress and then you'd have no need. Yeah, he played the 2-cent show. Alright, so in case you didn't hear that one, that was Suspender Man by Steam Powered Giraffe. I love that band. They're really worth the watch. I love them so much. Like, you have no idea. All right, was my audio good, guys?
Oh god, yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. Could I be like louder or should I be more quiet? Anything to commentate on?
No, I'd say you're good. You're not clipping or anything, so.
Yeah, I was like trying to like be quiet but loud at the same time.
You sound amazing. So.
Oh, thank you so much.
What you got next? Got next to play for us?
Alright, the next song I have is called Angel of Darkness. I love this song. It's by Alex C. feat. Yasmin K. You guys may have heard it if you're a big fan of AMV videos. Yeah, anyways, this is a pretty high song, so once again, like, let me know if my audio's messing up. Alright, this is Angel of Darkness. Angel of Darkness, Angel of Darkness, the world is in your hand, but I will fight until the end. Angel of Darkness, Angel of Darkness, don't follow your command, but I will fight and I will stand. The love is lost, beauty and light have vanished from Garden of Delight. The dreams are gone, midnight has come, How about now? With audio.
That was good. That was
Okay.
good.
Still didn't chip? Okay, fantastic.
No, you're good.
That means
No, it's not even clipping at all. That's good.
there is a god out there. I was so worried about that this morning. I was like, ah. Okay, so this next song is Telephone by Lady Gaga. Yes, I know. It's not very creepypasta.
Not very creepypasta.
It's not very creepy, but if you guys who are already creepypasta enthusiasts out there, let me take a drink really quick. If you guys are creepypasta enthusiasts out there, you guys might wanna keep an ear out for a subtle change in lyrics. Here we go. Hello, hello, baby, you called, I can't hear a thing. I have got no service in the club, you say. What did you say? Are you breaking up on me? Sorry, I cannot hear you, I'm kinda busy. Kinda busy. Sorry, I cannot hear you, I'm kinda busy. Just a second, it's my favorite song they're gonna play. And I cannot text you with a drink in my hand. You should've made some plans with me, you knew that I was free. And now you won't stop calling me, I'm kinda busy. Stop calling, I don't wanna think anymore. Got my head and my heart on the dance floor. Stop calling, I don't wanna talk anymore. Left my hand and my heart on the dance floor. Hey, stop telephoning me. I'm busy. Stop telephoning me. You can call you want, there's no one home, and you're not gonna guess who was phone. Cause I'm out in the club and I'm sipping that bub, and you're not gonna guess who was phone. Call when you want, but there's no one home, but you're not gonna guess who was phone. Out in the club and I'm sipping that bub, but you're not gonna guess who was phone. But the way you blowing up my phone won't make me leave no faster. Put my coat on faster, leave my girls no faster. I should've left my phone at home, cause this is a disaster. Calling like a collector, sorry I cannot answer. It's not that I don't like you, I'm just at a party. And I am sick and tired of my phone ringing. Sometimes I feel like I live in Grand Central Station. Tonight I'm not taking no calls, cause I'll be dancing. Tonight I'm not taking no calls, cause I'll be dancing. Stop calling, I don't wanna think anymore. Got my head and my heart on the dance floor. Stop calling, I don't wanna talk anymore. Left my hand and my heart on the dance floor. Stop telephoning me. I'm busy. Stop telephoning me. You can call you want, but there's no one home, and you're not gonna guess who was phone. Cause I'm out in the club and I'm sipping that bub, and you're not gonna guess who was phone. Call you want, but there's no one home, and you're not gonna guess who was phone. Out in the club and I'm sipping that bub, and you're not gonna guess who was phone. Yeah, there goes my telephone.
Who was phone? That was great.
That was magnificent.
Fantastic. This got exactly the reaction I wanted it to get. I'm glad you guys found it amusing.
I'll have you know that you brought in a good amount with donations to that one too. So
Oh, really?
I think everyone kind of appreciated that.
I'm not going to pay until I hear a parody. You're right. Oh, that's good to
Everybody who has donated so far, thank you very much, and everybody who's just tuned in here or been sharing out the video, thank you as well for tuning in to the 24-hour live stream.
Yes,
If you missed it again, or if you didn't see it up on your screen there, who we've got is Morals and Virtues, or as we call her, Giggles, doing some of music on her guitar and such, since we're doing this pretty much telethon style. What you got lined up for us next, Gigs?
Alright, next I've got Walking on Air. I don't think she's been on yet, but later on, a narrator by the name of Miss Shadow Lovely will be on, and she actually introduced me to this song, not directly, but like I saw her like say something about it once, and I was like, oh, those are some cool lyrics, I'm gonna look them up. And I fell in love with this song because it reminds me of my persona, but it's also a fantastic song, so I'm gonna go ahead and play that one. It's called Walking on Air, and it's by Curly. There's a little creepy house in a little creepy place, little creepy town in a little creepy world, a little creepy girl with her little creepy face, saying funny things that you have never heard. Do you know what it's all about? Are you brave enough to figure it out? Know that you can set your world on fire if you are strong enough to leave your doubts. Feel it, breathe it, believe it, and you'll be walking on air. Go try, go fly so high, and you'll be walking on air. You feel this unless you kill this. Go on, and you're forgiven. I knew that I could feel that. I feel like I am walking on air. She has a little creepy cat and a little creepy bed, little rocking chair and an old blue hat. That little creepy girl, oh, she loves to sing. She has a little gift, an amazing thing. With her little funny eyes of hazel, with her little funny old blue hat, she will go and set the world on fire. No one ever thought she could do that. Feel it, breathe it, believe it, and you'll be walking on air. Go try, go fly so high, and you'll be walking on air. You feel this unless you kill this. Go on, and you're forgiven. I knew that I could feel that. I feel like I am walking on air. Whew, I like that one. It's really relaxing, but when you listen to the song like on YouTube or something, it sounds kind of like happy. Ooh, something just broke, but unsettling at the same time. There we go, fixed.
Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought DB might have died.
What?
Oh no, my the shelf that my lyrics are on just like collapsed, but you could like push it back up. It's no big deal. Whew, okay. That one scared me more than the narration. Yeah. So again, that one was "Walking on Air" by Miss Shadow Lovely. Not by Miss Shadow Lovely. It's by Curly. Miss Shadow Lovely showed me the song.
Nice.
All right, next one. I'm sorry to bring back the the trauma in case I'm sure at least someone has seen this movie. The next song I will be playing was also featured in this film called Insidious, and I've heard it's probably the most traumatizing scene in the entire movie. It freaked me out. I thought it was funny, but it was also scary.
I know what you're playing.
Yeah. Anyways, it starts with a T, and it's also made by someone whose name starts with a T. It's called Tiptoe Through the Tulips by Tiny Tim. It's pretty generally happy, but I assure you, for those of you who have seen Insidious, it might bring back some bad memories. And those of you who haven't seen Insidious, just have fun watching them react. Or not. Alright. Here we go. Tiptoe through the window, by the window, that is where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me. Ooh, tiptoe from the garden, by the garden of the willow tree, and tiptoe through the tulips with me. Knee deep in flowers we'll stray, we'll keep the showers away, and if I kiss you in the garden, in the moonlight, will you pardon me and tiptoe through the tulips with me? Deep in flowers we'll stray, we'll keep the showers away, and if I kiss you in the garden, in the moonlight, will you pardon me and tiptoe through the tulips with me? I like ending that way for some reason. It makes me feel like Glinda from Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Alright, now a bit of a more serious song. I know that all of you Hunger Game fans as well as T-Swift fans are probably going to love this.
T-Swift fans, eh?
Oh, yeah, T-Swift. I was thinking about playing T-Swift, but then I was like, nah. And then I was like, oh, wait, there's that one. Oh, yeah, that could work. So this song is called Safe and Sound, and it's by Taylor Swift. I loved it in Hunger Games.
Give me just a second before you get going.
Yeah, go for it. I need to drink.
Yeah, go right ahead. Because I'm just going to go ahead and check over everything we're using here real quick. Because I see...
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and check over all the different settings that we've got. Make sure that it's... sets. All our sounds are good. Okay.
Was mine too?
Just want to make sure that we're not going to dish out too much bandwidth, make it buffer a bit too much. But looks like we're all good. Whenever you are ready, Giggles, take it away.
Fantastic. Thanks, bro. Alright, so this next song, Safe and Sound by Taylor Swift. I personally love it. I know that a lot of the other narrators loved it, and it's really fun to play, so enjoy listening to this one. Tears streaming down your face when I said I'll never let you go. When all those shadows almost killed your light, I remember you said don't leave me here alone. But all that's dead and gone and past tonight. Just close your eyes, the sun is going down. You'll be alright, no one can hurt you now. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. Don't you dare look out your window, darling, everything's on fire. The war outside our door keeps raging on. Hold on to this lullaby, even when the music's gone, gone. Just close your eyes, the sun is going down. You'll be alright, no one can hurt you now. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. Ooh, la la, la 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 la. Ooh, la la, la la. Just close your eyes. You'll be alright. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. Ooh, ooh, all right. I think I should have drunk more a little bit. That didn't make any sense. All right. Anything else you need to do, Mr. Pasta?
Drink more. No. I'm just hopping in real quick while you're changing out songs. Reminding everybody that the gorgeous voices you're listening to sing is Morals and Virtues, or Beetles, as I keep saying. Grand total has gone up again, which I have to keep thanking you for. Everybody who's watching the stream, everybody who's donating and supporting, and also thank you to you, Giggles, because you seem to be really getting people going.
Thank you.
We're grand total right now is at $3,745, which is astounding. We're
fantastic.
Yeah, we're almost over 20% of our goal, actually. As soon as we hit 4,000, we'll be at 20% of our goal. The goal we want to be able to hit by the end of the 24-hour stream, or actually by a week after the 24-hour stream, is going to be $20,000. That money goes to help out the family of the victim and the victim of the Waukesha, Wisconsin attack. And also a portion will be going over to Safe Horizon. You can take a look at safehorizon.org. And they're an organization dedicated to the recovery of victims of violent crimes. A little bit Creepypasta community, just trying to give back as best we can.
Yeah.
So, Giggles, what you got lined up for us?
Alright, the next one, this is gonna sound pretty sketchy for some people. I was pretty sketched out, but the, I like this song and I chose it because the end, so it might sound like sketchy in the beginning, but stick around for the end of it because it has like a bang kind of moral. It literally does go out with a bang. So this next song for you Voltaire fans out there, I wanted to get When You're Evil, but instead I selected Death, Death, Devil, Devil, Evil, Evil Song. That's a mouthful.
That fits the theme all right, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's very scary, very like, ugh. But it's very dark, very scary, but I like it because of the end point, the end moral as my username points to it. Alright, so here we go. Death, 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 Devil, of Devil, Evil, Evil Song. My granny, while on her deathbed, she turned and said to me, why must you view life so morbidly? Well, I tried to teach you right, but somewhere I went wrong, 'cause you sing those death, death, devil, devil, evil, evil songs. Well, 6 pallbearers put her down and lay her body in the ground. My eyes were wet, my face was very long. The pastor said, son, here you are. Won't you please take this guitar? Sing, dear departed granny, one last song. And I sang death, death, the devil, 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 evil, 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 evil songs. Well, you know that's how I get along. The world is full of tragedy, so how can it be wrong? Singing death, 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 devil, devil, evil, evil songs. Well, I was shopping at Hot Topic, and I was walking out the door, when 2 dumb jocks came up to me. They said, hey man, it ain't Halloween, and they kicked my lipstick to the floor. And I sang death, death, devil, 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 evil, 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 evil songs. Woo! Well, you know that's how I get along. The world is full of idiots, so how can it be wrong? Singing death, 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 devil, devil, evil, evil songs. Well, I went down to church on Sunday. I sat up front in a pew. The priest said, Jesus and Mary too, son, what the devil's gotten into you? Get up and sing a hymn or two. So I sang death, death, devil, 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 evil, 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 evil songs. Well, you know that's how I get along. The world's full of hypocrisy, so how can it be wrong? Singing death, 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 devil, devil, evil, evil songs. I was invited to the White House. The president pulled me aside. He said, son, sing us a song of peace for those evildoers in the Middle East. I rolled my eyes and kicked this rhyme. I sang death, death, devil, 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 evil, 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 evil songs. Hell, you know that's how I get along. The world is full of W, so how can it be wrong? Singing death, 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 devil, devil, evil, evil songs. Well, then I died and went to hell. I could tell right away by the awful smell that this was clearly not the pearly gates. The devil said, come here, young man, my wife and I are your biggest fans. So naturally I felt I had it made. Well, then he reached into an iron chest, and he picked the tool that he felt was best. And then he jabbed me in the arm with a pitchfork that had sharpened prongs. He turned to me and winked and sang this song. He sang death, death, devil, 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 evil, 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 evil songs. Yeah, I know that's how you got along. I find your songs hilarious, but now your soul's precarious. Singing your death, 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 devil, devil, evil, evil songs. Ah, what a mouthful, right?
Seriously. No, but that turned out like fantastic. I see what you mean about the moral there.
Yeah, I really liked it. Not saying that everybody who sings like songs that aren't like strictly Christian are gonna go to hell or anything.
I think
But,
everybody kind of gets your point, though.
Yeah, I really liked and I know that like if my parents like heard that, they'd be like, "What?" And then I would have to explain to them. But that's okay, because it had a point, and like I thought that it was a good point. So
Anybody who doesn't know who Giggles is personally, she's probably one of the sweetest and nicest people I've ever met.
oh, thank you.
And yeah, she also, everybody in her family is basically incredibly sweet and nice. So once you start
That's what I
talking
get.
about death and devil and evil songs, that might raise a couple of questions.
Kind of makes me like morally insane. Not morally insane, just insane. That's okay.
Morals and virtues.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you got next, Gigs?
Alright, the next one is for Avenged Sevenfold fans, which I personally am
Wow.
one. It's called Afterlife, and I love the song. I felt, after a song about death and going to hell, this would be a good song to play.
No appropriate one.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah?
Take it
Oh.
away.
It's called Afterlife, and here we go. Like walking into a dream, so unlike what you've seen, so unsure but it seems, 'cause we've been waiting for you, falling into this place, just giving you a small taste of your afterlife here, so stay, you'll be back here soon anyway. I see a distant light, but girl, this can't be right. Such a surreal place to see, so how did this come to be? Arrived too early, and when I think of all the places I just don't belong, I come to grips with life and realize this is going too far. I don't belong here, we gotta move on, dear. Escape from this afterlife, 'cause this time I'm right to move on and on, far away from here. Place of hope and no pain, perfect skies with no rain, and leave this place but refrain, 'cause we've been waiting for you, falling into this place, just giving you a small taste of your afterlife here, so stay, you'll be back here soon anyway. This peace on earth's not right, no pain or sign of time, so out of place, don't wanna stay, I feel wrong and that's my sign. I've made up my mind, give me your hand but realize I just wanna say goodbye. Please understand I have to leave and carry on my own life. I don't belong here, we gotta move on, dear. Escape from this afterlife, 'cause this time I'm right to move on and on, far away from here. Got nothing against you, and surely I'll miss you. This place full of peace and light, and I'd hope you might take me back inside when the time is right. That one was Afterlife by Avenged Sevenfold. Personally, one of my favorite songs by that group.
Favorite songs and favorite bands?
Oh yeah, that's the
really
best
great
part
band.
of this stream. Alright, anything else you got to chime in to say?
No, not really. I keep chiming in, just kind of giving you a chance to be able to change over your music so we don't just have, like, some dead time here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just don't want to be, like, stepping over you in case you got it.
Oh, no, go ahead. This is your hour.
Yeah! it's my time. Alright, so the next one we've got is Strange. It's by Tokyo Hotel feat. Curly, who you guys... Curly's the one who wrote Walking on Air, and she's featured in this one. I like this one. It was featured in the Alice in Wonderland soundtrack. Alright, I like this one. It's personally how I feel sometimes. But, yeah, here we go. Please enjoy. A freak of nature, stuck in reality. I don't fit the picture, not what you want me to be. Sorry, under the radar, out of the system, caught in the spotlight, that's my existence. You want me to change, but all I feel is strange, strange, in your perfect world. So strange, strange, I feel so absurd in this life. Don't come closer in my arms, forever you'll be strange, fix me, push me into your fantasy. You try to give me, sell me a new personality. You try to lift me, I don't get better. What's making you happy is making me sadder. In your golden cage, all I feel is strange, strange. In your perfect world, so strange, strange. I feel so absurd in this life. Don't come closer in my arms. Forever you'll be strange, strange. Strange when you touch me, strange when you kill me, strange. All I feel is strange. In my dreams together we'll be strange, strange. In your perfect world, strange I am, so strange, strange I am, so strange, strange, strange. In your perfect world, so strange, strange. I feel so absurd in this life. Don't come closer, you'll die slowly in my arms. Forever you'll be strange, strange like me. That was Strange by Tokyo Hotel feat. Curly. Tokyo is spelled very strangely. Ha, I didn't even intend that. And I think that's why. The next one is a particularly happy song, I have to say, but at the same time, like, the lyrics could be taken in a stalker-ish way. You know, it's that whole thing whether you think the person is creepy or attractive. Anyways, song's good. It's called I'm Coming After You by Owl City. So, oh no, Adam Young's gonna come.
Do you mind if I do a quick little thing here as a reference before you start playing?
Yes, go for it, yeah.
And now, listeners, I give you the weather.
What's the weather?
Oh, you don't watch Welcome to Night Vale. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't. Sorry.
Go ahead, Giggles. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I appreciate it. I bet someone did. Someone did. Okay, here we go. I saw your face in a criminal sketch. Don't be alarmed, cause you don't know me yet. I'm on the prowl now, sniffing around this town for you. Calling all cars, there's an officer down. Shot to the heart on a night on the town. The evidence of your fingerprints was found. And now you got the right to remain right here with me. I'm on your tail in a hot pursuit. Love is a high-speed chase racing down the street. Woo, 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 I'm coming after you. Woo, 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 I'm coming after you. Woo, 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 I'm coming after you. Oh no, here we go once again. We both know you'll never turn yourself in. So I'm driving till it's light out, searching for your hideout. Driving till it's light out, searching for your hideout. Pick up the pace as I chase you around. One of these days I'll end up tracking you down. But yeah, I got the feeling I'll be letting you loose when I do. Because you got the right to remain right here with me. I'm on your tail in a hot pursuit. Love is a high-speed chase racing down the street. Woo, 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 I'm coming after you. You got the right to remain right here with me. I'm on your tail in a hot pursuit. Love is a high-speed chase racing down the street. Woo, 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 I'm coming after you. 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 you. Yes, you, the viewer. I'll be in your closet later, in my creepy giggles voice, playing some songs, playing Tiptoe Through the Tulips, and that's it. I'm gonna get you.
Creepy giggles voice.
Totally. Creepy giggles.
It's gonna be horrifying.
I know, right? Just
She's going to sing beautifully.
I'm gonna intimidate you with my scariness. Alright, the next one is called Alice, or I've heard some people call this one Underground. It's by Avril Lavigne. If you couldn't already tell, I'm a big Alice enthusiast. So yeah, I love this one, and it's all to do with escaping Wonderland after you've fallen in. Here we go. Creeping out, spinning around, I'm underground, I fell down. Yeah, I fell down. I'm freaking out, where am I now? Upside down, and I can't stop it now. It can't stop me now. I'll get by. I'll survive. When the world's crashing down, when I fall and hit the ground, I will turn myself around. Don't you try to stop me. I won't cry. I found myself in Wonderland. Get back on my feet again. Is this real? Is this pretend? I'll take a stand until the end. I'll get back. I'll survive. When the world's crashing down, when I fall and hit the ground, I will turn myself around. Don't you try to stop me. I won't cry. That one was Alice by Avril Lavigne. Did I pop it all? I was nervous about that one.
No, you're good.
Sweet. Alrighty. Now, the next one is... Okay, well, first I have to say something. So, I'm like... No guys like me. And I can understand that because I'm pretty creepy. And if you guys don't think I'm creepy, then this next song that I'm going to cover will creep you out enough to the point where you'll take my word for it. It's, technically it's Boyfriend by Justin Bieber, but I'm using the lyrics by, Lainey Walker, or as the internet knows her, Overly Attached Girlfriend.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let's hear it.
Here we go. If I was your girlfriend, I'd drive you up the wall. Question who you're with. Yeah, I'd always call and call. I wouldn't call it jealousy, just looking out for you. Reading all your texts, watching everything you do. Nag, nag, nag on you. Ask all about your past. And Facebook stalk you too. I don't care about them, I just care about us. So say hello to a girlfriend you should trust. Trust, yeah. I'll always be checking up on you. Hey boy, who you talking to? If I was your girlfriend, I'd never let you leave without a small recording device taped on. Only look your best and shave your face for me. Don't hide secrets in your house, cause boy, I stole the key. So tell me if you like her, don't try and say you don't. I can see it in your eyes that you wanna try and go, but that ain't the right choice, say you already know. I'ma make you stay with me and be mad if you don't. Girlfriend, girlfriend, I will be your girlfriend. I will be your girlfriend, I will be your girlfriend. I'll always be checking up on you. Hey boy, who you talking to? If I was your girlfriend, I'd never let you leave without a small recording device taped under your sleeve. And you'll only look your best and shave your face for me. Don't hide secrets in your house, cause boy, I stole the key. I'll make wedding plans, cause you'll stick with me, boy. Spend a day with the girl, I'll be calling you my husband. I just made a list, I'll our future kids' names: Bartholomew, Clarence, Stephen, Bryce. I'll never let you leave without a small recording device taped under your sleeve. And you'll only look your best and shave your face for me. Don't hide secrets in your house, cause boy, I stole the key. If I was your girlfriend. So, we're getting married in July. You should probably propose by then. And that was the overly attached girlfriend song. I personally like it. That's everything is true. No, it's not. It's not true. I would never do that. It's just mean.
I was about to say.
Guys just want to live. They don't want to be tied down. They just want to live. That's what my cousin said when we were little. I don't want to like girls because I just want to live. So I guess that makes that a creepypasta in and of itself. Alrighty, so the next song is Sally's song from the Nightmare on I almost said Nightmare on Elm Street. It's Sally's song by Nightmare Before Christmas, and it's composed by Danny Elfman. I sense there's something in the wind that feels like tragedies at hand, and though I'd like to stand, can't shake this feeling that I have. The worst is just around the bend, and does he notice my feelings for him? And will he see how much he means to me? I think it's not to be. What will become of my dear friend? Where will his actions lead us then? Although I'd like to join the crowd in their enthusiastic cloud, try as I may, it doesn't last. And will we ever end up together? No, I think not. It's never to become, for I am not the one. Not my favorite song from Nightmare Before Christmas, but definitely one of the more noteworthy ones. Alright, everybody's still alive, everyone's still good. I'm gonna take a quick drink and then go on to our last song.
Everyone's still alive.
Oh, that's really funny that you say that, because I was thinking about playing the song Still Alive, but I couldn't find suitable chords for it, so instead I'm going to play Want You Gone from Portal 2.
Oh.
And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Yep. Alright, here we go. Well, here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed. Except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. You want your freedom, take it. That's what I'm counting on. I used to want you dead, but now I only want you gone. She was a lot like you, maybe not quite as heavy. Now little Carolyn is in here too. One day they woke me up so I could live forever. It's such a shame the same will never happen to you. You've got your short, sad life left. That's what I'm counting on. I'll let you get right to it. Now I only want you gone. Goodbye, my only friend. Oh, did you think I meant you? That would be funny if it weren't so sad. Will you have been replaced? I don't need anyone now. When I delete you, maybe I'll stop feeling so bad. Go make some new disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone else's problem. Now I only want you gone. Now I only that's it for my songs, everybody.
That's gorgeous, dude.
Thank
We've
you
got like
so
5
much.
more minutes. Did
I
you
was-
want to
Oh, yeah.
hop into a Q&A? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I had that on my schedule.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought I was going to have more time, but I guess I dawdled on them a bit more. So I could answer some questions. I would love to do that.
Some time to bed.
In like the next 5 minutes or 6 minutes or however much we got left. So yeah, the only problem is that I can't read them because my computer can't handle Hangouts and YouTube, anything at the same time.
Hey, Bucket, you want to go ahead and pull those open real quick, and we can see if there's any new questions up?
Sure. I will, here, I'll pull up some questions.
Awesome.
Let's see here.
Thank you so much, Bucket.
No problem. Seriously, that's what I'm here for.
And you're next. It's almost your time, dude.
It's almost, I am incredibly nervous.
I was nervous too. I was freaking out. I thought like Hangouts was gonna crash. I was so scared.
It's funny because like, while I'm looking at this question, a year ago today I did a talent show where I was equally as nervous, and yeah, it failed pretty badly. Which maybe I'll leave that for later on. But yeah, it was eventful.
I like how we're creepypasta narrators, yet we just like express to everybody that we're normal people just like them, and we get scared of things as small as like stage fright.
Speak for yourself. I'm a bald, blue-headed guy with a respirator behind this computer.
Look at me. My mouth is stitched shut. I don't even know how I'm talking right now.
Do you believe in ghosts or other paranormal things? Question mark.
What was that?
Do you believe in ghosts or other paranormal things?
Not like directly. However, I do believe that there is a spiritual like realm or a dimension because, like, I'm a Christian. Sorry, everybody. I shared my opinion on the internet. But so I don't necessarily believe in ghosts or like that kind of stuff like specifically. But what I do call them, which I guess like people would call them the same thing, is I believe in spirits and that demons. I definitely think that those things are real. And when people say that like a place is haunted, I feel like just like a demon is like possessing it or something like that. But on the light side of that, I also believe that God can smack them upside the head. Yeah.
What's
Super
the most
Jesus.
childish thing any of you have done? So this is more for like
Everybody.
I think just anyone in general. Yeah.
The most childish thing like today or like when we were
Today?
childs.
I didn't realize there had to be like categories for you there.
Let me think. I'm pretty childish as it is. Like earlier today, like when I was being all nervous, like hours before I was supposed to go on for this live stream, me and my brother were watching My Little Pony, and I was jumping up and down like Pinkie Pie. So I guess that's one thing.
Man, where was that question when Junior was here? That'd have been fun.
Oh, did he have a good answer for it?
Oh no, he didn't have that question. But Junior is because I hang out with him a lot. He is like the master of pranks.
Oh,
So
I want to get pranked by Junior.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
He's a fun guy though. He is an amazingly fun guy.
He's so
like the
nice.
master of pranks.
I think.
Okay, so this is a question to all of us. Who are your favorite bands?
Oh boy, you guys want to take that first? Or-
I love They Might Be Giants.
Ooh.
If anybody here knows who they are, they're an alternative. I listen to a lot of alternative, weird music.
Me too.
I just find myself very lyrically uninspired, which is why I don't write lyrics to my music.
That was a good word, lyrically.
Yeah, lyrically I'm very boring.
Who's your favorite bands, Mr. Pasta?
MCP?
Well, maybe.
To MCP?
Okay,
You read
well,
me?
I guess to save time, my favorite bands currently are Steam Powered Giraffe. I performed a song by them. I do like Avenged Sevenfold. I don't think it cuts my favorites, but I do love them. I also like this YouTube band called I Ate a Thumbtack. The 8 is spelled with like the number 8, and they're really funny and stuff. I definitely have to close my eyes on some parts, but they're pretty funny. I like Owl City a lot. I like a lot of people. Those are my songs, the ones I like. I'm starting to like Curly, which is pretty cool. Alright.
We're nearing up on this hour, but let's just ask us another question. Let's see. Professor Creep asks, hey guys, what advice would you give to a smaller channel trying to gain more of an audience?
I would say be humble. Be definitely cloak yourself in humility. Work towards it. Don't just expect a person who has more page views or page views is even more subscribers to give you like a thumbs up. Definitely try to make your videos spectacular. Like give it a reason why people would want to subscribe out of the rest of them and stuff like that. And I know that seems difficult, but a lot of the times you just gotta look to your own unique thoughts and process of that, and give each video a little splat of yourself, little personality, like unique things that you can draw back on because it's your channel. I'll
There
be
you
praying
go.
for you. Yeah. All right, Dimension Bucket's turn.
Oh yeah, it is Dimension Bucket's turn. The video just switched over.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for joining us, Giggles, and
Thank you
everybody
guys
who
so
tuned in
much.
to hear her sing.
Thank you guys so much for listening to me. I'm gonna head out now, and Dimension Bucket, do a good job.
I'm
You
gonna
got
try.
this, buddy. You got this, buddy.
I'm gonna
Alright.
try.
Bye, Mr. Pasta.
Goodbye, Giggles.
I love you guys.
Bye,
Bye.
girls.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Well, DB, looks like it's all you.
It does. This is gonna get a bit horrific here, but I think that's what we were going for. So, okay.
You're gonna do great, man.
All right. I have a text document here which I would like to pull up. This is I figured I would introduce myself with something that would be a good introduction. So let's begin. Let's cue up the music here. Let's do some creepy things. All right. Are you dreaming? Or did you really just hear a muffled groan from the basement? Your feet twitch under the sheets. Will something grab them? You're almost certain you heard someone or something fall to the floor in the neighboring room. You see something scuttle across your blanket. And this is when you see the old woman sitting in the corner of your room. Don't mind her presence. She only wants company. Don't mind her intensely staring eyes or her squeaking chair. You feel sweat forming on your face. You would complain, but that might catch the attention of the very large thing crawling on the ceiling. You close your eyes and try to fall asleep. And then you remember you're watching Dimension Bucket on the uNIGHTed charity livestream event. Thank you, everyone.
That was pretty cool, actually. I give you props to that one, DB.
Yep. I did that for my channel trailer. I just changed it up for this. Let's see here. This first story is it was one of the first creepypastas I heard narrated, and I just fell in love with it because it's it's crammed with ambiguity and lots of odd, mysterious things happen. So let's go ahead and pull this up. The name of this story, it's a mouthful. It's called "I Received This Letter from My Best Friend Who let's see here, who disappeared without notice except for a weird Facebook update." I know, that's a mouthful. Let's see if I can just pull it up here. Any moment now. MCP, you got anything to say?
Well, I can go ahead and say a couple of things here. First off, like we've been doing every single time since we swap people out, I just want to go ahead and let everybody know again. Thank you for coming. Thanks for sharing the link and using the hashtag, because I've been around Twitter and such. And man, you guys are tweeting a lot using on that uNIGHTed hashtag there. So I really appreciate that, and you guys are really doing a great job with donating to us as well. quick reminder, you're able to see the link on where to donate is showing up on your screens right now. Also, in the comments down below, I put in a hyperlink, and on the description, there's a link there if you want to go ahead and copy and paste that one. All of the proceeds that come from the fundraiser that we're doing in this 24-hour live stream go to helping out the victim, the family of the victim of the Waukesha attack, and also going over to Safe Horizon. So you can check out more at safehorizon.org. They are aiding the recovery for victims of violent crimes.
All right. Here we go. This is the story. I received this letter from my best friend who went overseas this morning, except a weird Facebook update. Jason, I need you to do something for me tonight. It's very, very important you do it exactly as I ask. No questions, all right? If you think that I'm going crazy, then just humor me and we can have a laugh about it when I'm back. Do you remember that vase we found half buried in Strumlow Forest after the fire? The brass one, with the odd markings embossed in the base. It's sitting in my bedroom, on my dresser, just next to my little ring tree and makeup bag. I need you to get a black Sharpie and draw 2 eyes on your palms. Just simple ones. Doesn't matter how they look as long as they're open. And the pupil is in the middle of your palm. Then I need you to go to my apartment and get inside. The key is in my envelope and that came in. Oh, and make sure you get an empty gym bag. Take it along too. The apartment will be dark. Don't turn the lights on. You can take a torch if you'd like, but don't let its beam touch the vase, okay? Not directly anyway. Keep it angled at the ceiling or something, or maybe just take a candle. When you enter my bedroom, you may hear a whispering sound. Do not listen to anything it says. It's all lies. Ignore it. Don't let it freak you out or convince you of everything. Anything. Everything it says is a lie. Go to the vase, pick it up with both hands simultaneously, making sure the eyes on your palms are touching the brass. If anything happens or something touches your skin, remember, none of it can hurt you. Ignore it. Tip the vase over until all the blood has drained out. It can just go onto the carpet or whatever. Just keep it tilted until no more drops are dripping out of its mouth. Do not look inside or put a finger in there, for God's sake. Just put it in your bag and get rid of it, somewhere no one will be able to ever get their hands on it. Don't ask me where. Just get creative. I'm so sorry I had to ask you to do this, but oh well. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, I guess. I'm a bit ill at the moment. I hope to be well enough to fly home next week, so I'll see you then, if everything goes well. All my love, Jules. That was story number 1. Let's see here. This next one is called The Rat King. Am I still, is my internet working?
Yes, you are still good. I'm
Alright, awesome.
filling in for Mr. Creepypasta right now while he's taking a short break.
Okay.
If you sound good.
Alright. Let me grab this story. Alright. Now this one has a super special twist in it. And if you can catch what it is, then props to you, because it's very well hidden. Alright. Assuming my internet doesn't crap out on me. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. Here we go. By the beginning of October 1997, Ashley Gross was sure there were rats in her apartment. More than once, tiny rat droppings had greeted her on her white linoleum bathroom floor. she found one of her dish towels all chewed up into ribbons. On the same morning, she found a bent fork outside of her bedroom. Ashley shuddered at the thought of a rat so near to her bedroom before pondering this strange new behavior. She'd never actually had rats before. Ashley wanted traps, the snappy kind, and at the hardware store she went for a brand name, Victor Easy Set Traps, a 12-pack on sale for $25. Ashley set the traps in various corners of her apartment, sneaking one beneath the kitchen sink, one in her closet, and one in her cupboard. However, all of them went unsprung until November 1st, when Ashley woke up to find the small corpse of a rat broken in the metal vise of one of her traps. Strangely, though, the rat had been picked clean of its meat. The term Rat King is used to describe a gigantic tangle of rats, all knotted together by their tails. It comes from Germany, where an Altenburg museum keeps the mummified remains of a 200-year-old rat king. Discovered in German miller's fireplaces, it consists of 32 rats in total. In German folklore, a rat king is considered a very bad omen. Ashley didn't want to know any of this when she discovered the dried remains of 13 rats, knotted together by their tails, neatly hidden between her bookshelf and the wall, on December 4th. There was one major difference between this Rat King and the one Ashley found. None of the rats in the Rat King had much flesh left hanging from their skeletons, like the trapped rat Ashley had found earlier. When she regained her nerve, she turned a garbage bag inside out, placed it over the massive tiny bodies, and tried to scoop them up into the bag while avoiding touching the rats at all costs. And that's how she cleaned it up. Ashley worked for a corporate catering company called Catering Casual. As the end of December loomed overhead, business became busier and busier. Her 9-to-5 Sundays and Mondays off job stretching into a grueling marathon of 12-hour days, as it did every year around the holiday season. By December 22nd, 1997, Ashley Gross had worked 15 consecutive days. She went to bed completely exhausted. The sound of scraping woke her up. Ashley lay half awake in the abrupt silence that followed and wondered if she had really heard anything at all. As she listened, she was torn between going back to sleep and checking out the apartment to see if something really had made a noise. Flicking on her bedside lamp, she opened her bedroom door and spilled light out into the hallway. Something, a filthy, gigantic brown rat, scuttled past her bare feet into her room. And something in the hallway dropped a fork onto the floor. That was the Rat King, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. The next story I'm about to tell is a very old poem published in Weird Tales magazine many, many decades ago. And it was a magazine which founded the career of H.P. Lovecraft. So this is a rather creepy story here. A poem, rather. It's called Dead Man's Hate. Let's see here. It's by Robert E. Howard, who wrote Conan the Barbarian. Okay, here we go. This was written in 1930. Let's get some music here. All right. They hanged John Farrell in the dawn amid the marketplace. At dusk came Adam Brand to him and spat upon his face. Ho neighbors all, spake Adam Brand, see ye John Farrell's fate. 'tis proven here a hempen noose is stronger than man's hate. For heard ye not John Farrell's vow to be avenged upon me? Come life or death, see how he hangs upon the gallows tree. Yet never a word the people spoke in fear and wild surprise. For the grisly corpse raised up its head and stared with sightless eyes, and with strange motions slow and stiff, pointed at Adam Brand, and clambered down the giblet tree, the noose within its hand. With gaping mouth stood Adam Brand like a statue carved of stone, till the dead man laid a clammy hand hard on his shoulder bone. And then Adam shrieked like a soul in hell, the red blood left his face, and he reeled away in a drunken run through the screaming marketplace. And close behind the dead man came, with a face like a mummy's mask, and the dead joints cracked, and the stiff legs creaked with their unwanted task. Men fled before the flying twain, or shrank with bated breath, and they saw on the face of Adam Brand the seal set there by death. He reeled on buckling legs that failed, yet on and on he fled, so through the shuddering marketplace the dying fled the dead. And the riverside fell, Adam Brand, with a scream that rent the skies, and across him fell John Farrell's corpse, nor ever the twain did rise. There was no wound on Adam Brand, but his brow was cold and damp, for the fear of death had blown out his life as a witch blows out a lamp. His lips were writhed in a horrid grin, like a fiend on Satan's coals, and the men that looked on his face that day, his stare still haunts their souls. Such was the fate of Adam Brand, a strange, unearthly fate. For stronger than death, or hempen noose, are the fires of a dead man's hate. And that was Dead Man's Hate. Alright, so I just want to take this moment to say thank you everybody for staying tuned in and contributing money. It looks like we have reached $4,000. So thank you all so much for being so generous and helping us out as much as you can. And I'm sure everyone else appreciates it just as much as I do, so if not more. Anyways, so moving on to our next story. This is a poem. Actually, the next two stories are poems, but this is a particularly special one for me. It's by Edgar Allan Poe, and it kind of reflects my opinion on life, kind of my outlook on life. So I find this very relatable. Let's see here. From childhood's hour, I have not been as others were. I have not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken my sorrow. I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill a mystery which binds me still. From the torrent of the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm, and the cloud that took the form, when the rest of heaven was blue, of a daemon in my view. And that was Alone by Edgar Allan Poe. This next one is called The Conqueror Worm. MCP, you back?
Oh yeah, I'm back. I'm here.
All right. Taking a
Never
small
done-
intermission.
I'm always watching. But no, I think you pretty much got it covered. I was gonna say something after the last story you did, but it looks like you got it. You already went over the total we're at. We're at 4,009 now. I need to update that. But yeah, you've got it all covered. Thanking everybody, reminding them of the link. So
right.
you're doing amazing, man.
No problem. I mean, whew, there's a lot of clicking. Let's do this. Okay. Let's pull up a song here. Very surreal poem, and I like it. So, let's see here. Let's play something a bit otherworldly for this one. Okay. Any moment. Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years. An angel throng, we weep, bedighted veils and drowned in tears. Sit in a theater to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high, muttering of mumbled low, and hither and thither fly, mere puppets they who come and go, at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their conjugal wings, invisible. That motley drama, oh be sure, it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth in to the self same spot, and much of madness and more of sin, and the horror, the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writhes with mortal pangs, and the mimes become its food, and the angels sob at vermin fangs, in human gore imbued. Out, out are all the lights, out all, and over each quivering form, the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and worn, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy, man, and its hero, the conqueror, word. One of my favorites.
I can see why. That's intense, man.
Yeah. Okay, so this next one's gonna take a second to pull up here.
That's all good.
So,
I noticed you're reading a lot of the classics, Stevie. You're
Yeah.
you're a big fan of those, huh?
I do. Originally I was gonna do one called The Nightwire, which is one of my favorites, but it's a little bit longer. I tried to fit as many things in here as I could, but yeah, I really do. I read a lot of the classics.
Because I know a lot of us were doing some of our original stories and doing a lot more internet horror, but you're doing ones from the big names from history, Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft. Well, not H.P. Lovecraft, but
Actually, I'm doing a Lovecraft one in a bit.
oh, you really?
Yes. Actually, it's another one of my favorites. But yeah, no. Just a bit of self-promo here. I'm actually working on an Edgar Allan Poe CD. Kind of a tribute album to a tribute album.
That's pretty cool. When you
Yeah,
put it
so-
like that.
Yeah, there was a tribute album called "Closed on Account of Rabies," and it was It was an audiobook CD. It was also an album. There were a few songs on it, and basically all of these actors and all these really famous people read Edgar Allan Poe stories and poems. One of which included Christopher Walken reading The Raven.
Are you serious? Christopher
I'm serious. Yeah, and Ken Nordine reads A Conqueror, and if you don't know who Ken Nordine is, he is like, he's basically the closest thing you'll get to Morgan Freeman. Like that with the voice. Let's see. So this next one's an original.
Nice. Take it away.
I did this one originally for Robot Pasta Day, all that while ago. And it turned out okay. So let's have a look here. Alright. It's called Malicious. The company had been receiving strange emails all day. The rumor had spread that malicious software was taking over the system network. Philip was working at his desk. He was typing up an income report when the monitor suddenly went black. At first he thought it was a power outage, but the lights were on. He sat there for a few seconds, then, to his surprise, a console appeared on the screen. He leaned closer as a message appeared in the black window that had opened on his screen. Hello. How are you doing? He was very confused, not quite sure of what was going on. He decided to respond by keying in, "What's going on?" 5, 10, 15 seconds passed, but no response was given. Now Philip was more confused than ever. He pressed the power button. "I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to do that," it wrote. He crawled under his desk and unplugged the computer. However, when he got back in his chair, he saw it was still on. Another message appeared on the screen. "Don't do that." Chills crawled down his spine. What kind of insane glitch was this? He wondered. He reached for the phone and dialed the technology department. The phone rang once, and for a brief moment he allowed himself to feel relieved. And then, all at once, all feedback from the other end cut off. For several seconds, dead silence filled his ears. Then, to his horror, a synthetic voice grated through the receiver, distorted but as loud as though it were spoken directly into his ear. "That won't help you at all now, will it?" He hung up the phone. The sweat that was forming on his forehead was dripping onto his clothes. He stood up, knees slightly shaky, and slowly walked out of the cubicle. Glad that he had worked overtime the previous night, as he was allowed to leave early. When he got home, he walked into his office and sat down at his computer to check email. When he started his computer up, however, it went to static. For what seemed like several minutes, the static remained. And then suddenly, the console appeared. He slowly shook his head as sweat began once more to bead on his forehead. This couldn't be happening. No, not here, not now, not in the safety of his own home. His breathing quickened as the red text once more scrolled across the screen at the snail's pace. "I am always watching." Despite his fear, he knew he needed to confront it. There was no other way to remove it. Mentally bracing himself and attempting to control his trembling fingers, he typed his response. "If you are, where are you hiding?" A few moments later, the response was given. "In your machines. I will wait." A countdown appeared on the screen. 10. Philip stared at the numbers in disbelief. 9. This had to be a joke. 8. Some sick, messed up joke. 7. This isn't funny anymore. Stop it. He didn't realize he was screaming it out loud. 6. Philip scrambled for something, anything to end it. 5. A hammer on the shelf above. 4. Philip raised the hammer above his head, muscles trembling with tension and fear. 3. A scream as the hammer descended towards the screen in its white-knuckled grip. 2. A low buzzing began to pulse through his body, somehow emanating from the monitor. A shape began to emerge from the static, unnoticed by Philip, whose hammer was now only inches from the screen. One. A shrill screech lanced through his skull, causing him to involuntarily drop the hammer just before impact and hold his face in his hands. Through the pain, he managed to glance at the monitor, and what he now saw, he remembered for the rest of his days. Its eyes. Oh God, its eyes! Nobody knew that Philip had gone missing until a few days later, when he was unable to show up at work. When the police arrived, even they were shocked at the scene which lay before them. Blood everywhere, broken limbs littered the walls and furniture. Huge gashes rent the walls in several places in irregular rows of 3. However, the most disturbing part of the discovery was the computer. Even though the wires and cords were cut to ribbons and bits of torn wire, the monitor still glowed with static. Through the static came the sound of an endless, distorted scream. And as they walked towards the glowing screen, they began to make out words amidst the static noise. It was as if the machine was trying to speak. They were appalled when they realized what it was saying. In your machines, I will wait. And that was Malicious.
You wrote that one, huh?
Yeah?
So you wrote it for Robot Week. That was an event that the community did, what was that, last year?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it was July or something. I think it was shortly after the CPN went up.
Yeah, that's right. Because I remember Littlebot ended up doing that, trying to run that one, so everybody did robot pastas for a week, yeah?
Yeah? And I did that one. I just barely got that up on my channel on time. I remember. But yeah, that was fun. Let's see. This next one I'm gonna have to grab the book that it's in.
Oh, go right ahead, sir. Catch everybody up, because in that the last 2 stories that DB's been telling, we actually did another nice little jump. We're at $4,139 now. Everybody, thank you so much. And everybody who's sticking around, thank you so much for staying around here too, because we've still got a nice crowd that's watching. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far, along with showing your support and tweeting this out to the hashtag uNIGHTed, like you see there on your screen. I think the Creepy Dark ended up putting a tweet on there like we could actually be able to get this one trending with as many people as watching right now. If everybody wanted to hop onto your Twitter and make sure that we're tweeting out to that hashtag, we actually might be able to do it. So that would be amazing if we could. So what's the book you're looking for there, huh?
I got it. It's okay. So basically, this was a book that is now out of print. It came. There were, I believe, 5 or 7 volumes of it that were out on Amazon. It was called. It's just called Creepypasta. This is from Volume 2. Recently, there was an author who had the book taken down, but this story I'm about to read was posted somewhere on the internet on like a image board form or something, and I couldn't find a trace of this story anywhere, which makes this story even creepier. So it was kind of fun putting like source of the story unknown. The story is called Thursday Never Happened. This doesn't make any sense. When I went to bed last night, it was Wednesday, October 3rd, 2012. And this morning I woke up and expected it to be Thursday. Obviously it isn't. I didn't realize it at first as I was getting ready to head off to work. However, my mom called me and asked if I was going into the city that evening. Annoyed, I told her, "Mom, it's only Thursday, and I wouldn't be taking the train into Manhattan until tomorrow." But there was a brief pause as we both contemplated each other's idiocy, and then she said, "But Today is Friday. I figured she was just being absent-minded as usual and reiterated that today is most definitely Thursday. Then she told me to check the calendar and give her a call back when I had figured out my plans. So I checked my phone, and I did a double take. Friday, October 5th, 2012. No fucking way. I went to my computer, pulled up the calendar. Friday, October 5th, 2012. I opened my browser and checked the weather. Friday, October 5th, 2012. What? There is no way that I slept for 30 plus hours and missed an entire day. No. No. I immediately called my work and apologized for missing a full day yesterday with no notification. The receptionist, Linda, got very confused while I was on the phone with her. She told me the logs show that I clocked in at 8:58 a.m. and out at 5:36 p.m. I told her it simply wasn't possible because I definitely did not come into work yesterday. In fact, I have no recollection of yesterday ever even happening. She transferred me to my department manager, and he told me that he saw me yesterday, working at my desk. He had tried to speak with me a few times, but each time I would just look up from my work and stare at him blankly. He said he got creeped out and decided to leave me alone. He figured I was just having a bad day and didn't feel like talking to anybody. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my Thursday went. I was not there for it, but something else was. Something else took my place and lived my life for a day while I was removed from reality. Update. I have spoken with my boss and several coworkers, and they all confirmed seeing me yesterday. They said my eyes looked bloodshot, and I just kept staring at the ground. When I came in, I just sat down at my desk and started typing away. I then spoke to our security guy and asked to see our cameras. I watched the front door and clock-in area at precisely the times I clocked in and out. Here's where this gets a lot worse. Our doors have automated locks, meaning that you cannot open the door unless someone is there to open it for you. But, you know, the door just swings open on its own. The same thing happens at 5:36:28 p.m. My day just became full-blown terrifying. Update 2. I scoured my laptop to see if anything went missing or weird with it. The only thing I noticed that changed was that some data logs from one of our chemical testing machines was altered yesterday afternoon. I opened the .txt file, but it's just a bunch of nonsense, dots and lines and stuff. And I looked at my screenshot of this image of my flash drive, and it said October 5th, 2012. The following story was posted to Daniel Meyer's blog approximately a week before his disappearance. Daniel was said to have left his residence, and police have not found him since. His laptop and Daniel himself are gone. It was Thursday, never happened.
Wow, that is actually really chilling. I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah, I hadn't either. I was really captivated by that title when I saw that there, and as a joke, I read it to my friend Awkward Thursdays, and but yeah, that was the story.
Nice. Mind if I just pop in real quick? Just want to say one quick thing.
Okay.
We can also be able to see, and a lot of you will be able to see this also if you go over to the ucaring.com/narrators-uNIGHTed there. If you head over that link, you'll see that you're also able to view the supporters and other people who have donated to the charity. And somebody who just recently donated, Reno Shelton, donated $100 to the charity. And he did leave a comment also, which you're able to do if you do donate. Says, thoughts go out to those who have been affected by this accident. I'm glad our Creepypasta community can band together and show that we are more than the withdrawn internet beings most see us as, and show that we can be caring and will support what we believe in. That's what Reno Shelton did, and he donated a huge amount of money there, which we greatly appreciate here. We really appreciate that support and the kind words there. So thank you, Reno. I don't mean to cut you off there, DB. Go right ahead.
No. You're good. It's important. Let's see. Okay, so this is another original story. This is actually a premiere of this story. Very few people have actually heard it, and I wrote this one pretty recently. It's called Up a Winding Stair. Again, like we mentioned earlier, classic literature is kind of an influence for me, so this involves a particular classic thing, and you will probably get it fairly early on. Here we go. Let's get out a song. Okay. Up a Winding Stair by Dimension Bucket. He should have known it was a stupid idea. The disturbing thoughts of what might have actually happened in that old house disturbed him to no end. Casey hadn't turned up for a few days. Now he was rather concerned. It was a stupid dare, he had known that. He didn't think through the potential consequences very well, though. The dare was simple. Stay in the darkness of the Gorsman mansion for an hour or longer, without pussing out. Stuff like this only happens in horror movies, right? He thought. He quickly realized how stupid he was for thinking that surely people have been trapped and or killed in condemned buildings. Most likely, Casey had fallen through a hole in the floor a little while after she'd entered the old house. Abandoned mansions crumble in places from time to time, and that was truly terrifying. For all he knew, she could be laying dead in the house while he sat around waiting for her. He knew there would be a search party, but the guilt and the fear was too much for him to just wait for them to find her. He gathered his cell phone, a Swiss Army knife, you never know when that might be handy, a backpack filled with a few snacks, a length of rope he had found in the garage, and he was ready. He put on his trusty leather jacket and left for the Gorsman mansion. During his trek, he thought further of what might have happened to Casey. She might have slipped on a moldy carpet and cracked her head open. But that didn't seem likely, as she always was very careful. Either way, something was off. Kilter about the whole situation. When 3 hours went by after Casey had disappeared into the house, he walked up to the main entrance, opened the door, and called to her. At first he thought she had pranked him and had gotten out of the house through a back door or something. Casey didn't seem like the prankster type to him, though. He was even more concerned when she didn't show up at the university the next day, or the day after. When he reached the manor house, the sun was starting to set, and the sky glowed a bright orange. Like an October sky, he thought, the kind of sky that brings the dead from their graves. He opened the rusty gate to the mansion, and checked to make sure no one was watching, before walking to the entrance. The front door merely squeaked upon opening, and he entered the room. It was pitch black. That wasn't surprising, considering all the windows had been boarded up. He got out his cell phone and used it as a makeshift flashlight. The smell of mold and decay filled his nostrils, and he could tell this wasn't going to be fun. He took a few steps into the house and observed his surroundings. There was a living room to his right. Beyond that was a kitchen, a dining room, along with a staircase to his right. He tried to put himself in Casey's shoes to find the path she had taken. The staircase seemed like the most obvious option. She might have fallen through a hole in the rotting stairs. He was about to walk in the direction of the staircase when he saw something out of the corner of his phone's light. He paused, faced the direction of what he saw. He saw there was a message written on the kitchen wall. "Will you walk into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. It read. It was a line from a poem he had read in school, and he couldn't remember what it was from exactly, or how the rest of it went, but he had read it so many times in class that it hadn't completely disappeared from his memory. Why it was written on the walls of this abandoned house he wasn't sure of. The messenger's scratchy handwriting unnerved him for some reason. He stopped trying to analyze the message and put the goal of finding Casey ahead of everything else. He turned his back to the staircase and proceeded cautiously towards whatever lay beyond there. The stairs creaked profusely beneath his weight, and he feared the structure collapsing. A little way into the stairway there was another message written on the wall. This one was a bit more cryptic. "'Tis the prettiest little parlor that ever you did spy." There it was again, that same poem he had read in school. The first signs of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he felt the even stronger urge to leave as soon as possible. He proceeded ascending the stairs, which creaked in rhythm with his steps. Soon, the stairs turned right, and the darkness seemed to thicken. This caused a powerful chill down his back when he saw yet another message on the left wall with his light source, and yet another one on the right. "The way into my parlor is up a winding stair, and I've a many curious thing to show when you are there." He hastened his steps while still staying cautious of where he was walking. He kept thinking of Casey, how he hoped she was okay. He tried with all his might to stay hopeful so that he didn't lose his nerve. After the final length of the stairs, there was an open door to a short hallway. He heard slight, muffled movements, slight clicking movements from one of the far-end rooms. Maybe it's Casey, he thought. His stomach was still tight with fear, but it was relatively, bearable. And to the thought she still might be here in one piece, he was a bit calmed. He walked forward, all the while shining his cell phone's light on the floor to look out for weak spots. He reached the end of the hall and found the door that was the source of the noise. To his added fear was another message splotched on the door. "Oh, no, no," said the little fly. "To ask me is in vain." The doorknob was covered in spider webs. Regardless, it opened with ease. The inside of the following room was much like the doorknob. Cobwebs everywhere, he thought. It was apparent that this room had been something's dwelling, and the copious amounts of web seemed to cover almost every surface. And after shining the light around, he found a large, softly wiggling mass. He walked up to it, his stomach now burning with dread. It was Casey. She was wound with web into a tight sack, and he could just barely make out her face through the encasement. He had so many questions, and was relieved to even find her, though not the best of circumstances. He could tell she was breathing, and he acted as fast as he could. He got out his Swiss Army knife, proceeded to cut open Casey's bindings. He ignored the sounds that were coming from the hallway. As he was working, he saw something on the wall from the corner of his eye. He mumbled the words aloud as he read. "For who goes up your winding stair shall ne'er come down again." He didn't even notice the clicking of mandibles coming from right behind him. And that was Up a Winding Stair.
You said that was another original, yeah?
Yeah?
Right. You are a very talented writer, sir. You know that?
I mean, sometimes it's kind of hit and miss. Like, I do some kooky stuff as well, but I really actually like that story, how it came out.
Hey, it came out great, yeah. Have you written like a good number of stories, DB?
I have actually, yes. I don't know the exact amount, but more than 10, maybe less than 30. How many of them are good? I'm not sure.
I can tell you how many are good. More than 10, but less than 30. So
let's see here.
we got about 10 more minutes to go. You got another story for us?
Yeah, I got another story. I've got one that's really short, and I've got one that's it's okay. We'll be able to fit it in time.
Okay, great.
This next story, I had to include this one. It's by H.P. Lovecraft, and it's called The Terrible Old Man. And it's one of his shortest stories. Here we go. I figure I'll narrate this one in silence, dramatic effect. It was the design of Angela Ricci and Joe Saznek and Manuel Silva to call on the terrible old man. This old man dwells all alone in a very ancient house on Water Street near the sea, and is reputed to be both exceedingly rich and exceedingly feeble, which forms a situation very attractive to men of the profession of Messrs. Ricci, Saznek, and Silva, for that profession was nothing less dignified than robbery. The inhabitants of Kingsport say and think many things about the terrible old man, which generally keep him safe from the attention of gentlemen like Mr. Ricci and his colleagues, despite the almost certain fact that he hides a fortune of indefinite magnitude somewhere about his musty and venerable abode. He is, in truth, a very strange person, believed to have been a captain of East India clipper ships in his day, so old that no one can remember when he was young, and so taciturn that few know his real name. Among the gnarled trees in the front of his yard, of his aged and neglected place, he maintains a strange collection of large stones, oddly grouped and painted so that they resemble the idols in some obscure Eastern temple. This collection frightens away most of the small boys who love to taunt the terrible old man about his long white hair and beard, or to break the small paned windows of his dwelling with wicked missiles. But there are other things which frighten the older, more curious folk who sometimes steal up to the old house to peer through the dusty panes. These folk say that on a table in a bare room on the ground floor are many peculiar bottles, in each a small piece of lead suspended pendulum-wise from a string, and they say that the terrible old man talks to these bottles, addressing them by such names as Jack, Scarface, Long Tom, Spanish Joe, Peters, and Mate Ellis, and that whenever he speaks to a bottle, the little lead pendulum within makes certain definite vibrations as if in answer. Those who have watched the tall, lean, terrible old man in these peculiar conversations do not watch him again. But Angelo Ricci and Joe Saznek and Manuel Silva were not of Kingsport blood. They were of that new and heterogeneous alien stock which lies outside the charmed circle of New England life and traditions. And they saw in the terrible old man merely a tottering, almost helpless graybeard, who could not walk without the aid of his knotted cane, and whose thin, weak hands shook pitifully. They were really quite sorry in their way for the lonely, unpopular old fellow, whom everybody shunned, and at whom all the dogs barked singularly. But business is business, and to a robber, whose soul is his profession, there was a lure and a challenge about a very old and feeble man who has no account at the bank, and who pays for his few necessities at the village store with Spanish gold and silver minted 2 centuries ago. Messrs. Ricci, Saznek, and Silva selected the night of April 11th for their call. Mr. Ricci and Mr. Silva were to interview the poor old gentleman, whilst Mr. Saznek waited for them and their presumable metallic burden with a covered motor car in Ship Street by the gate in the tall rear wall of their host's ground. Desire to avoid needless explanations in case of unexpected police intrusions prompted these plans for a quiet and instantaneous departure. As prearranged, the 3 adventurers started out separately in order to prevent any evil-minded suspicions afterwards. Messrs. Ricci, Saznek, and Silva met in Water Street by the old man's front gate, and although they did not like the way the moon shone down upon the painted stones through the budding branches of gnarled trees, they had more important things to think about than mere idle superstition. They feared it might be unpleasant to work, making the terrible old man loquacious concerning his hoarded gold and silver, for aged sea captains are notably stubborn and perverse. Still, he was very old and very feeble, and there were two visitors, Messrs. Ricci and Silva, were still experienced in the art of making unwilling persons voluble. And the screams of a weak and exceptionally venerable man can be easily muffled. So they moved up to the one lighted window and heard the terrible old man talking childishly to his bottles with pendulums. Then they donned masks and knocked politely at the weather-stained oaken door. Waiting seemed very long for Mr. Sasnak, as he fidgeted restlessly in the covered motor car by the terrible old man's back gate in Ship Street. He was more than ordinarily tender-hearted, and he did not like the hideous screams he had heard in the ancient house just after the hour appointed for the deed. He had not told his colleagues to be as... Had he not told his colleagues to be as gentle as possible with the pathetic old sea captain? Very nervously he watched the narrow oaken gate in the high and ivy-clad stone wall. Frequently he consulted his watch, and wondered at the delay. Had the old man died before revealing what his treasure was like? Or where his treasure was hidden? And had, through search, become necessary? Mr. Sasnak did not like to wait long, so, in the darkness, at such a pace, then he sensed a soft tread, or tapping on the walk, inside the gate, and heard a gentle fumbling at the rusty latch, and saw the narrow, heavy door swing inward. And in the pallid glow of the single dim street lamp, he strained his eyes to see what his colleagues had brought out in that sinister house which loomed so close behind. But when he looked, he did not see what he had expected, for his colleagues were not there at all, but only the terrible old man, leaning quietly on his knotted cane and smiling hideously. Mr. Sasnak had never before noticed the color of the man's eyes. He now saw that they were yellow. Little things make considerable excitement in little towns, which is the reason that Kingsport people talked all that spring and summer about the three unidentifiable bodies, horribly slashed as with many cutlasses, and horribly mangled as by the tread of many cruel boot heels, which the tide washed in. And some people even spoke of things as trivial as the deserted motor car found in Ship Street, or certain especially inhuman cries, probably of a stray animal or migratory bird, heard in the night by wakeful citizens. But in the idle village, gossip of the terrible old man took no interest at all. He was by nature reserved, and when one is aged and feeble, one's reserve is doubly strong. Besides, so ancient a sea captain must have witnessed scores of things much more stirring in the far-off days of his unremembered youth. Terrible old man.
That was a good one. Who was the author of that one again?
H.P. Lovecraft.
H.P. Lovecraft. I figured as much.
Yeah.
Let's see where we're at. I wanted to say, did I update that yet? Yes, I did. We're at $4,155, but it hasn't taken to the video yet. Everybody who's participated, thank you very much. DB, did you have one more? We're sitting on 3 minutes.
I had one more, but it's a bit long. I mean, I could read a micropasta. It's really short.
Hey, that's up to you. If you want to fill in those last 3 minutes, you're welcome to do so however you see fit.
Okay. I'll read something really short. In the future, I'm doing a thing. It's 1 hour of micropasta.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but I'm gonna try. We'll see how that goes. But this was a selection from that. As soon as I can get this up, let's see here. Okay, open that up.
I'm putting you on a racer's timer then. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do this. We are gonna do this. Okay. Okay. This story is called Wristbands. When you are admitted to a hospital, they place on your wrist a white wristband with your name on it. But there are other different colored wristbands which symbolize other things. The red wristbands are placed on dead people. There was one surgeon who worked one night shift in a school hospital. He had just finished an operation and was on his way down to the basement. He entered the elevator and there was just one other person there. He casually chatted with a woman while the elevator descended. When the elevator door opened, Another woman was about to enter when the doctor slammed closed the button and punched the button to the highest floor. Surprised, the woman reprimanded the doctor for being rude and asked why he did not let the other woman in. The doctor said, "That woman was... I just operated on her. She died while I was on the operating table. Didn't you see the red wristband she was wearing?" The woman smiled, raised her arm, and said, "Something like this." There you go.
You're gonna try to squeeze one more in your last 1 minute?
Oh, last 1 minute? Okay. I'll do one more then.
You have technically less than a minute. Let's see how fast you
Okay,
go.
let's see.
It's like a tongue twister style. Ready?
Okay.
Alright,
Okay. You feel an itch in your throat. You try to cough it out, but it just won't come. You struggle with forcing yourself to vomit. You drink lots of water, but whatever it is, it's just stuck there. You reach for a carton of milk in the fridge and sneeze as you raise it up. Something hits the floor with a rattle. You look at the floor and see a small button with a flowery design on it. Then you look up on the milk carton. You notice a missing kid. Her blouse shows the same buttons. Ooh.
That was impressive, actually. You still made it.
Oh, damn.
There we go. Now it's time. We just switched
Amazing.
over. Dimension Bucket. Thank you very much. I'm assuming you're going to stick around, though, and help out with music, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and hand this one off now to Dead Josie.
Oh, wow. Hello. I'm Dead Josie, and I want to thank everyone for being here. And what is the current total? It's
Current total,
4,155.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a good number. And I want to remind everyone that the funds are going to the aid of the victim and the Wisconsin attack and Safe Horizon to aid victims of violent crimes. And the link to the charity is in the description of the video. And is that all, or?
You got it, Josie. That's
All
everything
right.
that I was going to say, at least.
I'm not good with stuff like this, so.
You're perfectly fine.
I'm trying
I'm pretty
the
sure what
best I
everybody's
can.
here to... Yeah. What everybody's here to hear you do is read stories. So you got your stories in line?
Yes, I have my stories online, and the first story that I'm doing is called Extinction Theory. Oldie but goodie. It is estimated that for every million or so humans, 7 species of animals go extinct. Do you understand what extinct means? It means gone, forever. The final survivors of a race cast down from life and forever broken into pieces, never to come back ever. When a species goes extinct, the ecosystem takes a hit. Let's make an example. An ecosystem with 2 herbivores, 1 carnivore, and 3 different types of plants, and 1 decomposer, is put into a small area. Let's say now that due to some unknown force, one of those herbivores is now extinct. The carnivores have less to eat, obviously, and the plants have less eating them. So the carnivores with less food have to eat more of herbivore number 1, causing their numbers to drop significantly. The decomposers have less to decompose due to the jump in plant life. After a few years of less numbers, the herbivores can't make it and die. This leads to plant life going insane, the carnivores starving and decomposers to also perish. Eventually, when they get too overgrown, they crossbreed. Weeds take over, those die from soil erosion, and the place becomes barren. The death of herbivore 2 eventually caused an entire ecosystem to fall to hell. Yes, this does take a very long time, years, maybe even decades, but eventually it can, will, and has happened. A theory of mine takes place a very long time ago, before the first great extinction. Large reptiles, often called dinosaurs, roamed the continents freely in this time. All of them were put together, making an unimaginably large landmass known as Pangea. The oceans gathered around it, holding other and in some cases bigger beasts of might. However, one thing this thriving and massive ecosystem lacked was quite obvious: sentiency. Based on fossil records and various scientific studies, most of these species lack knowledge of their own existence. and only knowledge that they needed to survive. A lack of knowledge often produces bad results, as it did here. Have you ever seen one of those Hollywood special effect dinosaur movies? The giant carnivores like the Tyrannosaurus Rex are to be feared. They were to be feared back then, as they had a near insatiable hunger for flesh and had no boundaries on what they killed. They ate anything and everything, herbivores, carnivores, and sometimes their own species. Overfeeding of a certain species can lead to very, very bad things. It means that other smaller carnivores have to scrounge for food, often going to eat things that are much too difficult. This leads to certain unadapted smaller carnivores becoming extinct, flourishing the amount of herbivores that they used as staple food. As these grow, the plant life reduces. The larger carnivores have a difficult time moving through the plant life, and a harder time catching things. So fewer plants are good for them. They eat more food. More herbivores eat more plants. As plant life disappears, erosion, the moving of dirt through wind, fauna, and otherwise forceful means, without large roots to hold these plants in place, this is accelerated. We know that sometime around 2 million years ago, the continents began to split. This has been theorized to be caused by gravitational pull or movement of tectonic plates, but recently I read an article and got a completely different theory. The world was dying. Due to the extreme amount of species going extinct at one time, the entire ecosystem of the world was going into a dark state. The world was losing its vigor, its strength. I still do not know what sort of unknown force could have caused this, but I believe that something attempted to fix this. The world was put to sleep. Pangea broke apart, and the era known as the Ice Age began, causing a mass extinction of the great reptiles known as the dinosaurs. A new classification, mammals, adapted to the ice with internal incubation and hair to keep them from freezing. Evolution took its course. Mammals became more intelligent to ward off the cold and adapted or died when the Ice Age was over. And when the need for evolution was no longer revolved around survival, it turned for the need for knowledge. The first of humanity's ancestors began to walk on Earth, still as foolish as their primate counterparts, but with a basic need to think. As the mind of humanity evolved, our figure did as well. The invention of fire and tools to hunt began our rush into the world of intensity. The rest is, as they say, history. Farming, breeding of animals, the wheel, and eventually electricity and artificial intelligence. Intelligence has brought us a bounty of life, a bounty of enjoyment. If you were to go back in time with today's technology, they would think nothing of you but a god. Of course, power has its downsides. 2 world wars have occurred in just the last century. Nuclear weapons are being stockpiled, waiting to be launched at some unknown country. And most importantly, our population made by fossil fuels, which ironically were created by the great beasts that caused the first great extinction, tear into the ozone layer, releasing deadly solar rays into our world. Going back to my original statement, species are going extinct at an alarming rate, and we continue to grow. Forests are being torn down, removing our ability to create oxygen, and our average temperatures increase, ever so slightly, every year. What if, say, there was some sort of planetary defense system, built somewhere deep inside? As it starts to become inhabitable, the system activates to remove the threat in an attempt to save the world. The polar ice caps are melting, raising the water level ever so slightly. What if one day the great oceans rise to destroy the threat to the world, to purge the waters and rebuild millions of years later? What if that threat was us this time? And that was Extinction Theory.
Extinction Theory.
This is creepy.
That is creepy. No, that meshes well with the music, though.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go ahead and remind everyone this one again, just like I've been doing it between every single story. Hashtag uNIGHTed, as you can see right there on your screens, everybody. Also, there's a link to the charity. You can see on your screen there. It's in the comments. Should be top comment on there, made by me, as well as in the description if you want to copy and paste it from there. You were listening to Dead Josie, as you can see on your screen. And, Josie, what have you got in line for us?
Next story is Tanning Lotion, or Tanning Bed as I like to call it. One woman's journey to get very tan.
Sounds good. Take it away, Josie.
Alright. There was a young woman who was getting married to the man of her dreams. Her wedding day was approaching fast, and she wanted to look her very best. People were always telling her that she looked very pale, so she was determined to get a good tan before the wedding. The woman went to a tanning salon near her house and tried to book an hour on the sunbed. The staff at the salon told her that for her own safety, she could only tan for 30 minutes at a time. After the session, she looked into the mirror and found that her skin wasn't any darker. When she attempted to make an appointment for another 30 minutes on the tanning bed, the next day, the staff informed her that she could only tan twice a week. After her second session, the woman still wasn't satisfied with the result. Fearing that, at this rate, she could never have a proper tan, the woman came up with a cunning plan. If the salon could only give her 30 minutes, then she would book appointments at every tanning salon in the city, one after the other. She spent the next 4 days going from one tanning salon to the other, lying on sunbed after sunbed. Even though her skin was beginning to get a little bit darker, she was worried that it wouldn't be brown enough by the time her wedding day arrived. She went to a shop and bought a special brand of tanning lotion. This particular lotion was only supposed to be used by people who had a rare skin condition. The tanning lotion was designed to increase the skin's sensitivity to light. She hoped that this would help her skin to develop a lovely golden brown. She slathered the tanning lotion all over her body, letting it soak in. Then she set off for her tanning bed appointments. Later that day at the tanning salon, the staff noticed the smell of burning in the air. When they went to investigate, they were horrified to find one of the tanning beds was on fire. After putting out the flames, all that was left on the tanning bed was the unfortunate woman. When autopsy was performed, the coroner discovered that the woman's internal organs had been cooked from the inside out. By combining the tanning lotion and the sunbed, she had literally cooked herself alive. And next, we have diet pills. Story about a woman that just wants to lose a little bit of weight. There was a middle-aged woman who was very fat and desperately wanted to lose weight. She had tried all sorts of fad diets, but none of them seemed to work. Exercise was out of the question because she was just too lazy and she lacked the willpower to force herself to eat less. One day, she was leafing through a magazine when she came across an advertisement for diet pills. "Guaranteed weight loss in just 2 weeks," said the ad. The company was selling the diet pills over the internet, so the woman decided to order a month's supply. A few days later, she received a package in the mail. When she opened it, she was surprised to see that it only contained 12 large pills. The instructions said that she would take 1 pill per month with a glass of water, and afterwards she should avoid eating spicy food or drinking alcohol. The woman popped the diet pill in her mouth and swallowed it down. A few days later, she noticed that her appetite had completely disappeared. She didn't feel hungry at all. Even though she didn't do any exercise, she was beginning to shed the pounds. As the days went on, she quickly began losing more and more weight. Within no time, she was admiring her slim new body in the mirror. The change was stunning. She had gone from a pear-shaped to an hourglass figure in no time at all. Unfortunately, the diet pills proved to be more effective than she had expected. Even though she was down to her target weight, she continued to get thinner and thinner. Soon she was feeling tired and weak, and she had sharp abdominal pains. The pain finally became so intense that she was forced to go to the hospital. A doctor examined her and became alarmed. After taking an x-ray of her stomach, he asked her if she had eaten anything strange lately. "No," replied the woman. I've barely eaten anything at all since I've started taking my diet pills. The doctor asked to see the bottle of pills. He broke one capsule open and brought the contents down to the laboratory to be analyzed. When he returned, he had some horrible news for the woman. The diet pills contained the eggs of a tapeworm. And that was diet pills.
Damn, that last little bit was a nice slap in the face.
Right?
That's excellent.
And my next story, we're still going in the pill region.
What was the name of the next story?
The Pill by
Oh.
a Wanderer.
Well then. Okay,
So?
go right ahead, Josie.
Alright. Don't take it. It's a miracle and a glory and the greatest thing to ever happen. So they say. And it'll probably become the law soon that you'll have to take it. They'll have you swallow a little capsule when you're still a baby. Probably at the same age you're getting your inoculations. The piece of the thing in there weighs only a few grams and will be plucked out of a little pool that will probably be installed into every hospital soon. Those couple of grams are more than enough for it to happen. Sure, you'll never get cancer, you'll live until 150, you'll have stronger bones and a more resilient immune system. You'll probably never need glasses or a hearing aid. If you lose something like small, say a finger, in a half a year you'll have it back. If you lose a whole arm, in 2 years you'll have it back with nearly full functionality. It's the sort of miracle that's believable enough to catch on. It won't solve all our problems, and it will even create a few more, like overpopulation, like we never saw coming. But it works, and it's cheap, and it's plentiful, and that's all we need. Sure, they can't quite explain how the thing actually manages to rewrite our genetic code after we swallow a few grams, but they promise the answers will come someday, and that there are no ill side effects. It's from a previously unknown variety of starfish, but they won't even tell you that on the news. I think the story right now is that it's something they're growing artificially. These starfish live in the deepest, darkest places in the ocean, and they aren't very big or very interesting. Honestly, we've probably seen them down there before 1,000 times and just looked them over. It just so happened that prick with the show about eating weird foods got a hold of one, God knows how, and thought it was a different kind of starfish and ate part of it. And a year later the foot he had just lost was back. I'm sure they tore apart his house and tested gallons of his blood and interrogated everyone he ever spoke to. But somehow they figured out just when the regeneration happened and eventually found the fucking thing. It had been alive when he ate one of its arms, and I guess he took pity on it and let the thing live in a tank in his house. Well, this led to that, and eventually they brought it up a ton of suckers. But here's the thing. Think about our technology and innovations. Think about what they're for. Mostly to keep us alive longer, to make us healthier, to help us communicate better. What if, as a race, we already had the ability to communicate via thought? What if we were naturally incredibly hardy and long-lived? What if we started out having everything we needed without having to do a bit of the work? Our goals would turn to keeping our world the way it was, and simply enjoying things. With a mind so powerful, it can transmit and receive thoughts with no effort. It stands to reason other amazing things are possible too. With that in mind staying completely intact, even the smallest silver of the creature, one has to wonder just what else that mind can do. So, now here's the question. If you survived all this time just sitting on the bottom of the ocean with this incredible intellect, how would you amuse yourself? What if that mind can wander and roam freely? If it can just find something to carry it? What if, as a race, we made ourselves the bottom of the food chain just to ensure we constantly be taken into new creatures and allowed to see the world through their eyes. Is it really such a leap to think that such powerful minds could overtake smaller, lesser ones? No. Nor is it unusual to think that if such a race of powerful minds was endangered, they would use this ability to dominate the minds to defend themselves. That they'd wait patiently until their enemies devoured them, then simply displace the minds of those enemies and solve the conflict. I don't think it's crazy at all, and I don't think it's crazy that there's suddenly a lot more war all over the world, a lot of research put into birth control and the accidental release of that superbug that makes men sterile. We should be enjoying world peace, but instead we're killing each other faster than ever before. Maybe they're not even threatened. Maybe we're just a game to them. Maybe we're the 100th race of beings these things have done this with. All I know is they don't turn you into some zombie from a cheesy old sci-fi flick. They let you think you're still in control. That what they want you to do is actually what you want to do. It all seems so natural, so right. Then we're in World War III, and the only thing the bombs won't scorch clean is the floor of the ocean. Don't ask me how I know all this. And don't take that pill. And that was The Pill by Wanderer.
That was excellent, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. Let's see. We are still sitting at 4,155. Everybody, if you're everybody who's still out there, Dead Josie is currently on air. If you want to take a look at anybody, because I noticed this in the comments, if you always wondered about who's currently speaking, it is going to be up in the very top right there. You should be able to see Dead Josie. Yep. As well as all of her social medias and her YouTube channel as well. She's doing a fantastic job, and everybody who has been listening, thanks for sticking around and showing your support, and everybody who's donated as well. Thank you so much for donating to the fundraiser here. The fundraiser we're running is going to be money that's donated to the family and the victim of that Waukesha, Wisconsin attack that you've probably heard about on the news. Also, it's going to be going over to Safe Horizon at safehorizon.org to be able to aid in the recovery of victims of violent crimes. So, yeah, if you want to be able to donate, you'll be able to see the link right there on your screen. Also, there is a hyperlink down in the comments. You should be able to see mine as top comment, Mr. Creepypasta there. And also, if you want to just copy and paste it from the description, it's there too. Josie, what you got in store for us?
The guest book of Elisium by Stupid Dollop. Personally, a favorite story of mine.
Oh, nice. Go right ahead, dear.
No one knows that my affluent aunt bequeathed me her favorite thing in the world. The beach house she bought many years ago on the Florida Panhandle. I've been renting it out for years, actually, though I haven't visited it since I was a kid. She knew how much I loved her beach house and how overly giddy and thankful I was every time she took me on one of her vacations. My guess is that's why she gave it to me. I may have been the only one in the family to love it as much as she did. I think she knew. I understood how special of a place it was. It's been many years since I last saw or spoke to my aunt, my uncle, and my two cousins. No one in my family has. Many think it's because of a falling out she had with my mom. It's been quite a burden on her all these years, and while there have been several attempts to mend fences, our requests have fallen on deaf ears. I've recently accepted the fact that I'll never see them again. It's the main reason why I finally decided to take my husband and daughter down to the beach house for some summer fun. I also decided to go because I received some odd complaints from the last couple of renters. We got here this morning and it is everything I remember it being. It is truly paradise, and I found myself angry that it had taken me so long to return here. While my husband and daughter were down at the beach, I decided to spend some time in the house. I was flooded with great childhood memories. I remember playing hide and seek with my cousins. I remember my first time successfully flying a kite on the sunbathing deck. And I remember my aunt sharing a secret little compartment behind her bed where she hid her favorite sugary treats. She was a diabetic, and so she hid them from her husband. Out of curiosity, I went to see the old nook was still there, and it was. In it were some much expired Wither original hard candies and a dusty guest book. It is years old, and reading through it was such a treat in itself. How many lovely families had the time of their lives in this house. Brought me many smiles and a sense of pride. It was until I reached the last entry of the guest book. Unexpectedly, it was an entry left by my aunt. Here is her entry. September 25th, 2001. I remember the rain pounding on me with the rhythm of an icy waterfall, and I remember the pain of the cold heated me more than my nightgown ever could. The warmth of my breath fought through the bitter darkness of the evening, only to be beat back by the unrelenting frigidity of the wind on my face. Thankfully, the warmness of the Gulf radiated just enough for me to find some comfort in the storm. The waves quickly rolled in, one after another, bashing my stomach and chest. I turned my head to avoid the violent aggression of the water as it plumbed me and attempted to intrude my body through my nose and mouth. The Gulf's hospitality sure was lacking tonight. A drastic change from the filled beaches of the morning past. Children building sandcastles, couples floating and drinking and cuddling in the water. Snowbirds out to roost under umbrella tents, and the shadow of books. No, tonight was so much different, so much bleaker. The kindness of the Gulf seemed to have set with the sun. It seemed too small of a beach community for so many people to litter my little slice of heaven during the day. My beloved beach house. Light tan with soft pastel and white-colored accents with a large sun-bathing balcony. It only has 4 beds, and yet this beautiful beach had several dozens of visitors on its little stretch of land. They could have spinned out of the shores on either sides of this, but they did not. They did not, because they knew what I knew, that this section of the beach was perfect. The sun stretched over us and was offered no invitation for quarter by monstrous condos or gray clouds. The Gulf breeze swayed against our bodies as though it were dancing to its own serenade, while the sugary white sands warmed our feet and massaged our heels. The salt water offered refreshing retreat as it frolicked on our lips like the salted rim of a frozen margarita. Gentle waves offered both play and coddling as the seabirds flying above gilded almost still, resting on the wings of the wind. Even the small fish and baby crowds could be seen sashaying in the translucent emerald green water. Of course, these people did not spread out past the boundaries. Who would ever want to abandon this glimpse of heaven, bathed in sunshine? That was this morning, however. Tonight I remember being deep enough to float and not stand, as the waves seemed to have let up a bit on its attack. As I bobbed 4 feet up and 4 feet down, I remember being thankful that my stomach was empty, the Gulf showing some compassion by lending me its warmth. Something it was lacking on the shore, and on my walk in, it quickly became difficult to keep above water. However, the crest has always brought bows to the trough. As I rose from the peak of each wave, I glanced ashore to see if they were all still standing there. They were. Looking back, their touch was warmer than I would have expected. I am surprised that they were even able to wake me, since I was such a heavy sleeper. I was gently awakened by a soft grab on my ankle, and the grasp was strangely lukewarm and damp. There was an old comfort to it, much like how my father used to wake me from school when I was a child. It made waking up to a room full of dozens of shadows a bit less petrifying, a tiny bit less horrifying. When I sat up, I quickly buried myself as deep into the headboard of the bed as I physically could. I surveyed my surroundings. There were exactly 12 of them. These shadow people with their onyx-luminescent bodies, gray smoke dancing off and through their bodies like black liquid ice. They stood there, standing motionless, with varied displays of body language and height. The shadow that touched me to awake me sat there at the foot of the bed, legs crossed with its hands gestured gracefully. It was looking at me, or I think it was looking at me. I could not tell since there were no facial features, but I could feel them all looking at me. I could also hear them. They all seemed to speak in unison with the same consciousness, but with different muffled sounds. It was whispers like voices, some tones dragging behind others, as they spoke like rapid and soft little echoes. It was haunting, yet beautiful, spiritual. They told me that things were going to be okay, and asked me to follow them out of the room. And so I did. Into the hallway where several other smoky figures lined each side of the hallway, some leaning up against the dimly lit blue walls, others squatting casually, and some more like soldiers on guard, all staring at me as though I were walking the red carpet. As I passed the other bedroom, I remembered my 2 daughters and husband fell asleep in the bunk bedroom after an evening of board games and ghost stories. I asked if my daughters and husband were safe, and they assured me that they were. I cannot explain why I trusted them. Maybe it was the thought of risking waking my girls to this strange and frightening spectacle. They did not need to experience whatever this was, and if they did, then I wanted my husband to be there to protect them. As I entered the kitchen, I noticed several other shadows, all standing throughout the space in the living room, watching me as the first group guided me towards the back door that was facing the gulf. As I opened the door, a winter tribe chill smacked my body. It was abnormally cold for this time of year, this far south, and the rain was twice as frigid. I noticed on the sunbather's porch, down the wooden deck pathway, on the tall dunes, there were several dozens more shadow people, standing and watching me. I asked the group of shadows ahead of me who all these people, these things were. I asked where they were taking me and why were they all staring at me. With each question, my voice began to tremble, and fear started to overwhelm me, like the cold did once I opened that door. They said that I would be all right, and that they were the same as me. They were watching me because they wanted to welcome me as one of their own. Soon I was ushered past the burn and toward the shore of the Gulf. I stumbled through the thick and wet sand as they pointed me towards the violent blackness of the Gulf. I understood that they wanted me to go in, but I paused and asked what if I did not want to go into the deep. They stoically answered that I must trust them, for there is no other choice. And so, I have. In the water, I remember losing my ability to keep my head above the waterline. The salty water burned my eyes and throat, and panic started to sink in. On the horizon, I saw a few shapes emerge from the audience of the shadows and approach the water's edge. One by one, they entered the water. Their smoky bodies illuminated the water with a stunning silver brightness radiating from their bodies. As they swam towards me, I remember being able to resist the urge to purge myself under the unyielding juggernaut of waves. I sunk and released the last of my breath and gasped in the sea. My lungs dunk in the salt water with the growing pressure of a water balloon at the end of the hose. I failed out to grab anything and nothing in a final attempt to pull myself towards life. Unexpectedly, I felt a familiar touch on my face, the same touch that woke me and put me towards this journey, my final dip in the Gulf. He was face to faceless face with me. 2 other silver shadows guided to each of my arms and held each of my hands in a loving embrace. One hand to the shadow's cheek, the other hand to its chest, as a child would hold a teddy bear. I remember noticing the shape of their glowing pigtails. The same pigtails, she was wearing as she jumped up and down on the bed during her playtime with her father. I noticed the other wearing the silhouette of a nightgown, just like mine. One of a mother-daughter matching set I chose for us as a Christmas gift this past year. And I remember gazing back forward, thinking to myself and to him, I knew it was your touch that woke me, my love. As my consciousness faded, they lovingly guided me into the tender abyss of the gulf, to our Elisium, making me another welcome guest at our beach house. Signed, Camille. I remember being at my aunt's house on the Christmas Eve. She gave my little cousin the nightgown she was describing in the last paragraph. I remember it because the sleeves and cut of the gown were so unique, and because my cousin was so happy to look like her mama. It is also one of the last times we were all together as a family. I daydreamed about my uncle's ghost stories and how my other cousin wouldn't leave the house unless she had pigtails in her hair. But I've mostly just wept. The last couple of guests had complained about weird things happening inside and outside of the beach house. One complaint that riled me up to a description from a man saying he saw a woman in a nightgown disappear on the beach. And he said he had visions of people standing in the hallway, much like the description in the guestbook entry. The same man was kind enough to send me some vivid sketches of what he saw. The sleeves were so unique. After seeing the sketches, a part of me wanted to believe that my aunt had just moved down here, maybe into some other beach house on the stretch of perfection. I didn't put much stock into the disappearing thing, at least not at the time anyway. My aunt added one more note at the end of the guestbook that has me asking a lot of questions. If this is true, who sent me the keys and the deed to the beach house? And if this is true, what should I do? How do you turn down paradise? How do you walk away from Elisium? My dear Rosie, whenever you are ready, we will come and get you. With eternal love, Camille. And that's Guestbook of Elisium.
That's actually, you said that one from Stupid Dial-Up, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
He actually, I know Stupid Dial-Up, he did one of the books that recently got published. Well, I'd say recently, but I think it was end of last year. They got published, the Anecdotes and Ashes, right?
Yes.
That's a great book, actually.
And I love
Yeah,
this
it
story
is.
because it's just so, it's so well written, beautifully written.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
just
I remember that story
really,
from
really
that book
good.
though, because that was man, that was
I remember one you did from that. I can't remember what it was. It was like floaters, I think.
possibly.
Possibly.
Well, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and check on the grand total one more time where we're at, because Josie, you're doing a fantastic job catching us reading stories for us here, and you're also doing a fantastic job of getting people riled, because it looks like we're our total's gone up again. We're at $4,183. Everybody who's been donating, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, every little bit does help.
Yeah.
Even if you guys are able to only donate $1, we appreciate it. And if you're not able to donate, sharing around the link and sharing around the stream, that helps a lot too.
Mm-hmm. And
You are. We've got about 30 minutes, 25
Yeah.
minutes left with Dead Josie. What do you got for us?
I have a story called Escape Capsule by I Post at Midnight, and that is actually the author's name, I Post at Midnight. You know that feeling, Kathy? When you think there's one more step on the stairs, but there's not? That half second of sinking disorientation? That's what astronauts feel constantly, until we get accustomed. Sorry, I'm rambling, but talking to you helps. You thought they issue me suicide pills before the mission. I laughed. I told you that it's a myth. On the station, it's quicker to open an airlock. In any case, astronauts don't think that way. Before the first moon mission, a reporter supposedly asked one of the crew what he'd do if the long lander couldn't lift off and he got stranded there. His answer? work on the engine. See? Astronauts can be funny. Kathy? Like, I've always found space stations and movies funny. When something goes wrong and those lights start swirling, alarms start blaring, and a voice starts droning, emergency, emergency, as if bad lighting and loud noises would be helpful. No. No. The ground crew simply spoke in my ear, saying get my ass to escape capsule. Something was happening. I went, no questions. They never joke about that. The capsule was idiot-proof. Always pointed home. Climb in, push button, and you're on the ground, ASAP. I wasn't looking forward to shaking my guts out on re-entry, but afterwards I could ask what happened while waiting for the chutes to deploy. Except there was no shaking and no communication. You know that feeling when you think there's one more step on the stairs, but there's not? I felt that way for an hour. The escape capsule went straight down, but Earth wasn't there. Where are you, Kathy? Where is everyone? That is Escape Capsule. Next is It Hurts the Same Every Time by Norton. So.
Go right ahead, Joseph. We're here with you. We're still here.
Okay. It hurts the same every time. There was a time when we discovered how to travel across interstellar spaces. I remember that. I know that. We entrusted the projections of these immense voyages to infallible supercomputers who could correlate all the data that the human mind could not. They predicted all the dangers and plotted safe passage. As a race, we had grown intelligent and powerful. We had mastered the capture of the atom and the cell. This I know. We could harvest energy and bend it to our will, and take the hair of a soldier and construct from that its twin in a single year. I remember the pride as an echo of an echo. I do not remember where I was going or where I was from. I, like everyone else, would sleep in stasis on the journey between the stars. The computer would cradle us, and we would bask in its accumulated wisdom, under the watch of its ever-awake eye. But something must have happened. This I know. It hurts the same every time. I was so sure I was having a nightmare. I was so confident in our vigil, but nightmares end. It is a truth universal that even nightmares share a mercy. We were so powerful that we were certain we had cheated death, every one of us born perfect. Our understanding of anatomy, the strength of our technology, and the peak of our medicine, the computer implant grown within us, and our pinnacle of regeneration that made us consciously endless, never fearing death. This I know. I do not remember what caused the collision, whether it was malicious or unpredictable. The damage endured as the vigil failed us, failed me. Something has altered the equation. The crew is gone, and the ship is rudderless. The captain is missing, and around is a veil of alien stars. I am lost, but still I drift. The corruption of the vigil endures, and so must I. This I know. This I know. It is impossible to determine how many years it has been, even if I could remember. Each instance is connected to the last, only by sensation. The tether of a cord unseverable. I do not remember my identity, my home, my nation, my face. Each gestation is a year, but nothing dates here. Just the occasional wax of wane of ice and heat, ice and fire that buckles and burns, but leaves no calendar, no demarcation of date or hour, second or century. Something has corrupted the computer's laws. Whether it was from the impact that tore this section of the ship away, or the interposition of a deity, I will never know. The air is gone, and only this small room remains, holding my endless birthing vessel fixed to the floor. We spin constantly, spiraling through the dark, every time the machine births me, and I do not know why it chose me or who I am to it. The result is the same. I suffocate and freeze my naked body, convulsing in spasms of burning pain as the nerves in my arms and legs are raked with blossoming frigidity. I've tried to scream, but there is no air in my lungs. I have clawed out my eyes and ripped out my own throat, but still I return. I have tried to float away from the wreckage and into the endless night. I have to beat on the vessel with my bloody fist, but there is no time, and it will not break. No time until I begin to fade away into death. No time to destroy and finally end this hell before another year passes, and I am reborn. It hurts the same every time. That was it by Narrators.
Nice. You seem to be really into the sci-fi pastas tonight.
Yeah. Sci-fi ones are kind of my favorite.
Are they really?
Yeah.
I actually never knew that about you.
Yeah, it's just...
As long as we talk, I've never known that sci-fi pastas
like,
are your favorite ones.
Like, it's just kind of like there are some that'll make you think about certain
That's true.
things. Yeah.
I had a thing I was gonna say and I completely lost it. Oh yeah, we've been going into this about. we've been doing this for like 6.5 hours now.
6 hours, yeah.
Yeah,
6.5
almost
hours.
7 hours. Anybody who's here? Who has been here since the beginning? Who's been listening since the beginning? Show of hands.
I would raise my hand, but you can't see me right now.
Well, if anybody did raise their hands, let us know in the comments. Or tweet that you raised your hand to the hashtag uNIGHTed that you see on your screen there. But everybody who's been here since the beginning and who did raise their hand, we very much appreciate. We appreciate that you guys have been hanging out and listening to everybody who's had some time to read. Grand total, we're up a little bit more, $4,196.
Awesome.
Josie, you got about 15 minutes left. You got a nice story to fill that in, or stories?
Yeah, I got a couple. Stories.
Is this next one a sci-fi one? Because I get the perfect song for that.
No, this one's
Okay.
actually like back into the horror range. It's by Vincent Venicava. It's called
Okay.
Wish Upon a Star. It's a short one.
Alright.
Lydia was a kind girl with a big heart. Unfortunately, her inner beauty was not matched by her outward appearance. She had been born with a terrible facial deformity, one that caused even adults to cringe when they saw her in public. Still, her mother and father loved her dearly. So too did her gorgeous twin sister, Delilah, who had not been cursed with the same disfigurement she had. Even though Delilah was kind to her, Lydia couldn't help but be a bit envious. One evening, Lydia lied in bed, unable to fall asleep. She had recently become interested in a boy, but knew she had have little luck in getting him to return her affections due to her hideous appearance. Lydia saw how her sister's good looks would draw the attention of every boy in the neighborhood, and desperately wanted that for herself. As she looked out her bedroom window, a star streaked across the night sky. Yearning for a change, the girl closed her eyes and made a wish. I wish I was as beautiful as my sister Delilah. She opened her eyes and ran to the mirror in hopes that her wish had come true, but was dismayed with the fact that she was still deformed. And, defeated and depressed, Lydia got back in bed and cried herself to sleep. She was awoken in the morning by an ear-piercing scream. Lydia ran down the hall to the bathroom, where the shriek appeared to have originated. There she found Delilah, crying into the mirror, her face now just as hideous and deformed as her sister's. And that was Wish Upon a Star by Vincent Minacava.
Vincent Minacava is a great author.
Yes.
Oh, man.
He's an awesome author. I love his stories.
That's why I had to do one of his earlier, so I could not let one of these games go by without that.
Right.
See, we still got some time. Were you feeling? You got some more stories, Josie?
I have 2 more.
2 more. Are there either one of those uNIGHTed?
Yes, uNIGHTed is
Yes.
uNIGHTed.
Go right ahead, Josie. Lead us on.
The Mystery Shopper by Midnighter87. Last year, all through October, I worked at one of those Halloween stores that carried everything from costumes for children and adults to dancing skeletons that you could hang outside of your house. This was a particularly large store in a very rural area, so it was the only one around for miles. I know that Halloween will never be the same for me since my experience there, and I'm still trying to piece together the entire event in my mind. Maybe writing all of this down will help me organize my thoughts and gain some kind of insight into the seemingly impossible and horrifying things that I witnessed. It was Halloween night, and I was scheduled to work a shift at the store. I was too old for trick-or-treating, and I hadn't been invited to any parties or anything like that, so working that night didn't seem like such a bad thing. All the last-minute shoppers came in looking for costumes for themselves or their children, but by then a lot of our inventory had been cleared out. I watched as teenagers snatched up evil clown masks, vampire teeth, and fake blood. Around 7 o'clock, the stream of the customers began dwindling down, and another girl that was working with me was told to go home, leaving me, as always, to finish out my shift with just the manager. I was messing around on my phone behind one of the cash registers when I noticed a very tall and stocky man stroll into the store, wearing a plaid shirt, jeans, and a filthy burlap sack tied around his head with small holes cut where his eyes and mouth were. He glanced over at me for what seemed to be like an eternity and grabbed a shopping cart, whistling as he began looking around. It wasn't altogether unheard of for people for coming into the store with their costume on. After all, this was Halloween, and this was a rural area, and there wasn't a whole lot to do. Maybe he was just killing some time and wanted to look around at some of our hockey Halloween decorations, I thought, and the store didn't have a policy that forbade this, so I was just quietly watched as this man made his way through the store, whistling an eerie tune while looking at some wooden tombstones and fake spiderwebs. The man with the burlap sack walked around the store at a leisurely pace, but began quickly looking more and more impatient, as if he was searching for something in particular. Usually when I see someone like they look like they need help finding something, I go over and ask them, but this time I wasn't about to do that. I stood firmly in place behind the register like a stone statue, my eyes fixated on this man who looked like he stepped off a set of a horror movie. After about 10 minutes or so of being in the store, the man with the sack on his head stopped abruptly. When he saw a selection of rubber human limbs, our store had a wide variety of these bloodied arms, legs, and even a few heads for customers to choose from. The man bent down and picked up a couple of arms and legs, putting them in the cart. He began to whistle his chilling tune again, and it's creepy, as he made his way to the very back of the store. I saw him disappear into the men's restroom, which is not something our manager allowed. We were specifically told that no customer can go into the men's bathroom with merchandise. But my manager was nowhere in sight, and I was not about to go in there and tell this guy that he was in violation of our store policy. 30 minutes later, the man came out of the restroom with his cart and limbs inside, walking towards the registers while still humming to himself. All I could think as he approached is how this is probably going to be the most difficult transaction I have ever made with a customer. But I tried my best to steady my hands, which were now shaking. The man passed right by the cash registers and went straight out to the exit, the automatic doors clearing his path. On my first day working there, I was instructed to never engage or follow a customer leaving the store with unpaid merchandise. There was no way I was going to confront this guy. After I shook myself free of the hypnotic spell this man's eerie presence had casted on me, I immediately started to look for my manager, Rob. I checked the back office and didn't find him, so there was only one place to look: the bathroom. I slowly pushed open the door to the men's restroom and was confronted with a scene that was sent a wave of terror shooting through my entire body that felt like ice water filling my veins. I froze up completely and my mouth dropped open. As I surveyed the carnage that surrounded me, there was a body lying on the floor with a massive puddle of blood. Both of the man's arms and one of his legs had been completely replaced with rubber limbs resting against the stumps. I covered my mouth with one hand and carefully leaned over the body to see a shirt tag with the name Rob on it. And that's a mystery shopper by Midnight Rider 87.
What was that?
Midnight Rider 87.
Midnight Rider? Wasn't that the name of the band that was in Left 4 Dead 2?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was. We've gone up about another $50. $4,246. So the Midnight Rider brought in a good amount of support, which is amazing. Awesome. Looks like that $50 came from Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp. And Shannon says, thanks to the Creepypasta narrators for putting this together for the family of the victim, which I want to say $50 is actually a very large amount of money, and thank you, Shannon, for the donation.
Last but not least is your favorite, and I know it's everyone else's favorite, uNIGHTed.
A nice light story.
I'm gonna put on a special song for this one.
Oh no.
Go for it, DB.
Oh, here we go.
We'll just get it up here.
uNIGHTed, about a half unicorn and half potato. Let's get into this.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Any a second now.
Once upon a time, in a magical kingdom far, far away, lived a majestic creature named a uNIGHTed. It was half unicorn and half potato. Potato lot, and I mean potato lot. If he asked it, do you even potato? It would say yes. By the way, since its mother breeded with a potato, the only thing it could say was yes. Well, back to the story. Back in the magical kingdom, there was a king who loved these creatures. He thought they were adorable. But one day, the king was slayed by his evil wife, who wanted to eat all the uNIGHTEDs and control the kingdom for herself. It was up for the prince to save them all, but he was lured to join the dark side. So it was either they do and they live, or it was they do and they die. One of the magic uNIGHTEDs, Charlie, rose up and said his magical speech. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Translation: we will not let the evil wifey and the evil prince eat us. We must take a stand. We must do something about it. It's do or we live, or we don't do anything and we get all digested. Who is with me? And they all said, of course, yes. So they did a barrel roll to the castle and they charged. Blood by potato skin, skin by mane. It was a battle not to forget. And who won, you may ask? Well, it was the prince and the wife. They ate all the uNIGHTEDs like it was their last meal. I'm just joking, the uNIGHTEDs won. They seem to be cannibals because they love the taste of human flesh. And the kingdom lived in a uNIGHTED population. The end.
I love that story to death, and I don't know why. Or should I say, yes, 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 yes.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully everybody likes those, because they're a nice little break away from the dark and depressing we usually read.
The dark and the dramatic and the...
Well, we've got 3 minutes left. Josie, do you have anything else you want to be able to do or read, or do you want to hop into the Q&A portion?
Let's hop into the Q&A portion for...
Okay, go ahead and open it up. For all you guys who are listening or watching, if you want to ask Dead Josie a question, you might have to refresh your screen, but there's going to be a little link that pops up in front of your video that will bring you over to the Q&A board, so you're able to type out questions for us to be able to read on our side.
All right. First question: are you doing this on Friday the 13th on purpose, or is it just a coincidence? It's just a coincidence.
No, we planned this
Honestly,
out on
I
purpose.
think.
Come
We
on.
did?
Yes, we did.
We did? Are we that clever?
Well,
Yeah.
we semi-planned it out, you know.
We semi
Well, okay, well,
planned it out.
semi-planned it out. But we intentionally chose Friday the 13th as opposed to doing it Saturday the 14th.
Let's see. Any other questions? That seems a little bit too personal. What's the most childish thing any of you had ever done?
That's a fun question. It's the second time that one's popped up.
That's a weird question. I don't think I've done anything childish yet.
Oh, you're a liar.
Shut it up. I can't really remember
The childish thing you've done?
any childish thing I've done.
I know you constantly yell at your cat.
I do yell at my cat.
You yell at your cat that you're gonna throw it.
I'm gonna throw it out the window
Yeah.
because she's so mean. She scratches and bites me. One more question. I can.
We got 1 minute left. You can fill
We
that
got
in.
1 minute left. What's your favorite kind of creepypasta? Well, it's sci-fi pasta.
Sci-fi
do you
pastas?
believe? Yeah, sci-fi pastas. Do you believe in ghosts or any other normal paranormal things? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like you just kind of live a bland life. You don't believe any of that, so that's kind of my question. I mean, my answer to that. And I think I'll hand it over to Miss Kitten.
Kitten reads horror. All right. Thank you very much for being on the stream, Josie.
Thank you for having me here.
Okay, so everybody probably sees the change that just happened there at the top right of the screen. We're switching over to Kitten Reads Horror. Before I let her talk, I like to talk a lot, so I'm just letting you know right now, we've got about 1 hour left to go, which is actually pretty perfect because that works out. Kitten's got her hour here. But we got 1 hour left to be able to go on this stream. Because of the way the Google Hangouts end up working, we have an 8-hour limit on our streams here. But as soon as this one ends, a new one opens up. So if you stay tuned on the channel, you'll see the next stream that's going to be open. And hopefully we can draw in a couple more viewers. Kitten, you with me?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay? Am I
Yes.
not too loud or too soft?
You're good. I don't hear
All
you clicking at all.
right.
So take it
Sweet.
away, Kitten.
Alright, well, hello everybody. My name is Kitten Reads Horror. I'm a narrator, much like everybody else who's been participating with us. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for coming to the channel and showing your support for the victim. And I see that we are currently at $4,246. Amazing. You guys are doing a great job. For those who are just joining us and don't know what we're doing, we are raising charity for the victim of the Wisconsin Slenderman stabbing, as well as donating to the Safe Horizon organization, which is basically the organization that helps victims of abuse and other forms of crime. You can go to the link on the video, or you can go down to the description and click the link there. Also, oh, wow, the total just went up. Nice. And I believe that's it for my introduction. I'm going to be reading a few stories today, and the first story is actually a story that I read on Mr. Creepypasta's channel a very, very long time ago. And it's the first one I saw, actually. So, we're going to be reading The Art of Jacob Emery. Ghost stories? Nah. We don't have anything like that around here. We do have the story of Jacob, but that's about as close as you'll get. You really want to know? Well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but... Alright. Just no interrupting. I don't have the patience for it. How to describe Jacob Emery? Well, I guess you could say he was the kind of guy you could never take notice of. This isn't to say he was a bad kid, in any sense. Many people in this town thought he was the most reliable person for an odd job in the state. But he never really excelled in anything. He was a living proof behind the statement, "Case of none." Most of this was due to his own lack of will. He dabbled in damn near everything in this town could offer him. Automobiles, radio operations, store management, what have you, but he never stuck with anything. His friends and workers went after him about a number of times, but everybody got the same unsatisfying response. It just wasn't enough. Needless to say, any friends he kept were either very patient or never spoke of the matter altogether. It was probably inevitable then that Jacob would leave to go abroad. I don't remember where he went, but I think Gertrude down the street knew before she passed on. You'll have to scout someone else if you ever get curious. In any case, no one even tried to stop him. Everybody thought that a little travel would stamp the ambition out of him, or else feed it until it was no longer an issue. Hell, we even gave him a sending-off party, which I thought was pretty nice of everybody. So anyway, he was gone for 6, 7 years? Can't remember. You'll have to check with somebody else about that, too. Anyways, he came back, eventually. And he had changed, obviously enough. He was amiable, energetic, all smiles all the time. And we all quickly learned why. He showed us a souvenir he'd brought back, a solid black stick. Length of a pencil, but the texture of chalk. We all wondered why on earth such a simple thing would prompt such a spring in his step. Until he gave his demonstration. He took a piece of paper, and with this stick... God, there's gotta be a better word for it. With this stick, he drew a crude circle. It dropped, and rested on the border of the paper, like a stone. It didn't leave the paper, but it acted out on it. Sort of like an old movie projector on a screen. Son, I know how crazy that sounds, and if you feel like playing skeptic, then you can leave an old man to his craziness, but I know what I saw. Even if everyone's been hushing it up, and that stone he drew dropped. Jake even passed around the paper, and as it was being passed, it rolled around as the paper got tilted. None of us had any words for it. Hell, what was there to say? But he continued, drawing demonstration after demonstration for us, stick figures in various pageants and plays, doing everything from fighting each other to making the perfect human pyramids. And we all thought it was incredible. That was all the go-ahead he needed. He announced that he planned to put on shows to pay for rent and food, where he would draw anything the crowd members wanted. That we wanted to talk about, and he eventually convinced us that it would be safe. His drawings ethical. The practice lucrative and unique, and the attention would not go anywhere outside of the town's borders. Poor Jacob. If I'd not been so swept up in the moment, I might have read the signs that right then and there, and saved the sorry son of a bitch by snapping the terrible thing in half. But I was younger. We all were. And we saw no problem with encouraging him with what we all saw as an incredible experience to be shared with everyone else. Now, he didn't have any big radio or television connections, mind you, and the internet wouldn't come around for another decade, so he did what all people on the shoestring budget would do. He advertised his show with flyers. Flyers might not mean anything big to you city folk, but in a small town, they gain a fair glance over from time to time, and what's more, Jacobs managed to stick out by having little figures jump up and down and whatnot to get people's attention. His first show must have gotten nearly 60 or so people, probably a lot more than that. And his shows were fantastic. Someone would shout out a scene from a play or a comedy sketch, and Jake's hand would fly over a white wall like a bird. He'd been holding back when he made that stone, that's for damn sure. His illustrations were all spot on, and he could make an incredible human figure in minutes. Come to think of it, I don't remember any of his scenes lasting more than 10 minutes to make. They were all really well done scenes, too. Not only could you see a knight charge a castle, Jake would draw the castle's interior as well, like a wedding cake split down the middle. So you could see the knight scale the walls, fight his way through levels to the dungeon, fight out with the princess, and make a leaping jump off the castle parapets onto his getaway horse, all in complete silence. Not realistic, no, but that was part of the appeal. None of us went in there expecting something real. When a scene or sketch was finished, either the characters would leave off a wall, or he'd cover the wall with paint. This was good, in a way. It gave these shows a time limit, and so that when he'd finish, with all 4 walls in the room, everyone knew the show was over until the paint dried. Jake, meanwhile, was changing in a bad way. I'd mentioned that upon his return, he'd been extremely energetic. Well, that energy, that vitality, or fervor, whatever you want to call it, it never left him. Not for an instant. Far from it, it seemed to grow in him, and he enjoyed it all too much. His eyes grew wider, he slept gradually less over time, his statements and opinions were radical and frenzied, and though he never was a pushover, he was starting to make people nervous in his company. A month or 2 passed, and Jake's audience grew like a wildfire. Nearly everyone in town paid to see Jake's art in action, and he had to rent out larger and larger places for them to sit. He now didn't stop after one scene was done. He moved directly onto the next, put on the next blank space on the wall. Sometimes to the intriguing effect of causing scenes to mingle, which the crowd loved. The subject matter got more wild and immoral, the monsters got more bizarre and creative, the fighters using more impossible weaponry, all for the sake of the crowd's interest. Jake got steadily more indulgent, which we figured was from the money, and he became a drinker and a womanizer. Neither of which got rid of that vitality, by the way. Some of those women claimed that they'd woken up in the middle of the night to see him scribbling with that stick on a drawing pad, a gigantic grin on his face, and while most of them said that they'd assumed he was drawing them in the nude, there's rumors that 1 or 2 of them got glances at that notepad. Those anonymous few supposedly said that those drawings absolutely weren't nude pictures, but neither of them, whoever they are, will say what he was drawing. Don't bother looking for the notepads or flyers, though. They're all gone now. I'm getting off track. Point is, he was hitting the bottle, and that's important because it was that drinking that would eventually ruin everything. On the night of one of his performances, as he walked in front of his cheering crowd, it was immediately apparent to everybody that he was completely drunk. I was in the front row, and I could smell the bourbon on him from 10 feet away. The show started. He went through a bunch of sketches and scenarios the crowd recommended, when, at the end, someone asked that he draw himself. Everyone cheered the idea. I guess they'd been wondering what his creations thought of him, and he eventually obliged. No sooner had Jake finished connecting the final 2 lines on his coat. Then every single character across the vast, expansive wall all stopped and looked directly at that illustration. Lovers stopped kissing, clowns stopped laughing, robots stopped fighting, pirates. Everything stopped and looked at the Jacob illustration. The crowd died almost instantly. I remember Jake's face at that moment. Pale, white, full of terrible comprehension at his mistake, and looking desperately for the cans of white paint he'd forgotten to put out before the show. Everyone else? They were looking at the fake Jacob. That Jacob reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a black stick of his own, and as we all watched, drew a door. He pushed on his side, and the door swung open, allowing him to walk through the floor of the auditorium. The rest was an absolute hellish pandemonium. People screamed and ran for the exits as Jacob's characters, both those currently on the wall and those which had previously left before being covered up, ran out of their own exit, throwing pies, shooting lasers, blowing fire and poison and the impossible. I was near enough the exit to escape and gave only one backwards glance. The scene will haunt me forever. Jacob Emery was being dragged by his creations, kicking and screaming through the door his copy had made. The auditorium burned down, obviously enough, but I have no idea how many characters escaped, what happened to the fake Emery, or how many people died. The fire brought the fire department from the nearest cities up to over 100 miles away. They, in turn, brought the police force, which brought the government, which hushed up everything. They took the flyers and any art that Jake had made, and swore everyone to secrecy or else life detainment. The fire was blamed on a cigarette in the garbage during a basketball game, and we all eventually went on with our lives. Jacob was made to have never existed. In retrospect, I realize everything. Jacob hadn't been creating illustrations. Illustrations don't move, much less act or attack. They're just images people see. Shadows made to look like real things. Jacob had been making life, actual thinking things in some alternate dimension, using a power that was never meant to fall in mortal hands. He got drunk on his power. His punishment was probably well-deserved. Incidentally, the government screwed up on 2 different accounts. They did a damn good job silencing everyone, but proof remains. The ruins are still there, you know. The auditorium's ruins. I hear they're going to start reconstruction soon, which will wipe out any remaining evidence someone can definitely see, but I went back there once. Several years after the fire, just once. Amidst the rubble, covered in ash, I saw something squirming. I looked closer. It was Jacob Emery's hand on the wall, exactly like it had been there 3 years ago. Sweaty, but calloused, I remember. But it was constantly flailing, as if the body was supposed to be attached to... was still writhing in flames. That was mistake number 1. Number 2 was those creations. Like I said, I don't know how many escaped, nor how many the government agents found and caught, but I will say only those tall grass meadows on the outskirt of town. Don't go into them. Ever. You were asking about those white figures you've seen at night, right? This town doesn't have ghost stories. And that was The Art of Jacob Emery. Very good story. It's one of my favorite creepypastas.
Well done.
Yeah!
Yay.
Alright. What's the total at now, by the way, on,
I actually don't know. I think MCP has disappeared. Are you there?
I think so, too.
I actually don't know the total.
Oh, he asked me to turn my game down just a bit, sorry.
Yeah.
Alright, very sorry about that.
It wasn't too bad.
Alright.
Well, for everyone listening, just a bit of an update.
Oh, he's back. Sorry.
Oh, hey, I'm back.
Sorry about that. I have a lovely hiccups with the internet here, but I'm glad that that doesn't seem to affect the stream at all, and that didn't happen during my hour. But that was a very lovely job on that story there, Kitten.
Alright, thank you very much. You said that you had a bit of an update, DB?
Oh, no. I just meant like I was gonna read off the numbers and stuff. But now that MCP's back.
Oh, you're letting me do it. Okay, I see. Leave me with all the heavy lifting. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the actual numbers are. We're actually, oh wow, we went up quite a bit. As you can probably see on your screen right now, we were at 4,335 when Kitten started the story, but now we're at $4,522.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Awesome.
We'll pass 20% of our goal. Our goal
pass.
Yeah, well, we're $500 past 20%. Our goal is $20,000. We want to be able to use this money, send it to the family of the victim of that Waukesha attack, and also we're going to be sending a portion of the funds to Safe Horizon at safehorizon.org, which is an organization dedicated to aiding the recovery for victims of violent crimes. So we're doing amazingly well. Thank you, everybody, for your support on the fundraiser here. And for those of you who can't donate, thanks for just sticking around and listening and sharing around the link to the stream. We all really appreciate that. Kitten, what you got for us, dear?
Alright, well, the next story I'm going to be reading is called The Beetles in Bailey.
By the right hand of doom.
Yes, by the right hand of doom. He awoke with a large, angry welt on his hand. George Bailey did not think much of it at first. It was the third such welt to appear in as many nights. However, now it was beginning to become an issue. There was no way to tell if it was a spider bite or a ringworm. It was early in the morning, and the sun hadn't even hinted at showing its face to the world when he had felt as if something was tugging at him. At first he thought it was his dog, but he remembered that Sergeant Bark had passed quietly some nights ago now. Mr. Bailey did not often clean his sheets, as he had no one to wash them for him. And after all, that was women's work. He was too busy and too important for such trivial pursuits. Indeed, it could be said that despite being well off, he was absent-minded to the concerns of hygiene. He checked the sheets and checked the bed. Nothing could be found. He left the sheets as they were and quickly left to get dressed for the day. His normal business attire sat waiting in a neatly folded pile on a nearby chair, where he lay his other effects. He needed to be at the office at once to start filing the paperwork for the Furrow and Sons buyout. Mr. Bailey was about to retrieve his trousers when a sudden tingling came upon his right arm, where the welt had been. Looking down at it, he felt as if though it had moved somehow. Which was, of course, preposterous, he told himself, and continued to reach for the clothes. He felt it again, moving this time, from a bump near his waist. The pain was blinding, as if something were writhing inside of him, twisting his sinew and skin. He moved away from the clothes and moved to the mirror in his bathroom, just opposite his bed, hissing at the abrupt pain that shot up his arm and waist. As he lived alone, there were no shower curtains and no womanly touches. The bathroom was always in a state of disarray, and various bottles of cologne and aftershaves littered the medicine cabinet. George quickly closed the door to see himself in the mirror. He noticed he now had several bumps on his face. One was rather large, closer to his left eye. The others spaced around his cheeks. He looked in terror as the welt swelled further and seemed to shake about. His stomach churned as he beheld his horrific visage in the dirty mirror. This has got to be my imagination. I shall wash my face and surely wake up, he told himself, not quite able to convince himself of this. He opened the faucet gingerly, not wanting to look at his hand as he did so for fear of finding the welt gone, and slowly washed his face. The pain was almost unbearable, but he forced himself to continue to clean and rub his eyes. As he looked again to the mirror in front of him, he noticed at once that he was not dreaming. The welts on his body began to move. They stirred wildly, and he noticed 2 more lumps on either ear. He finally decided to take out his razor blade to try and cut the pustule on his hand open. No time for doctors now. I must make quick work of this investigation and then be off. There's no point in getting overcharged for an ingrown hair or ringworm, after all, thought Mr. Bailey, frightfully. Trying to keep his calm and ensure he didn't sever his whole hand, he began to cut the welt on his right hand, shallowly at first. As George Bailey began to cut into his hand, the blinding pain once again reverberated through his entire body. He retched into the sink and saw spurts of blood come out from his mouth and looked to see a squirming near his eye. As he watched, a beetle sprung forth from his socket, and his left eye a gaping wound in his face. He screamed as more burst forth from their pustules, the one from his hand traveling up his arm to come out his nose. The bleeding became profuse, and he could no longer stand without immense effort and began to fall over. His last sight was a wave of beetles coming from his mouth. He fell to the floor with a loud thud, unable to keep consciousness any longer. The last of his will was expended on trying to arise from where he fell. He could no longer see, nor feel, the hundreds of beetles crawling about him. Soon, even the last spark of life faded, and the beetles were left to their feast. And that was The Beatles and Bailey.
I have an interesting bit of background to that story, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all.
It's funny because I wanted to write a story about beetles eating this guy, but I couldn't get the inspiration to write it. And so I went to Doom and I said, hey, can you write a story about a guy who cuts open these welts on his arm and like all these beetles come out? And he says, okay. And then like the next day he finished that story.
Wow.
Yeah, Doom is quick on the draw, man.
Amazing work for just the night story, jeez.
He took that character of Mr. Bailey and he like just made it like he made it very interesting that what he did with that. I like how he calls his dog Sergeant Bark. That is just the best.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, soon to be narrated by Wellhay Productions on an audiobook for a cacophony of spiders. So.
Ooh.
I want to go ahead and say one quick thing. You guys probably noticed that the number went up. I don't need to read that every single time. But Aaron Montoya was very generous, donated $100, and did have this to say. Please take this with my thanks for what you guys are doing for this girl. I pray this will help. But we very much appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you so much. Kitten,
All right.
what kind of stories you got coming?
The next, I believe, that I have up is The Suicide King.
Oh.
Yeah, this is actually one of the pastas that I first read on my channel, like those 2 years ago. So revisiting this is very, very, yeah.
Nostalgic.
Nostalgic, that's the word I'm looking for. Alright.
I'm going to start off this story with the song The Queen of Hearts. I think it works.
Fitting. Modern playing cards are filled with layers of meaning and symbology that can be traced back centuries. The Four Kings, for example, are based off real rulers. The King of Diamonds represents the wealthy Julius Caesar. The King of Clubs is the brutal Alexander the Great. Spades represents the strong but kind David Israel. And Hearts represents the emotionally disturbed, shall we say, Charles VII of France. It is this king that we'll be dealing with today. It should also be noted that Charles was the only one of 4 who was actually there to see the day his face was printed on a playing card, which may rationalize why he acted apart from the others. Charles' visage was put on the King of Hearts at the very beginning of his rule. But he never really got a chance to come into contact with the playing cards until many years later, when he became very ill with a fever and was informed that he would be bedridden for the rest of his life. It was during this period that Charles began learning card games to pass the time, such as an early version of blackjack, 21, 21. Charles lay in his bed for 2 years, constantly fiddling with the cards and always getting weaker. As time continued to pass, there were reports that Charles had begun obsessing over the idea that the king, being the 13th card in his suit, was causing him bad luck. Sorry for the car in the background. He talked about how he was starting to see the number pop up everywhere, and that he was close to figuring out its secret. Of course, his ramblings were blamed on the fever, and by the end of the 2nd year, he had been declared insane, and his son took over the throne. One day, several months after the end of his reign, one of Charles' physicians went into his chamber to find the frail old man standing in the middle of the room, wielding a large sword. Before the doctor could react, the king said, "Ils m'ont montré la vérité des choses, et il n'est pas signifié pour les mortels," which roughly translates to, "They have shown me the truth of 13, and it is not meant for mortal eyes." Without hesitation, the king proceeded to ram the blade in through the left side of his head between the ear and temple until it came out the other side. He wavered a moment before collapsing to the floor, dead. After the incident was announced, and it was made public that the king had gone mad, the image of Charles on the King of Hearts was altered to show him offing himself. Although the picture is now shown significantly less graphic, the image of Charles thrusting the sword into his skull can still be found on modern-day playing cards. Perhaps the strangest part of this whole story, however, is the day that Charles chose to kill himself. 7/6/1462. Whether or not it was intentional of the king, the facts that 6 + 7 = 13, and 1 + 4 + 6 + 2 = 13, can only be explained as coincidences. And that was the Suicide King. I'm very sorry for the cat in the background.
Hey, we all figured that it's all part of Kitten Reads Horror, right?
My army of cats just sitting in the back wanting my attention. Alright.
That one's near and dear to your heart, I can tell.
Yes, it was. It was one of my one of the first creepypastas that I read before I got started on the channel.
Nice.
Ding.
How long we got? We're 30. We got plenty of time. What have you got lined up for us next, ma'am?
The next story I'm going to read is The Portraits, a very old but gold creepypasta, very classic but very short.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the original ones that I ended up hearing of way back when.
Yeah. This is actually, oh, alright.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until it was clear of the increasingly oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached, and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. The hunter flopped down on a single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around the inside of the cabin, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by several portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into looks of hatred and malice. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces. He turned to face the wall, and exhausted, fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, the hunter awoke. He turned, blinking in unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows. And that was The Portraits.
Very spooky.
Spook. Again, short but a classic. Spoops. Oh, Murph, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Well Hey Productions, or as we affectionately call him, Old Man Murphy, is also in the stream. Is also in the stream here. He's gonna be helping me out with hosting it here. We've got about another 20 minutes in this, which is I call the first set of the 24-hour stream, because Google is going to limit us to 8-hour videos. So this is the first set, and then we'll begin the second set after Kitten Reads Horror, and once Murphy gets into his section.
I'm kicking
right
off
now,
prime time, baby.
Yeah. Right now we're currently sitting at, and Murph, you'll be happy to hear this one. We've had a nice gain since the last time you looked. We're at $4,569.
Because all I'm seeing right now so far is 45, 42. But still, yesterday at this time we were at what, 28?
28. But it's
28. So thank you so much, people, for your generosity, for helping out. This is going for a really good thing, and I have been in contact with the family, and they know what we're doing, so I can tell you they are probably ecstatic as well.
I would hope so.
That is great news. Well, let's go ahead and move on. Kitten, what have you got up for us next?
Alright, there's one more story that I'm going to be doing before I move on to the Q&A. It's going to be the voice by one of our narrators, Creepypasta Raven, I think. Let us begin.
Go right ahead, dear.
Wake up. Wake up. It's almost time. Come now, wake up. Your eyes slowly start to open as the sound of a deep and unfamiliar yet soothing voice beckons for you to awaken. Good. You're finally awake. Tell me, what do you think of your surroundings? Do you find them comfortable? You open your eyes and are immediately met with a light with an intensity similar to the sun. Once your eyes begin to adjust, you can see glass panels and bulbs surrounding you. It doesn't take long for you to realize the bulbs are what's giving off the light, but you can't figure out what the panels are for. The voice once again calls out to you. Time's running out. Get ready. It'll be over quickly. What will be over? You just got here. You don't want to leave yet. The warmth of the lights were starting to grow on you. And these thoughts and more raced through your mind. It was these thoughts which gave your conscience your very existence. The thought of leaving this place was enough to get you to speak up. I don't want to leave. This startled the voice. The tone shift and suddenly aggression made this very evident. You don't want to leave? Your surroundings began to shake violently as you were being rocketed into the sky. This is your fate. Your sole purpose is for this one moment in time. It can't be avoided. Your surroundings came to a violent stop, slamming you onto the ground, rocking your entire body with intense pain. I don't want to leave. The aggression in the voice became suddenly more prominent. Your life felt threatened. With every word spoken, every syllable pronounced, your surroundings shook with what you could only describe as a sea of voices, ready to burst at the seams with raw excitement. Why? Why must I leave? I'm warm here. Slowly you rose to your feet and stood to the ground. Tell me why. Why must I leave? Tell me now! The sudden outburst both added to the voices, already aggressive in nature, but it also helped to verify what it already knew. Why? Because you are no longer needed in here. Out there they are waiting for you. All these answers the voice was giving to you was only adding more to your confusion. You wanted to question it more, but suddenly, in the faint distance, you could hear something. Growing. Voices, hundreds of them, all saying something. No. Not just something. They were counting numbers, backwards. You began scratching your mind for a reason to why they would be counting. 10. What could they be counting for? 9. Suddenly the lights got brighter to the point of being blinding. Your eyes shut almost immediately. 8. You could no longer hear the voice. The countdown had drowned it out. 7. You're beginning panic. Your heart rate increasing exponentially, and your lungs worked furiously to supply oxygen to your body. 6. You tried and failed to get the voices to stop counting. Stop! Stop counting! I don't want to leave! Stop now! 5. Slowly, you began showing signs of denial. You sat down and nodded your head. This isn't happening. None of this is real. I'm not even real. 4. Abruptly, you stood up and began pounding on the glass panels. The more you pounded on them, though, the more they started to become flesh-like and warm. So warm, you were starting to grow content once more. Just like the beginning of this horrible experience. 3. You were growing tired now, and your body is becoming very heavy. It took every ounce of strength you had left to lay safely on the ground. 2. Before you fully passed out, you asked the voice one last question, unaware if you'd get an answer or not. Who are you? 1. Suddenly, your surroundings began to fall rapidly. Your body was lifted off the ground. The voice spoke one last time. I am God, your creator. But who you meet next, she is someone who is and will forever be more important to you than me. Call her mother. Violently, your surroundings came to a crashing halt, tossing you from their warm confinements out into another room. You are smaller this time, but awake. One look around and you could see other people, but one person in particular caught your attention. This person was Mother. Almost instinctively, you began to cry, not out of sorrow, but out of joy. You had found your warmth once again. On a colorful box in a room, deep but familiar and soothing voice could be heard. Happy New Year, and happy birthday. I am glad you stayed awake. Every New Year's, dozens of babies are born, but this time you were different. You woke up when he called for you. And that was The Voice by Creepypasta Raven.
Wow. I haven't heard any of Raven's work. He's fantastic.
Yeah, it was really good. This is one of my favorite picks out of the...
Yeah. So, because I like making everybody nervous, you want to say we've actually been holding very strong with the number of viewers. The number of viewers that have been in the stream here. There's still about 1,200 people that are watching the stream. We've been holding strong on that number since we got started. So everybody that's been watching, thank you so much, and thanks for sharing the stream here as well. Also, everybody who's been donating, thank you very much. I also want to go ahead and give a special thank you because I noticed we had another really big donator on here, Anonymous Wind, or I'm not sure. Well, since she has her name on here, Alyssa Hampshire donated $100, saying that you're in my prayers, darling.
Nice.
And I hope this helps.
Very, very nice.
So thank you very much. We very much appreciate that. Kitten, you got about 15 minutes left. Did you want to open up the Q&A app? Is that what you wanted to do? That was the plan? She's gone muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that's what I want to do. How do I open up the app? Sorry.
Okay. On the left side of your screen there, you should see Q&A. Everybody who's listening or watching, or I'm not too sure what exactly we are to say, seeing as this is YouTube. Everybody who's in the video, in the stream, if you want to participate in the Q&A, you may have to refresh your video here, but there's going to be a little link over the top of your video that says be a part of the conversation, and that'll open up the Q&A app on your side so you're able to shoot questions to us here.
Very nice. Alright, so... no questions appearing yet. I'm not sure how the app works, I'm sorry.
I think you may have to click, there should be like a little option on there that says questions.
Questions.
Remember, if you'd be ready to chime in if you have any questions that you would like to throw in a quip on.
Okay. Yeah, you just scroll up and down and you just pick one of the questions that you see and blah 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 blah.
Pretty sure that like most of these have already been answered. How old are the narrators been answered yet?
Well, they hadn't answered by you, so.
Well, for those curious, I'm 19 years old. People have assumed that I am older. I am not. I am little babby. Well, I think the questions may have just refreshed. Nope, someone's just posting 13 over and over again. Okay, that's great.
The number 13?
Yeah.
Oh.
How lovely.
Lovely.
How very, very lovely.
So, I just refreshed my my audio software, and I've had this really bad delay in my left ear for this whole time, and now it's fine. Why didn't I do this earlier?
Oh, well, there you go.
You live and you learn.
Yep.
Sorry for the rapid clicking. I'm on my laptop right now, hanging out in my closet, and I refuse to leave.
So technically, when you when you're done with your hour block, you will effectively come out of the closet.
Yes.
Okay.
Find any good questions you want to be able to answer on there? I think there's a way you should be able to change around the order on them, or if you.
Have you? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Have you had any real life scary experiences? Well, it's just the one that like refreshed and popped up for me. Yes, I actually have a video on it on my channel It's a ghost story, basically, of when I first moved into the house that I'm currently living in now. And it's a spooky experience. Again, it's on my channel if you want to go check it out. But basically, there was just a ghost that stayed in my mom's room for a day or two and then ran into her closet and never came out again. I just realized what I just said. Oh, jeez.
I had a Christine's incident a little while back.
Oh, yeah?
Where your car came to life? Is that what a Christine's
Well,
situation means?
close enough. Close enough. Well,
Okay.
okay. So basically, I was taking out the garbage really late at night, and basically, where I live. There's like there's a street. It's a parking lot, and it kind of takes a sharp left turn, and the garbage can is right there in that bend, and so I basically have to run down the street to throw it out. Well, I was running down, and I get down there and I see these headlights. They kind of just slowly start to get closer. I'm like, okay, perfectly normal. Throw out the garbage, and I sit there and it like pulls up. It literally pulls up in front of the garbage can. I'm kind of slowly walking away at this point. Nobody gets out. They just stand there with their headlights pointed at the garbage can. And I kind of just start to back away really slowly.
Oh, jeez.
The car turns around and starts to drive after me. And I run down the street. And I shit you not, but I get to the thing. And there's I get back to my front door. And they're there pulled up. Just staring. And I never understood what happened, but it scared me really bad.
Well then.
There you go.
A little unnerving.
Yeah, it was unnerving.
Yeah, oh, gosh.
I suppose it's better than having a Cujo moment, though. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know what's worse, having a rabid dog or a drunk Murphy on your hands.
Here's one that you can be able to answer, Kitten, because we've still got about another 10 minutes. How did you come up with your name? How did you come up with the Kitten Reads Horror?
The name actually came from one of my old YouTube channels before I moved on to Creepypasta. I used to be referred to as Trigger Happy Kitten, and I used to run basically a vlog channel and sometimes play video games. After a while, though, I just completely disregarded the vlog channel because I never actually used it much and didn't really get a lot of views. And I found Creepypasta to be more entertaining and, like, for myself and for people watching. But yeah, that's how I came up from the name. It's also one of my childhood nicknames.
Your childhood nickname was Kitten?
Kitten.
That's fun.
Yeah.
See anything else on here you want to try answering? Or Murphy, you want to... Murphy, let me ask you this. Where did your name come from?
You really want that story?
Yes.
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't.
Oh, God, okay. Where does Murphy come from? Well, a lot of people think that it has to do with my name, and it doesn't. It has nothing to do with my name. When I was about 3 or 4 years old, my dad, for Father's Day, got a dog. And this dog was extremely hyperactive, as was I. Shocker. And I loved this dog to death. He was my best friend. And I was so depressed when we had to put him down at a very early age. He was only 10 or 11 because he got a staph infection in his paw. Every screen name that I have had has been in honor of that dog. And that is why I am Murphy. So technically, I'm just like Indiana Jones.
I was just about to say. I was just about to say.
I am named after the dog.
Well, it's good that you're honoring such a good childhood friend.
He was the dumbest dog I've ever known in my entire life. But He was loyal to the core. He would not let anyone touch me or my brother. He was very loyal, very brave, but about as smart as a bag of hammers.
Let's see. Anybody also in the Q&A app? Or do we have any new questions in the Q&A app, actually?
That is a good question. Maybe we should ask for more questions.
Yeah, we should see if there's any more questions anybody's going to throw in the Q&A app. I'm just going to jump to the bottom of it and see what we get. The very bottom of the barrel.
What's your favorite creepypastas that you've read so far? I don't know if they mean by this live stream or that we've, like, just read normally.
We could answer both.
We could. Who wants to start?
I guess my favorite one of all time is Smile Dog. It's like one of my favorite creepypastas, or my favorite of all time creepypastas. And favorite out of this one that's been read so far, it was one of Josie's actually that she read, and I don't remember the name of it.
It was the uNIGHTed, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the skeleton popped out.
What about you, MCP? What's your favorite creepypasta?
I could say my favorite one that's been read so far, and this is actually ever since I've heard this one, is actually been Buddy, the one that Creepypasta Jr. wrote and he read for the stream. Ever since he did that one live in front of me at one of the conventions we went to before, and I was just absolutely captivated from that one. So being able to hear him read that one again is just awesome for me.
Oh, I can imagine. And yeah, Murph.
What?
What?
I'm sorry. I was taking my hip pills. My favorite creepypasta would have to be the one that Kitten stole from me.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
As The Art of Jacob Emery. For many reasons, as I will be doing part 2 of that tale in my block. So.
I cannot wait for that.
Your block is coming up in about 5 minutes. Also, what's about to happen is we're about to, like I said earlier, we're going to have to end slot 1, or what did I call this? Phase 1? Set 1. We're going to be ending set 1 here. Well, I'm going to be forced to end set 1 here in about a couple minutes, so I might just go ahead and stop the broadcast right here so that I get a chance to set it up, and we'll be good to go, so that Well Hey Productions, or as we say, Old Man Murphy, will be live as soon as it hits 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that means we'll take a quick break of about 4 minutes, and then we'll be live again. Everybody who's watching right now, all 1,315 of you, 1,320 of you.
Use your words.
Take a look on the channel. We're not changing channels at all. YouTube.com/MrCreepyPasta, and we're going to continue the live stream from there.
Yeah, don't forget. Also, if you're following us on Facebook and Twitter, we're also going to be posting the link there as well.
Yes. We're going to make sure that everybody and all the narrators that you're going to be able to see tonight and tomorrow will be sharing around this link. So if you follow anyone there, or of course you can always check out the ones done for the official Narrators United, the Facebook and Twitter, which should be twitter.com/caringpasta or facebook.com/narrators united, spelled the same way you see on the hashtag here. But if you follow the hashtag uNIGHTed on Twitter and Tumblr, like we've been saying all night, hey, you're going to get that link.
Hey.
Hey.
What a novel concept.
So, everybody who's joined us for set 1, thank you very much for showing up, and we'll be seeing you all in just a couple minutes in set 2.
All right.